A very good morning and welcome along to the county ground Beckenham for our coverage of the South East Stars' final home game of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy group stage, and indeed unless they get a home semi-final, their final home game of the entire campaign. It is the South East Stars against the Western Storm. 4th versus 8th in the table coming into today, and the Western Storm have won the toss, and as teams so often do at what is known as one of the best batting wickets in the country here at Beckenham, they have unsurprisingly decided to have a bat. Storm have 2 changes from the side that on Monday, in a game that was a battle of the bottom 2 against the Central Sparks, which they lost by 145 runs. So those 2 changes being 2 of the quickest bowlers in the country, Izzy Wong and Lauren Filer making way. Katie Jones comes in and takes the gloves, and Amanda Jade Wellington fresh off a plane that reportedly arrived in the vicinity of London at around 6:30 AM this morning on the latest of her travels, comes into the side, the leg spinning all-rounder who's been so impressive for Western Storm and indeed in the 100 as well. So that is a big asset for the Western Storm on a spinning pitch, and reflecting the turn that is in this surface, the Stars have made 1 change. Tilly Courtine-Coleman, the teenage sensation, comes in. Alexis Stonehouse makes way, and so Courtine-Coleman will immediately get the ball in her hand and bowl her left arm orthodox, which conventionally turns away from the right hander. We'll look to use a little bit of this slope as well. I'm Michael McCann, great to have your company wherever you are across the world for this one. Smells ready to face the first ball of the contest, which he just nudges away through the deep fine leg area, and it's a relatively comfortable trotted single. Brings on to strike Emma Corney. Reminder that there's just 2 games left in the group stage after this one for both of these sides. Vipers met Sparks yesterday, and this is one of 2 games today. Sunrise is also facing Blaze, 3rd versus 5th. Courtine-Coleman right on the button, pushed back by Corney. So to give you sides in full, Western Storm with Emma Corney and Sophia Smell opening up. Smell hit a half-century in defeat on Monday, and then from there it will be Sophie Luff, Fran Wilson, Natasha Rafe, Neve Holland, Alex Griffiths, Katie Jones, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson and Amanda Jade Wellington, who I'd imagine will slot into about 6 or 7 in that batting lineup, as that's chipped straight to mid-wicket. It's a soft dismissal from Corney, who is out to just her 3rd ball space, faced for a duck, and Courtine-Coleman strikes into the side and into the wickets with just the 4th ball of the match. Western Storm 1 for 1, and Emma Corney gone without scoring. A dream start for Courtine-Coleman in what has been a dream season. Simple catch for Phoebe Franklin. That really is the one that the coach just gently tucks in your direction at the start of the warm-up, and it was a shot that was not really the most committed. Got a little bit underneath it, didn't really have the power. Sort of looked like she was maybe trying to pull out of it. So Storm, who've had their troubles with the bat this season, as you would expect, as you would expect, I was going to say, of a side who are ultimately bottom of the table. 3 wins and 8 losses. They have 14 points. Stars have 27. But if they were to lose today, would be in danger of losing that 4th spot to the Blaze with a couple of rounds left, if the Blaze could grab victory. I'm Michael McCann, I'm delighted to say, alongside me, just about in time for the end of the first over. I think the word they use is fashionably late. It's Kirsty White. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, thank you. Yeah, I was on time. I did just have to stop and say hello to a couple of people on the way through, but on time.
Tough life being a very important person.
Well, yeah, I guess your words, not mine. No, but obviously it's nice to be here. So thanks for having me.
I got here just in time to see Courtine-Coleman pick up that wicket as well.
In true Courtine-Coleman fashion.
Lovely flight there I mean, where do you start with someone like this? There is a few cliches I could use for those who are unfamiliar with Kirsty's experience on the scene about how old she was when you started playing, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. Well.
But that would be mean, so we won't go down that path yet.
Well, yeah.
We've got a full 100 overs to get.
Yes, but a twinkle in her parents' eye, I'd probably say. Yeah. No, I mean, she's fantastic, isn't she? And it's just a classic start from her to take a wicket in her first over. So it's a dream start for us, and hopefully it continues.
Yeah, she's making a very happy habit of that, isn't she? And I guess also, and a few players have said this to me, even in this modern era, there is only so many left-arm orthodox, very good spinners out there with decent changes of pace and use of angles. So it's not the easiest skill to necessarily train yourself facing, and particularly opening batters are conventionally less used to facing it.
Yeah, and she's got the height to go with it as well. So she's actually, I mean, bearing in mind she's just turned 17, I think. She's tall, so she gets that bounce.
At the other end, you have a dependable Phoebe Franklin, wicket-to-wicket, sort of medium-pace nibblers, which, on what we should set the scene, is a very cloudy, windy, overcast day. It's sort of more a May day than what you'd hope for in August. This should suit Phoebe Franklin really nicely. It's got to slip in, justifiably so. It's a little too short, just comfortably played out to cover point by Sophia Smell, and brings on to strike one of the great survivors of women's cricket, someone who's been so impressively excellent over such a long period of time and will be a big part of the Somerset County setup next season when Western Storm sort of morph into them. Sophie Luff. Facing Franklin now with a 5-4. Just drops her bat on that one.
Yeah, she's definitely one of those players that you don't want to let get in, because she can get herself set, and once she's set she can be really dangerous. So this is going to be a really important passage of play for the Stars here, and we're wanting to target her scalp very early.
Full, and just swinging down leg from Franklin. Yeah, the numbers reflected as well is always so impressive in the proud colours of whoever at any particular time with the way that women's cricket oscillates is associated with the West Country. She is the 6th highest run scorer in the competition this season. She's just short of 400. That's a wide from Franklin, over adjusting. 396 runs at 39.6, which reflects how consistently impressive she is. 4 50s as well. Nobody has more 50 plus scores in the competition this season. And her great mate Fran Wilson, they have a bit of a running joke about who's going to end up the top run scorer between the two of them, because it's incredibly tight. Luff is just dropping her bat on that nicely in the gap between point and extra cover to get one. Wilson has just 2 more runs with the exact same number of 50s with 3 games to go, and there is only 4 players, Georgia Elwes, Holly Armitage, Sophia Smell, Seren Smell, beg your pardon, and Eve Jones, who have more runs in the competition.
Very interesting stats that when you look at the table standings. That doesn't necessarily represent the where teams are sat in the table. So actually, it's probably quite frustrating for players such as Luffy and particularly Eve Jones as well, where they've done the bulk of the work and they're not getting the fruits for their labour. So if they could be backed up by some of their peers, they could be in a very different position really in this competition.
And drive out to deep cover, always only going to be 1, even though Luff is trying to purposefully put a little bit of pressure on Gregory coming in off that big square boundary. Yeah, absolutely. When you've got 2, the start of the season, if you're told that 2 bats are going to have 400 runs at almost an average of 40, you think, well, yeah, we must be in contention for the top 4, and actually they are pretty much out of it. Franklin is just nurdled this time through mid-wicket for 1. Indeed coming...
Oh my goodness
gracious.
Bad throw.
Oh, well,
Wow.
That is a complete mess. For all told, it just looked like a simple single into the onside. The prospect of 2 was never a realistic one. Luff was quick to turn around and put out the stop sign and make it clear that it was a no. Smale had other ideas, and you would have to say that that is a bit of a gimme wicket that has been handed to the Stars there. Smale has to walk off for just 3, and as you can see is visibly frustrated about it.
Run out by Paige Schofield,
The youngster who is gone for 3 of 4, and Western Storm find themselves 8 for 2.
Original frustration, I think probably Stars would have thought it shouldn't have been
The
a
incoming
single,
batter
but
for Western
an
Storm,
unfortunate
number
slip as well
35,
for Smale,
Brian
and
Wilson.
that sealed her fate. She couldn't get back. So,
As an experienced batter, any thoughts on the first bit of the sort of the footage we've just seen there in terms
yeah,
of?
I mean it's interesting. I love the intent. I think it's a great piece of intent to look to turn and take 2. But I mean, I definitely wouldn't be taking on Paige Schofield's arm in that phase. Wasn't particularly a great throw, and like I said, I think if Smale hadn't slipped, she may have just got home. So yeah, a bit of unfortunate, bit of misfortune there for her, but good fortune for Stars.
But that initial shot is undoubtedly in front of square.
Yeah.
So it's Luff's call.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Without meaning to sound like I'm acting as a defence lawyer for the visiting captain. And now, well, it comes back to that pair that we were just discussing, who've been so consistently excellent with the bat for the Storm this season. They've got to dig them out of a hole again.
Yeah, and I really like us. I say us. One piece of guidance I was given was to not be too biased, but I really like.
I think people will forgive given you are of Surrey and Stars descent, of course, for those unfamiliar. Here's TCC. Kane, nice flight, and just pushed out into the covers.
Yeah, I like the plans here with opening with Tilly and actually taking 2 quick wickets. We know Wilson is particularly strong square of the wicket as well, so keen to see how the plans materialise here. Wilson and Luff run really well between the wickets, so
Yep.
again a big part of their game in early innings will be a bit of drop and run, so it'll be nice to see this match up here.
The youngster against 2 impressive veterans of women's cricket. That's guided out into the covers for 1. And they're two who really will not panic in a situation like this at all. Indeed, they've been here a few more times than they might have liked in recent seasons for the Western Storm. Nice flight again from Courtine Coleman. It's really noticeable, that part of her game. She's a little bit, not quite a throwback, but she's certainly not afraid to toss it up and get it above the eye line.
Yeah, and again with that height too, it does really just dip just slightly above the eye line, which can just leave you in 2 minds as to whether you need to just meet it down the wicket. Because what you don't want to do really is let it turn and bounce and beat the bat, because she does have the ability to do that. So getting stuck on the crease is not an option really to Tilly.
End of the 3rd over, 10 for 2. You're listening to the South East Stars YouTube stream with Michael McCann and Kirsty White. Very good start for the Stars, who looking to consolidate their position in the top 4 here. Reminder that at the same time it is Blaze against Sunrisers. Sunrisers have won the toss and chose to bat at Derby, which for 5 days of the year has weather appropriate enough to call it Barbados. And Sunrisers with Grace Scrivens and Joe Gardner opening up, as they so often do, and 19 without loss after 3 there. Franklin continuing from our end of the ground, the Crystal Palace end. Just a touch short and a touch wide. Wilson can just push it out to that deep cover area for 1.
Yeah, that'll be a game that we'll be keeping our eye on as well, just to see how that's carrying on.
Definitely has ramifications for Stars because they
Absolutely.
are sandwiched between the two of them.
Yeah.
Little bit of wobble out there for Franklin. That's a nice corridor to be in. So Stars start today 4 points behind Blaze and 4 points ahead of the Blaze, I should say, and 3 points behind the Sunrisers, 5 points behind the Northern Diamonds in pursuit of second, which would get you a home semi-final. From here, realistically, probably need 3 wins from 3 to make that top 2 dream happen.
Yeah, and a bonus point would be welcomed nicely too.
Driven out to mid-off, absolutely. For those unfamiliar, you get 4 points for a win, nothing in defeat, and you get 1 bonus point if you win with a run rate 1.25 times greater than your opposition, which might sound like 1 for the boffins, but a simpler way to think of it is, broadly speaking, if you chase inside 40 overs, you get that. Franklin again in a nice spot, just trying to dot up Luff here.
Yeah, Franklin can be quite dangerous in those areas. She's very consistent, and she does get a little bit of wobble. So again, you do have to be really clear with what your intentions are and how you plan to play her.
Just drops her bat on that, and wants one there, Luff, and there definitely was not one there. And Schofield was charging in to eye another run out. It's great to see how very much back and 100% and fizzing and bobbing around the place she is, given the pretty nasty injury she picked up on Monday.
Yeah. I mean, I think she'd be very keen to be out here regardless, but no, she has bounced back really well.
Plenty of teasing flight from Franklin, expansive drive from Luff, and it's Storm's first boundary, but in keeping with the momentum of the contest so far, it is a streaky one through third. Bit of fortune for the visiting skipper.
Yeah, and that's positive signs for Stars as well. I think it's held a little bit just in the surface too, hence catching that big thick edge. So I don't think they'll be disappointed with that. That's good signs. Looking for a bit of drop and run as well, which Stars will be very aware of.
Yeah, you do hear plenty of times, batter creams ball for 4, ridiculous fielder says we don't mind that. But that truly is the kind of boundary that you can actually very legitimately say, no, we really do not mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine.
Yeah, definitely agree. It was a very good over up until that point as well. So it's frustrating for Franklin in terms of going for 4 off the last ball. She would have wanted to get out of it, but actually positive signs.
Team Coleman to continue with a 5-4. Once again, Wilson is just calmly finding that deep cover gap. The other difficulty, of course, with that loss of those 2 early wickets is any real hope of power play capitalisation is minimal at this point. More about rebuilding. So Luff is just dropping her back on that one. Had 350s in succession in this competition earlier on in this season. So that one's kept a little bit low. Chatley's whipping the bails off, hoping that Luff had overbalanced, but the lack of an appeal gives away that the skipper for Storm has survived.
Interesting early signs there. What tends to happen with Beckenham wickets late on in the season is they offer a lot of turn and a fair bit of bounce.
Oh, well, there we go. As if to illustrate the point perfectly.
Case in point, wow. But yeah, so I mean, the signs of it keeping low.
And you can see there's that little slope as well, right to left. So it's just the slope's taking it away and the turn's taking it away.
Yeah, and the classic Beckenham breeze as well, just with a little bit of drift. So early up, when you've got only 2 fielders out and they're all in front, and all the fielders in the ring are in front of the bat, it can be quite intimidating. So this is a really, really good passage of play here.
Courting Coleman. Well, she's almost done it quietly. She looks to finish the over off. Oh, well, there we go. Luff just about guides that one away. That one had more than a little whiff of Hyderabad about it, for those who remember the time where Somerset used to make their wickets about as spicy as that flavoured beverage. Courtney Coleman gets out of the over 1 for 4 off 3, which we actually had been so busy admiring the beauty of her bowling that had missed the statistical excellence that is just steadily building alongside it. And I guess at this point you do get into a bit of how long do you keep them going.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're probably looking at least 5-6 overs, but I'm sure there'd be a temptation to think, well, actually, why change it?
Yeah, and that's a captain's dilemma, isn't it? How long do I keep her on for, and do I want to save or hold her back for anything in the middle or end overs?
That's a wide from Franklin.
Kira Chatley's just come up to the stumps now, which I think is a good move. It just keeps Wilson in her crease. So the temptation with the swinging ball is that actually you want to negate the swing, so you might meet it a little bit further down the track, so the keeper coming up to the stumps just puts a little bit more pressure on the batsman to say, stay where you are. Nice cut.
Little short. That's well played by Wilson. We'll get 1 there. Yeah, these two do both like to use their feet well to the medium paces. It's a real theme. And both of them actually, when they're in and more settled, probably not a shot we'd see yet, are quite comfortable sweeping as well, which for a medium pace can be a nightmare for how to set a field.
Yeah.
Short, and Luff just picks that out. I say short, I mean just back of a length, and Luff just picks that off to the sweeper in the sort of quietly classy way that a good batter will.
Yeah, she's played that really nicely actually. Like you say, I wouldn't say it was short. Like, yeah, you're right, it was just back of a length, but she's just held her hands nice and high and just played through the line and the ball out to cover.
This is just worked away with the movement from Franklin. A bit of a chase for deep backward square coming in, keeps it to 1. Worth reminding you, unlike with a lot of this competition this season, there's not 4 simultaneous games today, because tomorrow it's Thunder versus Diamonds, which is the closest thing right now women's cricket gets to a War of the Roses game, Yorkshire versus Lancashire. That's at Southport on Sunday. On Sunday. It's pushed away. And yesterday, a result that you wouldn't quite say blew the table open, but I think there were certainly a few teams in the qualification hunt who were quite pleased to see the Southern Vipers be upset by the Central Sparks. He beat them by 7 wickets with almost 11 overs to spare, which is a result that few would have necessarily predicted. Well, that's not the best ball from Franklin, and you have to feel for Chatley. That's absolutely horrible as a keeper. You go and stand up, and then you have to try and charge down leg to stop that. 5 wides. Yeah, just drifted a little bit with her line. You can see what she's trying to do there. Chatley, couldn't unfortunately gather that down the leg side. She'll be disappointed. She has very high expectations of herself, but you would forgive her the mistake. Yeah, and the results yesterday is it does blow that table wide open, and everyone will be keeping an eye on all of those games to come. Franklin into the pads, but the faint appeals gave away that there wasn't too much going for it. Yeah, it was in the end quite a comfortable win. Vipers bundled out for 183 with 8 balls to spare. The impressive old stager Georgia Elwes with 64 not out, 4 for 15 for Emily Arlett and 4 for 13 for Karis Pavley, and Sparks chased it relatively easily. That's a lovely flowing extra cover drive, and it's a great bit of fielding to stop it. Yeah, Rihanna McDonald-Gay just exceptional in the field. Full stretch dive, both hands to the ball. She's an absolute athlete there, so that would be standard practice for her. Anyone else would think that was a marvel stop, and it's once in a blue moon, but that is just pretty much what you get with. Showing again why England are having a very close look, including obviously as of this summer in camp. 25 for 2 off 6. Sparks just jumping back to that, chased comfortably. Eve Jones with 54, Amy Campbell with 48, and then Katie George coming in at the end, boshed 38 off 30. doesn't really mean much for Sparks, who are 7th, and well, they are technically still in the hunt, but it would take quite something from here. They've played a game more than everyone else, and they're still second bottom. Vipers are top, but missed the chance to go 6 or even 7 points clear of second with a bonus point win. So even Vipers still not guaranteed a home semi-final. As TCC is back and is driven just to the right of Bryony Smith at mid-off. Well judged single, always one there with particularly a right-handed thrower.
Yeah, it really is wide open. You can't really place anyone actually in the table yet. Within that top 4, Blaze is still in with a chance as well. So it really is there for the taking.
Courtine Coleman wanting another wicket, was drawing oohs and ahs from both the crowd and the commentary box, and the statisticians and our director next to us says there's going to be a buzzer here. That's good running from Luff and Wilson to capitalise on it. The throw was absolutely zinged in from deep cover. It was too hot to handle for Chatley. Davidson Richards backing up around from slip. Chloe Hill, who had come round into the right spot, but it got past her, and eventually took deep backward square leg to save that, ending up being 5 to the total rather than 2. So that's just pushed out to point. It's a law that people sometimes forget, which is, were that to have gone to the boundary, the running is taken from when the ball left the thrower's hand, not when the ball crossed the rope.
Okay, did not know that.
Here's TCC, hits the pads. Excellent shout. Not given. Of course, was one of those laws that peculiarly sat at the back of the book that nobody had a look at until little old 2019 World Cup final happened.
Yes, of course.
And then suddenly everyone decided they would weigh in with an opinion on what it should be. Plenty of flight on that one. Driven at mid-on. That's a very Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson kind of a single.
Very much so.
It's the kind of single that, having watched plenty of women's domestic regional cricket for the last few years, 80% of players wouldn't even think to take. But they're both backing up, they both have a very good understanding of each other, and they know the danger end is the bowler's end. The fact that she would make it, and made it with a couple of yards to spare. End of the over from Courtine Coleman. 1 for 8 off 4 for her. 29 for 2 off 7.
Yeah, very Luff Wilson-esque. That's pretty much a trademark run for them. And one that Stars will be aware of. It's very much builds into how they get themselves settled and within their innings, but actually whether Luff and Wilson have just come to the crease or whether they've built a strong partnership, they will still continue to take those runs. So it is something to be aware of.
Should say where gave you the changes but didn't actually just quickly whiz you through the Stars team. Bryony Smith skipper, Chloe Hill, Paige Schofield, Alice Davidson Richards, Kira Chatley keeping, Ailish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin, Kalia Moore, Rihanna McDonald-Gate, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine Coleman will fight it out over who bats 10, which has been a little bit of a joke in the camp, I'm told. And the rest of that batting order is particularly a bit of a versatile sort of veritable feast. You can almost throw a bit of a blanket over who might come out when, depending on game situations and the like. So here's a bowling change. Here's Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who almost finds the outside edge of Luff first ball, who's busy re-rehearsing afterwards the shot or lack of shot, the leave that she felt like she should have played to that. Yeah,
interesting decision there from Luff, just to dangerously wave the bat out within that corridor. Just a bit of a feeler for McDonald-Gay. There wasn't quite the carry that I think she would have liked, but this ball's kept low still. She does have the ability to do that. She's definitely gained a yard of pace in the last year, but she also shoots the ball onto you, so it actually comes onto you a lot quicker than you think. So yeah, she does hurry you into a shot at times, and that can lead to some questionable decision making as a batter.
Very skiddy, very awkward McDonald-Gay. Just charging in once more. Short, just using the pace. Nicely deflecting it into the gap at square leg for 1. Luff took 3 for 41 off her 9 overs and 5 balls against Thunder on Monday, where collectively Stars had a rare off day. Thunder got exactly 250 on the nose, 250 for 8. 75 for Seren Smell. Fee Morris was particularly impressive with a counter-attacking 54. Short and almost finding the edge of Wilson's bat this time. Purposeful start from McDonald Gay. In reply, Stars 131 all out on a pitch that by all accounts was starting to tire, was starting to keep a little bit low and have some variable bounce, but was also by pretty much all accounts not an 131 all out pitch at that point. Here's McDonald Gay. That's moved in, and Wilson, who went to cut, realised it absolutely wasn't quite there for that, ends up sort of chopping it away. Sometimes it doesn't really matter how aesthetically pleasing batting looks, it's about just surviving a delivery. I mean, the other big caveat to add into that is that a certain Kate Cross turned up and took 6 for 40, and it was frankly a joy to be here and watch her in full flight, full flow, doing her thing. McDonald Gay this time just straight down leg. We'll have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't an all-out 130 wicket, and Stars would have been very disappointed with batting performance. Beckenham produces excellent run-scoring wickets, and actually 250 on this deck would be around par. So to not come anywhere near that was really disappointing.
Oh, excellent again from McDonald Gay. Well, we were talking about getting a carry going. She works her way into a spell. Well, that one hit the gloves of Chatley hard at not far off shoulder height. 31 for 2 off 8. Promising start from her at our end, the Crystal Palace end.
Yeah, it's a bit chillier today. We trained yesterday and it was absolutely glorious, lovely and warm, and like you said, it does feel a little bit more like a May day today, so just warming into her over a little bit and finishing really strong with that ball that has just picked up a little bit of extra bounce towards the back end of the over.
That is the voice of Kirsty White. You can hear alongside me. Once upon a time in consecutive seasons, so he's top run scorer in 2015 and 2016. Still at 36, as good as ever. Here's Courtine Coleman. Just touch short. Luff's also made it short by working it from deep in her crease, which is something that good players of spin will do. And gets 1. 32 for 2.
Yeah, boundaries today are quite long wide but short straight, so it will be interesting to see how they play here.
Well, this time Wilson is going back, and it was the one from Courtine Coleman that goes straight on the arm, and I'm not absolutely certain Wilson picked that.
Wilson a very strong sweeper, very strong reverse sweeper. We haven't seen any of that yet, so it's just an indication of what Courtine Coleman is doing here.
Teasing flight from Courtine Coleman. There is a loud appeal. Umpire unmoved. It was a curious one, that there was loud appeals, but not really from bowler or keeper.
Yeah, Alice Richardson was really interested
jumping
in
up
that.
and down.
She is a bowler though.
Heard on the odd day she can be pretty handy with the bat.
Very
Test match centurion.
Well, that is true. Maybe I've sold her a little bit short, calling her just a bowler. She is maybe even a batting all-rounder.
It's TCC again. That is a touch short, and Wilson can just push it out through the covers. Hasn't bowled quite as much as you might have expected or she might have wanted this season. Alice Davidson-Richards has consistently been having to deal with little niggles through a large part of the campaign for Stars.
Yeah, frustrating for her.
Lots of teasing flight from Courtine Coleman. That one straight to square leg.
Yeah, frustrating for her. She's she joined Club 30 this year, so potentially, you know, it is people talk about joining that club, and you know, from one day to the next, you just never know what you're going to wake up and feel. So, but no, she has had a lot of frustrations around those injuries, and I think she would have wanted to contribute a lot more to the team than she's been able to do because of those restrictions with injury. And yeah, I think she'll probably be a little bit frustrated that she's not been able to do with the bat what she would have liked to have as well. But we've still got a big passage and period of games here to fill, and what we know about ADR is she can certainly show up and put in a good contribution.
McDonald go back for a second over. He's short and he's pulled away out through a vacant mid-wicket region for just the second boundary of the innings. Great shot from Wilson, picked the length up very early, committed to the stroke, and square leg coming round had no chance, even on the big square boundaries at Beckenham, 4 of the best.
I'd probably even go as far as saying that Stars haven't bowled many balls that needed to be punished, but that was the first real opportunity, and it has been taken.
Second boundary of the innings in almost a completed power play, and that is driven confidently but straight at cover. The only other 4, that's Sophie Luff outside edge through a wide third position.
Yeah, and that's been really important and big work on for Stars this season. We speak a lot about how many boundaries we leak within that power play, and that's been a big marker for us this year. So we'll be particularly pleased with how tight we've bowled in this power play.
Just a few balls left of it. That is again pulled away by Wilson. This time it is a touch closer to deep square leg, and we'll get 1. Chatley was feigning to get there because it was zinged in but not at either end, which is a bit of a keeper's nightmare, but Cranstone had it backed up with no dramas. Elsewhere, Sunrisers going well against Blaze, 36 without loss after 8. Chris Scrivens already on to 20. That's a bumper, that's deliberately banged into the surface from McDonald Gate, and Luff just helps it on its way over short fine leg for 4.
That's a really good bumper from McDonald Gay, and I just wonder if she'd planned to do that, because she had kept fine leg up.
The old double bluff.
Now, it was an effective bouncer. It's got the top edge that she was hoping for. Had fine leg been back, could it have been a different outcome? We'll never know.
But then I guess also if fine leg's back, it maybe telegraphs what's coming, and there's an element where it's planted in Luff's mind about what might be about to happen. Ifs, buts and maybes. Here's McDonald Gay. It's another bumper, and it almost catches the edge of Luff's bat on the way through. So this is a little bit of something different here, and it's signalled as being 1 for the over, which means a delivery between shoulder and head height. It's quite surprising how many in cricket are unaware of what actually technically constitutes a bouncer in the eyes of an umpire, but that is it. Don't get this time fuller. It will be a quick single to Smith, who's diving and keeping it to that. Easily the most profitable over of the innings so far for Storm. They take 10 from it, and with 10 gone, 43 for 2.
It's worth keeping an eye on this partnership here as well.
Storm
didn't quite have the start that they would have liked. However, Luff and Wilson now just have a partnership of 30, 31, sorry, 34. And it will be a partnership that will want to break quite quickly. So it's worth just making sure now that Stars have got a clear plan, know how they're going to get their wickets.
So TCC's had 5. How long are you keeping her on for? She's definitely going to bowl the 6th. She's ready to do so.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting conversation and thought process here for Bryony in terms of, you know, what do I do here? And she's going to have to show her experience in terms of captaincy and making those tough decisions in, do I keep you on or do I make a change and see if we can produce a wicket somewhere else? So yeah, I think she's probably thinking 1 more. We've still kept the slip in place, so it shows that we've still getting a bit of turn and bounce and confident, just beating that outside edge.
Here is TCC starting her 6th right on the kind of spot that you'd want her to be. We've already seen that turning away down that slope with the spin is offering plenty, and that's probably a big reason why we haven't seen Luff or Wilson attempt any sweep or reverse sweep at any point.
You'd be forgiven for thinking you weren't watching Luff or Wilson.
For
not seeing any sweeps yet, but that really is testament to the danger and the threat that Courtine Coleman possesses.
Courtine Coleman building the dots once more. It's been a feature pressure of the spell so far. It's been comfortably more economical from her end as that's guided out to deep cover. It'll be just one. They've thought of two. Held in by Gregory. It's even for this pair of great scamperers. There was at best 1.5 there.
Yeah, Danny Gregory is very, very quick off the mark, and it's an excellent arm as well. So not someone I'd choose to try and push two with.
3 out now. Of course, we are out of power play. Now we get a first bit of improvisation behind square from Wilson. That's great manipulation of the field. That was the space that was vacated. Immediately gets out the paddle, and it's clear, calculated, clever batting. Her second boundary and just a third of the entire innings so far.
Yeah, that's a lovely paddle. Keeps her head nice in line with the ball. Arms outstretched and just meets the ball. Doesn't try to manipulate it too much. Just lets the pace of the ball do the work. And the outfield here is absolutely rapid at this time of year, so gets full value for the shot.
And TCC responds with trying to flight one up. Gives it a little too much flight. Turns into a full toss and it's smashed out to deep mid wicket for 1.
That dangerous low full toss.
Have you seen the old Alex Hartley on the Nobles podcast talking about the fact that he swears it's the most effective wicket-taking ball?
Oh, it really is. It's
lethal.
It is lethal, and as a batter, you just don't want to see that on a replay.
It's TCC just dropped on by Luff. End of the overs. So 6 off that one. Couple of productive overs back-to-back of accumulation for Storm. With 49 for 2 off 11. Yet Fee Morris, who for me was player of the match here on Monday for all cross, was excellent. Took 2 wickets, took a good catch, but it was her half century that really pushed Thunder on towards that 250. She talked to me in an interview early on this season about the fact she reckoned for all she would like to think at times she bowled quite well, 70% of her wickets in the season have been full tosses. And she was fully able to laugh at herself and see the irony here at Beckenham on Monday, where having played absolutely gorgeously for 54 off 55, she spooned a low full toss straight to cover, and she just said to me and a few others afterwards along the lines of, I can't really be too angry because the amount of times I've inflicted that on other people with my offies.
Yeah, calm has a funny way of coming back at you, doesn't it?
Here's McDonald Gay. So that's just blocked sensibly by Wilson. These two have quietly and effectively rebuilt really well from 8 for 2. And without necessarily, it feels like, really playing any big or overly expansive shots at any point. The partnership is worth 41 in just over 9 overs. They want a quick single here, and they will get one. That's a favoured shot of both of these two, just pushing back onto the back foot and finding the gap in between point and extra cover. 50 for 2.
Yeah, we've come out of the power play now. We've been out of it for
8 balls.
Yeah, 8 balls. And the fielders in the ring are sitting comfortably in on the 1.
Oh, that's it. Well, it's the kind of shot that gets bowlers very excited, but Luff knew exactly what she was doing.
Yeah, she was in full control of that.
And she was very aware that there was absolutely no catches on the offside, and just a deep third. Gets a single out there.
Yeah, just going back to what I was saying, so those fielders in front of the batter are all in significantly off the ring in an attempt to save one, but these two batters have batted so well together and know each other so well that they have that level of communication that they know that if they drop it in that ring, they're going and they're setting off quick. And we've got some of the best fielders in our team hunting that ball down and still not able to stop them. So they really are exceptional at running between the wickets, these two.
It's that backing up, that eagerness, that little bit of almost telepathy you end up with at some point with a partner. That's a little too short, but Wilson really does punish it in style. Her second boundary with the pull shot today off McDonald Gay, and just like in the previous over, it tells you how early she was in this. That's gone through really cow corner.
Yeah, she's picked that up nicely. Just guides it over the top of mid-wicket in the ring. and straight into the pocket down at Cal.
And that is exactly what we were just discussing, that quick single into the offside. And that really is battleship of the best level, punishing the bad ball and then somehow also frustrating the bowler even more by guiding the good one away for a single. So 3 productive overs in a row here. 26 have come off the last 3, 8 off that one. I just wonder whether we're into seeing a single or double bowling change here, and indeed, as if to make me look like on a good day a broken clock is right twice a day, we're going to get Kalia Moore from far end, the city end, and I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if it was a double change eventually.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens, whether we make another change and bring in Danny Gregory and go spin both ends. Gregory typically does bowl from this end, the Crystal Palace end.
Yeah. Here's Moore. He's a bit of a throwback leg spinner, and that's just pushed her way out to mid-on. And by that I don't mean that she sort of has a love of 80s music or something. I mean that she gives it a lot of flight. She rarely really pushes the ball through, but she can be very, very awkward. Gets turn and bounce, plays on the batter's ego.
It's a lovely bit of turn there.
Yeah, there's nudge straight to TCC at short third. There definitely wasn't one there, even for Luff and Wilson.
Yeah, Moore is, she thinks about every single ball. She has a plan for every ball.
Trying to grab the wicket of Wilson, who's just using a little bit of fancy footwork and then guiding it with the outside face of the blade away for 1.
You can see she's just trying to tempt her down the ground. She's saying, come on, I want you to come down. Let's see if you can do it.
It's the game of the spinners. You get more value for that straight boundary at Beckenham. The square boundaries are ballpark. I haven't been out there with my measuring tape, but I'm told that we're in the region of a sort of 65, 70 metre type thing, depending on where exactly you take the measurement from.
Yes, it's a very tempting short boundary, but it is worth noting the wind is very strong. So you do have to take that into consideration. If you're hitting straight but into the wind, the element of risk that comes with that.
Once more, comes down the track, comes slightly the inside half of the bat. Maybe didn't turn quite as much as she'd thought, but
that's the 50 partnership.
That brings up the 50 stand between these two, who have done so very impressively in just under 11 overs, 65 balls between them, using all of their experience, and in doing so both passed 400 runs in the competition this season. That's out to take cover for 1 more.
Yeah, good over that for Callie. There's 3 coming from it.
59 for 2 off 13, so run rate is in around 4.5. We know from experience really that a score of probably in and around 250 is seen as what teams aim for when batting first. It's perceived as competitive. Is that broadly what would chime with your thoughts as someone that's played a plenty on this ground?
Yeah, definitely. I think 250 you'd want to be sitting around that mark. I would say par. We've seen some cracking games here over the years, particularly this season against Diamonds and that run chase that we fell just short of.
My goodness.
Tash Farrant on form again that game, and it was unfortunate the Stars came out on the other side of it, but what a game of cricket that was. But that is testament to the wickets that they do produce here.
Donald Gay staying on for now, none for 19 off 3, and is being just guided with an open face out to deep cover for 1. For those unfamiliar, the South East Stars almost completed a record List A run chase in women's cricket. From the final ball of the contest, bowled by the experienced Aussie Erin Burns, Bethan Miles had to clear the rope for 6 to get a tie, and was caught on the deep mid-wicket rope just 5 yards in. It's quite the finale to one heck of a game of cricket. More than 600 runs across the piece. That's just worked by Luff out to deep third for 1.
Stars are going to have to just keep their heads here a little bit. You can sense a little bit of frustration that the partnership is building, and it has potential to be a really dangerous partnership. But just need to remind themselves that they did take 2 early wickets in the power play.
That's down leg. We'll have to re-bowl that one. McDonald-Gay, I mentioned that earlier in the summer has been in and around the England camp and has got a call up for the latest set of England squads. Could make her debut, as could Paige Schofield, which is another good reason why it was great to see that injury on Monday was nothing too serious. Bryony Smith is in the England Women's ODI squad as well. That's a little short and wide, and will be a big chase for the cover point sweeper coming around. That will give the opportunity to get a pretty comfortable 2. Chloe Hill, better known for her keeping, but is impressive in the outfield, settling into a slightly unfamiliar role this season on the rope out there. Chatley played her first game on Monday, took the gloves off Hill.
Yeah, Hill couldn't be any further from the wicket.
McDonald-Gay again, that's very full, maybe just drifting down leg. Our commentary position is at a deep long on, so forgive us for not necessarily being able to give the most authoritative view on it. Certainly wasn't height the issue, it was going under in that regard. It's a leg by. That doesn't really tell us much, we know. It's a long way from the bat. Here's another look. Just from that, maybe sliding down leg.
Yeah.
Bumper from McDonald-Gay, which has been a theme of this spell. Signalled as the one for the over from umpire Jarvis. Can't remember, and I've had the pleasure of commentating on pretty much every Stars home game this season of both formats, seeing this that often from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
Yeah, it's an element of her game that she's worked really hard on, and she does bowl a very good bumper, as demonstrated the ball previous. And yeah, the game has got to that stage now where actually it can be a really effective tool, just to peg batters back and think, okay, I'm not quite sure actually what's coming, but also a wicket taking option as well. So
it's a difficult skill to execute because you've got to have that commitment to doing it and that explosivity, whilst also trying to make sure there isn't too many cues in your action to give it away.
Yeah, that and also the margin for error is very, very small. You know, if you're too far overhead height, then it's going to be called a no ball. So you've effectively wasted a delivery, and you can't bowl one again in the over. So yeah, you risk showing your hand a little too soon.
Different threat at the City end with more on for a second over. Just being clipped away. It was very aerial off Wilson's bat, but she knew exactly where the gap was to get one. Just jumping back to those England squads. 3 South East Stars representatives with Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, Bryony Smith and Paige Schofield. Smith could play her first England game for a long, long time. Had a few appearances back in around 2018. So that's short and nurdled away out to deep cover, and you would say that she, to get a chance to don international covers again, would have very much earned that. All 3 Stars players are in both the ODI and T20 squads, which is worth saying because there's quite a few players who are in one rather than the other. And there's quite a few other players who might also make their international debuts. It's more, again, that's a little short. That's another single. There's the Central Sparks trio. Hannah Baker and Georgia Davis are in just the ODI squad, and Karis Pavley gets rewarded for a particularly good T20 form with a chance to maybe make a T20 debut. Georgia Adams, best known for lifting so many trophies for the Southern Vipers, is in the T20 squad. And Seren Smell of Thunder could make her England T20 debut. Down the track, rare time where we've seen either of these two really come down the pitch to spin. Dribbles away off the pad. That's Ireland versus England. 3 games at the Civil Service Cricket Club in Stormont, Belfast on the 7th, 9th and 11th of September, and then T20s at Castle Avenue in Dublin on the 14th and 15th. It's nibbled away behind square for 1. Patient, quiet accumulation here. And Kate Cross of Thunder is skippering, which means that Heather Knight takes a well-deserved rest, and the only actual Storm representative is Lauren Filer. Izzy Wong is obviously on loan at Storm from Spark. She's also in the squad too. Pushed back by Wilson. Dot to finish the over. Nice couple of tidy first 2 overs from Moore. Concedes just 7. 69 for 2 off 15.
Yeah, at the end of that, just after that shot there, Wilson just rehearses a sweep shot. So I think she's just thinking of her options here. Early signs from Callie and Moore that she is getting turned. So I think the Storm spinners will be watching quite intently and thinking about how much turn is coming here and how they might use the wicket when they get a crack at it. So it will be interesting to see what happens in this next couple of overs.
They definitely would have been aware of the fact that Thunder on Monday played 3 frontline spinners in Hannah Jones, Sophie Morris and Fee Morrison. All 3 of them in different ways managed to extract a fair bit from the surface. McDonald Gay to continue. She's had a great RHFT. She has 20 wickets in this competition this season. She's yet to get one today. That time is being met by the middle of Luff's bat. Ross has been the more proactive of the 2. Luff striking at just a tickle under 50. Wilson at far higher. That kind of reflects their strike rates in the competition this season. Luff's strike rate is 71, Wilson's is 90. That's just dribbled away off something. Courtine Coleman will give chase. It's a comfortable trotted single, a very easy one for all concerned.
Yeah, Rihanna's just tightened her line up a little bit here. These first 2 deliveries have been very straight. It's an element of her game that she brings into, particularly into the middle phase where she's looking at targeting the stumps. A high percentage of wickets she takes.
She'll have to re-bowl that one. There was the faint moment of the hand in the air, but that was not going to fool umpire Julia Jarvis. The classic, how's that? Yeah, how's that? And then forgetting about the wide.
Yeah, no, she will look to target the stumps here, which, when you look at the number of wickets that she's taken across the season, she will have a high percentage of bowled.
That's a little over pitched. It's driven really nicely, but it was a relatively simple chase for Hill, who only had to go 5 yards around to her right, and she can keep it to 1. McDonald Gay picked up 3 wickets on Monday against Thunder, for whom Hannah Jones, who was top wicket taker, was not able to take one. So Jones stayed on 18, McDonald Gay leapfrogged her onto 20. That's another short one, just guided a little wide of deep third, who can't quite gather it. Well, Gregory will be and is visibly disappointed with herself. Just stuck the right hand out and the ball managed to escape through. So it's a rare boundary in what's been a passage of largely accumulation. It's a clever touch shot from Luff.
Yeah, really nice. She's played it late, behind her eyes, just backward, just guides that down through third. Gregory will be disappointed. She's put the hard work in and not been able to keep the ball inside the boundary.
Nice short game from McDonald Gay, but just straying down the leg.
Just wondering when we'll see Gregory. Both these players are very strong players of spin, so I can imagine Bryony's thought process here is I do want to keep some seam in the mix. I want to keep them pegged back.
Okay, just looking to get that radar a little better. That's off the pads. Yeah, it's kind of a running joke we've had in the commentary box this season, but she does have the luxury of being able to pretty much throw the ball to anybody at any point. And even though Ailish Cranstone has not really bowled, I've also done my digging, and I know that once upon a time she's taken plenty of wickets in women's county cricket as a left-arm wrist spinner. So that's just worked away. For 1, the 2 fielders converge. I think of 2 there wasn't there, and particularly having had 1 run out today, second really would be quite careless from this pair, particularly having batted so well to rebuild 78 for 2 of 16. It's worth noting though the split of that. 45 runs have come off the last 7 overs as that worm has just kicked up a little.
That was really good game awareness there from Calliamore. Both batters, it's really nicely nurdled between backward square and fine leg, and Moore is quick onto the ball and releases really quickly. They will look to push twos, but Moore released that ball really quickly and got it straight into the keeper's hands.
Now turn our attention back to bowling. So Luff faces up.
Oh,
wow. Well, that's come back. She does bowl a lot of top spinners, Moore. You see the action, you think leg spin, you immediately maybe default setting expected to go away from you.
No, she does bowl off spin. She does look like she bowls leg spin, but she does. She's very wristy. Yeah, so it is off spin. But you'll be forgiven for thinking it was leg.
Yeah, consider me deceived.
Yeah.
Utterly deceived.
Yeah.
Commentated on her plenty as well. Does she go into autopilot?
Yeah, no,
she's the benefit of having Kirsty White alongside to keep us sane up here. Oh, that one's gone through.
That has just held its line actually, hasn't it? That's a very nice delivery. Yeah, she's doing well and just keeping her hands nice and still and staying nice and low there.
Yeah, that's a great take. You make an excellent point. That one's got more flight, and we do see the slog sweep for the first time today. And it's an excellent bit of fielding. It can be a real nightmare those to end up accidentally overrunning, and Chloe Hill made no such mistake and manages to get it in to keep it to 1. That's a fine bit of work.
Yeah, really nicely fielded there by Chloe Hill. It was a great connection from Wilson. Classic Wilson sweep, if you will, but only for 1.
Going down the pitch this time, Luff, and nudging to short square leg. Yeah, she's played a few games for the Lashings World 11 this summer, which is sort of a team of ex-international legends that play fundraising fixtures in different clubs for Wilson. So this time coming down the track, Luff is finding long on for 1, and amongst various roles, yours truly works for Lashings, and one thing that we'll do, end of the over, 17 overs gone, 81 for 2, is put a GoPro on the batter and have them go and bat. And did this with Fran a couple of times, and there's a time in the innings where it's plenty of spin and medium pace, and it did at one point basically look like she'd been given a challenge of, can you sweep, reverse sweep or paddle every single ball that you face. Such was the fact that was very much the default setting of how she went about it. It does so very impressively in terms of manipulating the ball into gaps to at one point the opposition skipper quite hilariously pretty much saying out loud enough for all of the ground to pick up, how do you set a field to this? Because it got to a point where they had sort of 3 or 4 fielders behind square either side. We're trying to work out how on earth they navigate it. At one point we're in danger of obviously having 3 behind square on the leg side, which you can't do, and we're just completely in knots really. It is going to be Danny Gregory replacing McDonald Gate from our end, the Crystal Palace end. Luff and Wilson trying to continue on this excellent partnership.
It's a nice line to start as well.
Very different proposition to Moore.
Very different. Quicker, flatter, and yeah, so she will again target the stumps here.
It's the dip that she gets that to me has always seemed the most difficult. A few batters have talked about. So going to sweep there is Luff and gets it wide for a trouble. Wasn't quite at her brilliant best on Monday, Gregory. Number 34 off 5. It's relatively rare you see her only bowl 5 in an RHFT game.
Yeah.
Right on that, 1 to deep cover.
That's a very fair point. It is very rare that she only bowls. She will bowl her full quota, and quite often she'll bowl her full quota all in one. And that is a great luxury to have, and she is very consistent and can tie and end up nicely. And I think she'd probably be the first to put her hands up and say, do you know what, I wasn't at my best against Thunder the other day, so she'll be wanting to bounce back from that.
A little shorter, and that's worked away. It is a significant chase for deep point coming round, but it will still only be one. Her first 2 overs went for 20, pulled it back somewhat from there. And what we were just saying about the overs is reflected in the numbers. She's bowled more overs in this competition than any other bowler. Stars, this over you're watching now is her 76th of the season. It's her 12th game. So that's into the pads. She's gone at 5.18 and over, which particularly when you think that a lot of those games have been on a pretty batter-friendly surface like Beckenham, it's more than decent going. Bit more flight on that one, just push back. The one thing that surprised me with Gregory, just looking at this, is she's only taken 7 wickets at an average of 55. But she does create a lot of pressure that sometimes, I know various people in and around the camp have told me that in the way it can go, the other bowler benefits from.
Yeah.
I certainly in my head had her as having taken a fair few more than that.
Yeah, well, using footballing terms, you'd probably give her the assist, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. That's a rare one that she really gives a little bit more flight to, and Luff kind of digs it out, the kind of ball you might even need a spade for, really. 84 for 2 of 18.
Well, these wickets have been very dry, and we've been using some of the old wickets as nets the last couple of weeks, and we've not had a lot of rain lately, so they are dry. So the bucket and spade could be used potentially in the second innings.
That's the voice of a rare player who, I'm not sure whether you've necessarily had one, but certainly deserving of testimonials at 2 different counties, Hampshire and Surrey. Of Kirsty White alongside yours truly, Michael McCann. That partnership graphic tells you everything you need to know. 8 for 2 in a heck of a pickle. 84 for 2, a little bit more relaxed. Straight to mid wicket, a little bit more munching on a cheese and pickle sandwich, feeling a little bit content and starting to dream of what score they might be able to build here, Western Storm.
Yeah, this partnership's going just under 5 and over as well, which is a lovely partnership to...
First reverse of the day, and Wilson gets about 3 miles outside the line of off stump and is very definitely playing a shot, so doesn't really need to be too concerned. Now there's more response to the footwork that Wilson does by going quicker and flatter. Wilson goes deep in her crease, picks out deep backward square.
Yeah, I like that from Moore. She said if you're going to show me that front pad, you've got to be good enough to, well, which she is, but you do have to be good enough to make sure you can hit it, because I will strike you on the pad with a quicker delivery. So very well thought out plans from Moore.
The cat and the mouse of the spinner and batter game that we so enjoy. More flight on that one. Luff is coming down and turning into a low full toss. There's a brief bowler batter collision, but nothing too bad between Wilson and Moore. Elsewhere, the Blaze have picked up a couple of wickets. Sunrisers is 70 for 2. Scrivens and Gardner have both got starts and got out. Catherine Bryce has 1, and Kirsty Gordon has 1. Cordelia Griffith and Jodie Grucock out there now batting. So that's come right off the toe end, fielded by Moore off their own bowling. Just to remind you, Sunrisers in 3rd, Blaze in 5th. But one thing that people have often forgotten about their RHFT campaign is they were without the Bryces for their first 6 games. Here's Moore. So again, Wilson goes on the reverse. It beats everybody, and Luff says we'll come through for one of whatever on earth that turns out to be. And that is the end of the over. So given his runs, 87 for 2 off 19. And when you actually split the 6 games Blaze played without them, and then the 5 that they've played with them, without them they lost 4 from 6, and with them they've won 3, including an emphatic win here, They've won 3, they've lost 1, and they've had 1 no result. So it very much has been sort of like when you're playing a video game as a kid and you manage to find out the cheat codes and reinserted them back in, because those two are of that higher quality.
Yeah, they've also brought Tammy back in to bolster their batting attack today, so that's going to be a really interesting game to just keep an eye on today.
Here's Gregory. Giving that one plenty of flight, which isn't a phrase you find yourself using too often when talking about Danny Gregory, and that is a wide. One thing you would say today that Stars will be disappointed by is the number of extras. For a team that are normally typically very tidy, there's been a few more than they would have wanted. That is the 15th wide to go with a couple of leg byes. That's driven straight back at Gregory. Smith does the fielding, no run.
Yeah, and that is an element of the game that is a risk you take when you try and bowl as straight as we have been trying to bowl it. You've missed that margin that you do risk, obviously just straying down the leg side ever so slightly.
Gregory's short this time outside off, and has bisected the 2 sweepers nicely. It allows a very easy, sort of easy like Sunday morning 2 for Wilson. One that doesn't require too much sprinting.
Chloe Hill's been busy out on that cover boundary today, and she's been very tidy, very effective.
Yeah, covered a serious amount of yardage. Quite quietly. There hasn't necessarily been many big dramatic chases that have needed the quite sort of superhero level stop, but it's been very frequently in the game. That's just worked away once more to Hill, who, because that square boundary is sort of 65-70 metres as opposed to the straight, which is more of a 50-55, it means that whilst the sweeper's on the rope, every single time you've got to attack that with intent, because if you don't, they're probably taking 2.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that was a reflection from our game on, what day was it, last Saturday? But that intent to attack the ball in the field just wasn't quite there, and Thunder really capitalised in those areas. So
if you mean the Thunder game, it was Monday, but we are very much, we're well into the point of the summer where it's just playing, training, off. Like that is the categories.
Yeah, so Monday,
days of the week have long since gone out the window.
Yeah, so conversations around training have been, do you know what, we're going to attack the ball, and if we attack the ball hard, they're not going to take 2. If we fumble, it's okay because we've got there and we've attacked the ball. And if they do take 2, or try to take 2, the odds are more in our favour than theirs. That classic never run on a misfield saying. But yeah, it was a big reflection from Monday's game in our intent in the field.
The wide from Gregory, who's looking to refine her radar and does so nicely there. Does take that tally up to 17. Go with a couple of leg byes. So extras are running at almost an extra run over. And if that continues through the innings, you've given the opposition a half century, which more typically in a 50 over women's regional game, extras tend to run at in and around 20, something like that. So that's fielded well by ADR at short mid wicket. Snappily hurls it back in. 92 for 2 off 20, so the partnership is worth 84.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point you make there. If we're bowling an extra and over, how many extra overs are we bowling, and how many extra deliveries are we giving the Storm the opportunity to score off of? And that will be those are the margins that you win and lose games by. So I think we need to pick up on that very quickly and tighten up on our lines.
So from here, Storm will be 30 overs left. Plug that into your supercomputer. You go to run a ball, that's going to get you 180. That's 272. I think right now, if a certain grey-haired man on telly with some red and blue boxes offered Storm that, they'd be pretty happy. As this time, Wilson again is moving across. Something you notice her do a lot when the ball's coming into her. Very keen to get across outside that off stump into that area that she knows Moore will be looking to bowl at. And this time Wilson's sweeping and he's almost picking out deep mid-wicket. It could have been a catching chance. As it was, there was just a moment where McDonald Gay got caught in two minds and ends up slightly fumbling it as it goes to the rope. It was hit hard by Wilson, who gets her reward and moves into the 40s.
Yeah, it just looked for a minute there that, I mean, it's hit on the up, it's hit upish, and I think McDonald-Gay has probably thought, oh, okay, and it's actually arrived there a little bit quicker than she thought, and therefore couldn't quite adjust her feet to pick the ball up. Added the spin into the mix, and it's just beaten her.
It's just turned away for one through square leg. What you didn't quite catch on that replay, which was what made it all the more awkward for McDonald-Gay, was she'd fully committed for about 5 yards to the sprinting and acceleration to go and take the catch, and then sort of freeze framed and stopped and had to try and find a way to set herself and actually execute the stop on the bounce.
Yeah, hesitation is one of the greatest nemesis of a cricket player, I'd probably say. As soon as you get caught in that two minds and hesitate, you are pretty much done for. So yeah, McDonald-Gay will be very disappointed with that, particularly with the outcome. Not necessarily with not taking the catch, but certainly the boundary that came from it.
Wilson again stepping across and just nudging more into the onside. Wilson's been very much the more purposeful of these two and proactive. Luff is doing exactly what she should do in this situation, which is be the anchor to just bed down. There's a deep set field, there's singles all over the place.
Both have been faultless, really.
So this time Luff is just playing out to cover, no run. 7 off the over, 21 gone, 99 for 2 at a slightly chilly, windy Beckenham, where that wind in particular is starting to whip up. There's the card, tells its own story. Corney gone off courting Coleman and just lolloping a simple catch to Franklin mid-wicket in the opening over, and then Paige Schofield completing a run out of Seren Smell. In terms of bowling for Stars, Courting Coleman was excellent first up, and then Franklin and McDonald-Gay were a touch more expensive, and Moore has bowled a reasonably tidy 5 in the company of Gregory, who's about to start her 3rd.
Yeah, Moore's been excellent actually. I think the one boundary from her spell so far, she's been really tight, just picking up singles.
Gregory again,
That's
push
nice.
back. The game is in something of a holding pattern here.
I think Stars are going to have to be very mindful of this partnership, but it could potentially be a game of who blinks first here. Wilson's been outstanding.
It's Gregory to Wilson, who is cutting straight to point.
One thing you can't afford to do with this partnership is let them play. You can't let them just play their natural game, and I think that you said that the number of extras that Stars have bowled with wide is they're looking to bowl straight. We don't want to give them any width because they are very strong cutters of the ball. They play very well square of the wicket. Those classic soft hands, they'll guide the ball nicely, use pace where it's on offer. So width isn't something they want to offer. But now we're probably thinking, how are we picking up this wicket and where is it coming from?
Gregory's building some nice pressure in this over, but now Wilson will get off strike. Just goes short and chops it out to cover. It's slightly ironic with these two. They're both really impressive batters as the 100 comes up in the 22nd over, but their favoured areas to hit in the ground are almost the diametric opposite of where the ground dimensions would suggest a lot of players might look to target. Slightly shorter boundaries are straight, but these two don't tend to hit straight anywhere near as much as they'll work through squarer of the wicket, both off the back foot in the ways that you mentioned, the cuts and the pulls, but also the guides, the grazes, the sweeps, the reverse sweeps.
They've adapted really nicely, and they've said, okay, that's fine. Do you know what? We'll pick our runs up through just hitting the sweepers and running.
Down the track, not fully in control of this, Luff, but she knew that there was a big gap out in the covers and gets 4 for it. Well, that is a real change of gears from Sophie Luff, who largely has played second fiddle in the orchestra behind Fran Wilson, but decides that she's going to come down the pitch to Greg, who really commits to the shot, gets the fast hands through it, and there's enough power more so slightly than timing, to get a one bounce 4. That's good batting. It gives Gregory something to think about. Means what was a tight over goes for 5, and Storm are 104 for 2 off 22.
Yeah, just an element of premeditation actually with that shot there. I think Luff has already committed that she's coming down the track, and Gregory's dragged it a little bit shorter, but Luff has, because she's committed to that shot, has just been able to adapt and get it through and over extra cover. Not as nice as she would have wanted to strike the ball, but she gets good value for her shot nonetheless. Yeah, and just a slight change in intent, so it will be interesting to see now what happens with this partnership. Bryony bringing herself into the attack.
Smith from the City end. That's just played out to deep point for 1. She has joked to me before that she only bowls herself when it's a Bunsen, and it is a pitch that is turning a fair bit. Smith, who when she has bowled, has been very effective. Actually the best economy rate of any Stars bowler, just a tickle over 4 and over. That's just placed in the gap. Alice Davidson-Richards comes around from square leg, and the cricketer, who seems to almost permanently wear a smile on her face, can see the humorous side as stops it, and is not able to keep the quick single from happening.
She's great. We love her.
Smith once more, quicker and flatter. No single there, straight to deep third. Just one of those people with that utterly infectious energy.
You can't not smile. You just can't not smile when you're in her presence and you're with her. And even, you know, from here, if I look at ADR, I'll just have a little warming smile. She's just a really fantastic person and human, and great to be around.
It's just guided away to deep cover. One memory for me that sort of summed up that was she came out in the game at the Oval at the T20 with 2 to win, and where so many players would sort of think, I'll just nibble this and get my not out and get off again. So instead, as Luff faces up, more flight from Smith, and well fielded off her own bowling, tries to ramp first ball and gets caught at short fine leg, and walks off just throwing a bat in the air, but not in any kind of frustration, quite the opposite, just having a laugh, just wanting to entertain people. Smith again.
Yeah, she certainly won't stew on that. She's very quick to, and I admire that about her, because that would, you know, be living rent free in my head for a long time.
I was about to say, a lot of batters would frustrate the hell out of them, and it was just very much 107 for 2 off 23. The partnership is 1 short of a century. It was very much just, look, I'm at the Oval, I'm in the sunshine, I'm having fun, we need 2 to win, why not? And even though it didn't happen, it was just very much in a very positive sort of zen, stay in the middle kind of way. Just say la vie, walk off and have a laugh about it.
Yeah, she's very good at just, you know, letting things go, and okay, today wasn't the day, so how can I impact the game in a different way? So, and I guess that would be one of her frustrations, that she hasn't had the opportunity to do that with the ball. But even still,
as Gregory continues, he's driven hard into the covers while stopped by McDonald Gay.
Yeah, McDonald Gay just almost stopping the ball right on top of that. That's come onto her really quickly there. She's just managed to kind of pincer that between hand and floor.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how.
Oh no, it certainly doesn't.
All that Danny Gregory will care about is that the figures were preserved. Yeah, just mentioning, so ADR coming into today has bowled 29 overs in 11 games, which is lower than a fully fit her would have bowled by a distance, no doubt. Here's Gregory again, that will be straight at point, and just starting to build a little bit of pressure here. Wilson's 3 short of what would be yet another off-century in what's been excellent Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy campaign for her. She got 65 in the reverse fixture in the West Country against Stars earlier this season. So that's shorter, hammered down the ground, but Schofield is out at long on, so it will be just 1. That game, as the 100 partnership comes up between these two off, I make it to be 130 balls. That's very good going. Remember that it was 8 for 2, what suddenly feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, and they're batting like a pair that, and like a team that wouldn't be sitting in the top half of the table. You wouldn't have thought that they'd had the run of games that they have. They look confident.
Luff comes down the track and is driving wide of Smith. That is a classy shot from a classy player. This is not a bad ball from Gregory at all, and it's a bit of a textbook lesson in how to commit to coming down the pitch against spin. Luff comes down, Gregory sees that she's come down, throws it a little wider, and Luff is able to just get his fast hands through it and thread the needle for 4.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot there from Luff. She's picked up on the slight change in line. She's kept her hands high and she's just guided that through. She's so strong through those areas, but the key factor there is that could have gone wrong had her hands dropped when she moved forward, but she kept them nice and high, straight through the line.
Luff this time is coming down the pitch and just
She's
nudging out to
look
square
busy.
leg. Yeah, there's been a definite little kick up, but that's the end of the over 5 off it, 112 for 2 off 24, 1 over before drinks now. There's definitely been a little kick up in the tempo from Sophie Luff in the last 10-15 minutes or so. I guess going back to what we said a little while ago, the problem has been so often that not enough players apart from these two have consistently stood up with the bat for Storm.
Yeah, and I think, Luff here, 43 from 75, she won't be worried about that or concerned about that at all. I think the plan here for these two will be, let's build all the way through and make sure at least one of us is here for the final 10, both ideal, and from there we've got Nat Wraith that can come in, and it's a lovely sweep there.
That's hit hard. That might have gone between the two. It has gone between the two. It's 50 for Fran Wilson.
Yeah, and that's really well batted. She deserves that.
Fran Wilson goes to 52. It's coming good time. She in particular has been the one to inject a sense of tempo into this Storm recovery. 52 off 63 deliveries, brought up with her 5th 4 on the sweep shot. The experienced international, a one-time World Cup winner, of course, back in 2017. Yet again, showing how impressive she is. Her 5th 50 in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy this season, and right now he's up to 2nd in the top run scorers list, behind only Eve Jones of Sparks.
Wow, that is a stat, isn't it?
And this time she's just poking into the offside for 1.
And she's just quietly gone about her business. She's not taken any risks. She's just played every ball as it comes. She's very clear in her game plan, and that sweep that took her to her 50 was just a textbook sweep. That would, if any young players are watching and want to know how to sweep, then Fran Wilson is the player to watch here.
This time is coming down and slicing Luff into a gap in the offside. She wanted it to go through the covers. Instead it goes through more of a backward point region, but she'll take the 4 regardless.
Yeah, and we spoke at the end of the last over about the slight shift in intent here from Luff, so it's going to be really interesting to see. So she finished the last ball of the last over, going through, piercing that extra cover gap between her extra cover and mid-off, and now she's tried to play the same shot, not quite to the same.
This time Luff is getting 1 down to long on.
Yeah, so I think I'm really curious to see how Luff goes here. Is she now thinking, okay, I've faced enough deliveries, it's time to kick on? Or is this just, okay, no, I'm ready. Let's see what we can get here.
This time Wilson is just guiding into the offside. Well, Luff has scored 10 off the last 6 balls that she's faced, and she's hit 2 of her 5 boundaries across the innings in that time. And it's not just the fact she's hit those boundaries, but it's the fact that both of them involve the intent of coming down the pitch and playing a more expansive shot than what she's shown for a lot of the innings so far.
Just a slight fielding change here, so Alice Davidson-Richards just coming into that 45 position and square leg moving a little bit straighter.
It's that time he's just pushed away. This is a field that we have often seen from the Stars at Beckenham this season in both 50 over and T20 cricket. That deep set onside field with the spinner bowling quite straight. End of the over, it's a very productive one for Western Storm. 12 off it, 124 for 2. The partnership is 116 unbroken. And it is a scoreboard that at 8 for 2 at Drinks felt very unlikely, Kirsty White.
It did, and I think it will be interesting to see. It would be nice to have a little microphone in that huddle now and just have a little ear on what the talk is around this drinks break and how Stars feel and what they reflect on. I think we know what par is on this deck. I think there might be a little bit of disappointment. It's worth noting that actually that second wicket and the run out in particular was potentially a stroke of luck, and it was more the misfortune of the storm than a wicket that Stars have created. But at 8 for 2, sorry, you would have thought, yeah, we really need to keep turning the screws here and put a lot of pressure on. And Wilson and Luff just absorbed that pressure and said, do you know what, we can take it, we'll build it, we're going to stay here and build. And so now I think Stars are going to have to think about where they're getting that wicket from, because they need to break this partnership.
It's actually a drinks break that definitely comes at a better time for Stars.
Yeah, Luff on 49, so could the curse of drinks bring a wicket for Stars? I think that will be one thing they might be hoping for.
I think it is worth saying as well, we've emphasised how excellent these two have been, and they are comfortably Storm's top run scorers in the competition this season. And whilst Storm have maybe been a little more dependent on them than they might have liked, there is plenty more to come. Amanda J. Wellington has the best strike rate in the entire competition this season. She's really worked on her power hitting in that kind of finisher's position. So she's striking at 136 runs per 100 balls at an average of 29 as well. So hopefully, as long as she managed to get some sleep on that plane that she was on last night heading into London, she'll be well placed to come out and give it a bash. Natasha Rafe has 360 runs at an average of 36 and a healthy strike rate too. So those would be probably the most notable pair of what is to come that Storm would look to add impetus as and when Wilson and Luff were to depart.
Yes, and I think what Wilson and Luff have done really well is make it look really easy. They've absorbed pressure nicely, but the wicket is turning and it is offering a bit, and they've made it look so easy that sitting on the sidelines you might think, right, okay, I'm just gonna come in, it's a nice deck to play on. Hopefully those players haven't been lulled into a false sense of security, because that can so often happen where you've had two set batters for such a long period of time. You're the next batter in and you think, I'm just going to do what they've done.
I tell you what,
It's
though,
easy.
it might be sort of cloudy and windy and 16 degrees, but we're both getting a visible demonstration of what this has taken out of even two extremely fit high performance athletes in Wilson and Luff, because if you just look at their faces, they are so red in the face, and you can see why, because they've had to run a heck of a lot there. I mean, the boundary percentage has gone, it's shot up in the last 5-6 overs or so before drinks, but until then that was a lot of hard yakka, and not just running, but a heck of a lot of those felt like they were properly sprinting a quick single, sprinting the turn for two. Those kind of little investments that across a piece, they're running between the wickets between them is probably worth at least 15 in this partnership.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Stars need to take some positives from. We, as a team and as a bowling unit and in the field, we talk about boundary string and how many
Boundary string.
So how many balls or how long it takes between boundaries, and how long we can keep teams from scoring boundaries, and it's been a really big kind of element of our game. So the more you can stop teams from scoring boundaries, particularly on a wicket like this with an outfield as fast as it is, the positives will come from that, and the more we can tire them out by making them run their runs, will have greater impact.
Gregory to bowl the first ball after drinks, which is this guided away for one, and Sophie Luff gets a 50. A fifth 50 of this Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy campaign. She hit 59 against the South East Stars at Taunton in May, and much like Wilson, has repeated the feat in the return fixture. The skipper, who's gone past 400 and is now almost past 450 runs in the competition this season. So a very handy knock. So that's short. It's kept a little bit low from Gregory.
She's adapted really nicely to that.
Wilson gets one, and Wilson makes that look quite simple. It wasn't.
I think one thing that's impressed me really well with Luff and Wilson here is their use of the feet. When they've been playing off the back foot and they've been cutting out towards that cover boundary, a lot of the shots they're playing, they're taking it off the top of off or middling off, so they're using their feet really nicely just to guide that ball out to the sweepers.
That's it hard down the ground, and Schofield coming around from long on will keep it to one with some good hustle. It is the exact same track as the one that was used on Monday for the Thunder game. You may be interested to know if you're at home. So it will spin, will keep a little low, and you would imagine that Sophie Luff will be very happy that she called correctly with heads and on the toss and chose to bat.
Yes.
Didn't actually, amongst other things, check that with Bryony, but I'm pretty certain she'd have done the same.
Yes, I would imagine she would have too. When I arrived and saw the Stars in the huddle just getting ready to go out to field, I thought we must have lost the toss. In my head, and having conversations with some of my friends last night, I would want Amanda Jade Wellington bowling second on this wicket.
Yep, absolutely. Overpitched. Oh, banged down the ground by Luff. Wide of long off. That's a favoured area for her. Likes to get inside out of the ball against the spinner and then get those fast hands free and through the ball, capitalising on Gregory just being the tiniest touch too full, and a couple of spectators are not really in danger of being sconned by the ball, but it was just about close enough to give them a pleasant reminder to make sure to keep watching the cricket. And Bryony Smith is now having to get under the rain covers and grab it.
And that is an extremely difficult shot to play as well. When you take into consideration the line that Gregory's bowling, she's bowling straight, so she's had to manipulate that over extra cover. And probably one of the most difficult shots to play when playing down the ground and over the top. The angle coming in to her was not offering that, so she's had to reduce it, and she's done it superbly.
So, fascinating passage of play here as Luff and Wilson look to accelerate. Neither have a century this season for Storm.
I think that'll be key here.
Gregory again, and this time Luff just pushes into the offside.
I think one or both of these players will need to now go on and convert this. That'll put them in a really nice position.
26 overs gone, 132 for 2. Luff intriguingly this is her 5th 50 and has a best of 76 not out. Wilson has 5 50s but has a high score this season of 67. And that is definitely a pair of scores that if you offered either player at this state of the game, they would emphatically say no deal. With their undoubted quality, they back themselves to go on. But they have to deal with a precocious teenager who's been tearing up women's cricket this season. She's almost so young it feels insulting just to identify her as a teenager, because that denotes that she might be 19 and just clinging on to such a status.
Yes, yeah. No, she is very much, and has many years, many
a child,
years left ahead of her.
An embryo. She was born later than certain players who she's faced this season had started their county and representative careers. She is, of course, Tilly Coulting-Coleman, 1 for 16 off 6. He's nurdled round the corner, fielded by Davidson Richards. Good running from Luff, and she was heading to the danger end. For those unfamiliar with Matilda Rose Coulting-Coleman, 17 years and 8 days. She's just ticked over, turning 17. Did so on August the 23rd. She's had quite the summer of it. Had a 100 contract in her pocket before she'd even made her Stars debut, because Charlotte Edwards had seen her have a bowl in the net and thought, I don't need to even see her in regional cricket, I'm going to have a piece of that now in my team. So that's no run there for Luff.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting decision here. I think this might just indicate that Bryony is looking for a wicket. She's said enough's enough now. We need something, and I'm going to go to the baby. and see if she can produce.
Luff coming down, as she so often has, particularly in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, was a massive part of Stars getting so far in that, finishing up as runners up behind the Blaze. Luff will get one down the ground. Has been noticeable to see that 50 over cricket is going to provide a different sort of challenge for her, in the sense that it can be harder as a spinner when players don't have to go after you as much. It's a little bit more cat and mouse.
She's very much wise beyond her years when it comes to her plans as a bowler, and one thing she does constantly is ask questions.
Yeah.
And she'll ask anyone any question and seek lots of different answers, and then make a judgment on what she thinks is the best to do in that situation.
Goes to sweep. Might have just got a little something on it to beat Chatley. St Richards does the fielding in a tag team combination with Cranston. They hustle back for 2, which will be runs, it looks like. So 4 to come off Courting Coleman's first over back. 136 for 2 off 27. And that card tells its own story. Very impressive half centuries by both of this pair. So far in this competition heading into today, 1 for 104 off 21 overs. So it's been pretty economical. It's gone at tickle under 5, but hasn't quite picked up the amount of wickets that she had in T20 cricket. It's easy to forget with a player like that when they burst onto the scene that there is still an element of very much learning and growing into the level of cricket that they've jumped up to. And also there's often you get that oscillation where the video analysts and the opposition go through every single bit of sort of, you know, what you've had for breakfast, lunch and dinner level of forensics, and then try and work out ways to counter your threat. It is a double change because McDonald Gay will come on, and we'll start with a bumper, which has been a bit of a theme of today, but that is wide. She'll have to re-bowl.
Yeah, and make no mistake, Tilly she's very young, but she knows what she's doing with every delivery, and she would have had a very clear plan. Her methods before the game, where she looks at every batter in detail. She'll have a plan for every batter, for every stage of the game that she bowls in. She does her homework and she works really, really hard.
McDonald Gay with another wide. It's just slightly losing her angles here. And it does mean that that extra count continues to tick up. Elsewhere, at Derby, a little slower than here in the 26th over. Cordelia Griffith is 49 not out. Her and Jodie Grewcock building a good partnership. 132 for 2, 26.4. So it's a pretty similar game state to here as Franklin does the fielding. Scampered single, which has been a real defining feature of this partnership. 2 games that have a real big impact on what's to come from here. The second place Northern Diamonds face 6th place Lancashire Thunder tomorrow. Sunrisers versus Blaze is 3rd versus 5th, and you're watching 4th against 8th. So that's just dribbled away. Might be pad, might be bat. Courting Coleman does the fielding. 1 run given. Western Storm are just about in the qualification mix, but it's very threadbare in truth. They would have to win all 3 games with bonus points and need an extended combination of ridiculous results to squeeze their way into the top 4. You can pretty safely say they're out of it, but everybody else has got a realistic chance. So that's just pushed away by Luff. Central Sparks is second bottom. Got a surprise win yesterday against the Vipers to move on to 21 points. But they've played a game more than everybody else, as have the Vipers. Thunder is 6th with 21 points. Blaze are 5th with 23. Stars are 4th with 27. So Stars might be in that 4th qualification spot, but they have 3 teams within 6 points of them. It's a really tight race. So that's Donald Gay, just again strained down leg, but it's clearly taken a flick off the pad, so not a wide.
Yeah, interesting there. A few hands on heads. Don't know if that's actually maybe taking a little bit of bat on the way through, or just
one of those awkward, just guided down leg where might have taken the tiniest flick of willow. That's come off the inside half of Luff's bat. That's a good spot for McDonald Gay to be in.
Yeah, definitely. That's a much better line. That's just done a little bit off the seam, as you can see. It's not quite gone where Luff had hoped for it to go. So I think that's just, I don't know whether it was a cutter. I didn't watch it come out of the hand. But what we do know about McDonald Gay, she does have some excellent variations, and I'd like to see her go to those a little bit more now, I think.
Straight to Davidson Richards at cover. Hopefully we get a game that's half as exciting and close as the reverse fixture was between these two at Taunton in May. 140 for 2, bang on 5 and over. That was a bit of an epic. South East Stars put up 298 for 5 off just 44 overs. Schofield was 74 at better than a runner ball. ADR got a slightly more measured 65, and Cranstone, the pocket rocket, produced with 63 off just 40. As the Storm bowlers got a bit of a clattering, and then it got rain reduced. Storm needed 229 to win off just 36, and well, I say they needed that. The game was rained out 8 overs short of the initial reduction, with them 8 runs ahead. So Storm took the contest by just 8. It was a bit of a shame it didn't play out to its natural conclusion, in truth. This is Courtine Coleman.
It also feels like a lifetime ago.
It does, yeah. It feels like positively sort of millennia ago. That was May the 1st.
It's been a long season.
It was almost 5 months ago to the day.
Gosh.
Stepping across this time, it's trying to sweep Wilson. Wilson in that one made 65 and Luff made 59. And then Natasha Rafe produced with 40 not out off 28, and Amanda Jane Wellington whacked 30 off just 16. And those were the 4 real defining innings that meant that when the final bit of conclusive rain came, the calculators had Storm just about ahead.
This is a little bit of a better period here for Stars, minus the wides in the last over. We're keeping the dot balls coming and keeping it to singles here, which is nice. So interesting to see how Luff and Wilson respond here. Are they going to start chasing boundaries, or are they just going to be content to keep rolling and ticking over as they go?
They've just switched to a 5-4 onside field as well, which isn't something you necessarily see too often.
Yes, I like that. It's attacking, it's aggressive. It says, do you know what? No, we're not going to let you take any singles here. We want you to score a boundary, or try to score a boundary. At least we don't want you to score a boundary, of course, but
yeah.
But we want you to look to score and take risks. And I like that. That's very good. Interesting to see. We're going to keep that mid-wicket in now, so she's going to jump back across here. So Courtine Coleman's goal here is just to get out of the over.
Just a smidgen of pressure starting to build on these two. Oh, and there we go. Well, the pressure nearly told there, and it probably should have done. Courtine Coleman induces Luff to charge down the pitch, missed the ball by quite some distance. It just about has the height on it to not end up with Luff bowled, and Chatley can't take it to complete the stumping.
Gosh, that's actually come in.
Yeah, that's done.
She's darted that in
sorts.
quicker, and that. Wow, the
Oh
drift.
Yeah. Tough one for the keeper, Chatley, who, when you've got the batter charging out in front of you and then the ball coming back like that, is quite the combination.
Through the gate. It's not beating the outside edge. That's gone between bat and pad, so it's in a bit of a blind spot for Chatley. There will be disappointment about there, but that's an excellent over, and I think I really like that plan there from Smith, just to say, do you know what? We're sick of this, and you're going to have to do more.
That's the kind of direct insight you get from a player in the box.
Yeah.
As commentators try and put it slightly politely.
Yes. Yeah. No. And it's
it's very pleasant to have someone just come in and call the spade a spade. We're sick of this.
Well.
The partnership is 135, so you are firmly into sick of this kind of territory, really.
Yeah, and it's I think in previous years, that wouldn't have happened, and we may have just, said, yes, there it is.
Well, we did say the pressure had been starting to build, and Rihanna McDonald-Gay uproots the leg stump and shows once more why she's right in the England mix. The top wicket taker in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy strikes yet again, her 21st in the competition, and this long, highly impressive stand is finally broken. Sophie Luff, the visiting captain, has to go trying to whip it into the onside. It's been a great knock from her. She perishes after her 5th Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy 50 of the season, bowled by McDonald Gate for 58.
Yeah, and I would imagine Kira Chatley will be slightly relieved there, having missed the stumping the end of the last over, so that's Luff gone. But we spoke a while ago about boundaries and boundary strings, and there had been a bit of a flurry of boundaries
just before drinks, and there hasn't been one for over 3 overs now, so that pressure Stars had just built, had just generated that, and Luff fell into that trap, I think, of thinking I need now to score a boundary. Mid-wicket was in front of the bat and within her eye line, and she's thought, I'm going to try and take you on, go up and over, and has perished as a result. So really good captaincy there from Bryony Smith, and I like that Stars have just stuck to their plans. They've been aggressive and said, okay, how can we create something here without having to do anything majorly dramatic? And so drinks was 124 for 2, and since then it's gone, so that's just guided away into the covers by Rafe. Since then it's gone 8, 4, 4 and then 2, so it's just quieting down a touch, and that lack of boundaries in particular has induced a shot that led to the departure of Luff. That time again Rafe won't get one. Rafe has had a quietly very impressive Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Normally when players tend to score 360 runs in a competition, you're going to see a few skyscrapers, and there hasn't really been that. She's got a high score of 73, but apart from that hasn't ever passed 50, and yet her average is healthily in the mid-30s. That's back of a length thirds into the pad, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's very handy to have a player that is consistently making significant contributions for you as she has. It's just slightly atypical.
Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting to see around that how many wickets have fallen around her, and what have been the average scores that the team have produced. Because I think it's a big pressure. That's a really nice glance off the pads there from Wraith to get her off strike.
Strike rate of 92 as well, so only Amanda J. Wellington has a better strike rate than her in the competition for this season, other than Danny Gibson or Heather Knight, who both have barely played, so you almost sort of can't necessarily count them into the sample group. They've only had the odd game when not busy with England duties. So that's Fuller, and just guided away by Wilson for one more. And that's the other question we're into now, as Wilson will keep the strike, 145 for 3 off 30. Does Wilson change the way she's been playing? She's been batting at the higher tempo than Luff anyway, and scoring slightly the quicker, so you would imagine that for now she would just go on her merry way.
Yeah, and a few overs and just up to drinks, that run rate had creeped up to just over 5 and over. I think it was 5.2. It's dropped back down now to 4.8. So Wilson will be mindful of that run rate and not wanting it to drop consistently. It's an interesting part of the game that Wraith's joined. There's still 20 overs to go, so there's a long period of play still ahead, and lots of wickets in hand here still. I think Storm will be wanting to make sure that they bat their full allocation and actually get maximum value from this wicket here. So yeah, this partnership in the next few overs will be interesting to see what permeates from it.
Courtney Coleman continuing. Runner ball gets 265. So that's away by Wilson for 1. If I were to say deal or no deal, Chief, from a Stars perspective at 265, you playing on, or are you saying we'll
I'd always back our batters 100%. I think 265. I think they'd probably be disappointed if the team got to 265 with the start that they got. However, I think I'd comfortably back our batters to be able to chase that. We've got such depth in our lineup.
Rafe vulnerable, only on one, just covering up there. But from here, as in from the game state right now, would you be happy with Storm getting to 265, or would
I'd
you
never
say?
be happy with that, to be honest. When I'm in the field, if a team gets over 200, I'm never happy.
It's
but
jammed down
as a
by
batting
Rafe.
team, I'd always want to be scoring at least 250. So I have mixed standards there.
Well, it's good to have high standards all the way around. I
I'd
mean,
like to
that's what
chase
puts
as
you
low-
in elite
yeah,
sport, right?
That's it, yeah. And I'd like to chase as low a total possible and post as high a score as we can. But no, I think it would be par. And they haven't bowled their best. Again, a lot of extras. So I don't know how many overs in addition we've bowled so far. So that is a real element of
Down the ground from Rafe, and briefly TCC was thinking of the possibility of a caught in bowl. The extras have tightened up a little.
Yeah.
It was tracking. It was 19 after 19, and there've been just 2 in the last 10 overs or so. So that has quite noticeably dipped down. Courtine Coleman goes shorter. It keeps it a little low. Wilson plays it with quiet effectiveness, which is someone who has the pleasure of knowing her off the field as well. She's very much not a white line fever sort of player.
Absolutely not.
It's,
No, she's
it's kind of the opposite. It's quietly effective on and off the field.
Yeah.
Right now, she has played a heck of an innings. It's been a joy to watch.
She is that kind of batty. She is someone that you could sit and watch bat all day. She's very classic in terms of the strokes that she plays. She doesn't kind of do anything extraordinary, but she accumulates. And she does it in a very pleasing way to watch.
Yeah, totally agree. Beg your pardon. All I was going to add was that she's extremely modest,
She
like
is.
aggressively modest. So
Yeah.
she's now facing Gregory's on. And it's got a sort of slightly menacing smile on her face.
She does, doesn't she? I like this.
She plots her way to getting rid of Wilson, who goes short and pulls out to deep mid-wicket.
Wilson's done well there, actually. Although short, has actually just held in the surface a little bit, so she's done well to just hold and keep the ball on the floor as she's played that shot out. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I was just going to say, when introducing her to a few different people, she was playing for Lashings for the first time. She was acting like she was a competition winner, like in terms of the vibes. As Rafe is still settling to her work, so Stars will be eyeing another scalp here. And we'll get one there, and that's the other thing Wilson does that is, as there is a throw, but even with a direct hit wouldn't have been out. He's good hustle in the field. It's good cricket all round. One thing that Wilson does that helps put a new batter at ease, which is run so well. 150 is up in the 32nd over, and yours truly was there, quite forthrightly telling people this is a World Cup winner and a legend.
Yeah.
Even if she won't tell you anything herself.
Yeah. She goes quietly under the radar.
Pulls out for one. Yeah, she was very much sort of the vibes of I'm in this team with Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, trying to think of some other names.
Just keep dropping names, yeah.
Ryan Sybon, etc.
Anyone
No,
else?
I shouldn't be here. And it was like, yes, you absolutely should. You've won a World Cup. A lot of these people never did that.
Yeah. She's also, I mean, we're talking about her batting at the moment, and rightly so. She's out in the middle and she's doing her job.
She looked like she wanted to hide behind a door when you were doing that. It was just like, no, not me. Anyway.
But she's also one of the best fielders in the country as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some of the catches I've seen her take are out of this world. And again, there are many fielders that would take an extraordinary catch and would do a lap of honour probably, and and she does
just
it.
hides, wants to dig a hole.
Like, oh gosh, please don't look at me. But then that's just a standard practice for her.
Gregory trying to get out the over with another dot on Rafe. And Will, that's
Really
good from
nice.
Stars. Rafe has 3 off 12 and is finding it hard to get going here. 151 for 3 off 32. Yeah, so there was one Lashings game she played that was, it was the day after a 100 game, and she'd taken a really good catch in the covers, but again, the kind of like standard practice for her sort of catch. And one of the first things I and a few people said to her watch the game was like, oh, that catch she took last night, and she was just like, she genuinely couldn't even remember. It was just like, oh yeah, that one, yeah. It was very, not a reference I thought I'd ever make in any women's cricket commentary, but very much had the vibes of the Mario Balotelli, the postman doesn't celebrate when he delivers the post. Like, I am just going to stand there and not even move. Except with Balotelli, it's a slightly more egotistical vibe than the Wilson vibe. So that's short, pummeled out to deep mid wicket. She'll get 67. I mentioned before she's got 5 50s now, including this one this season, and she hasn't gone past 67, and she'll be all too aware of that. And on a nice true batting wicket that it's doing a bit, but you wouldn't say it's got tons of demons in it. She will be eyeing that 3 figures eventually. Well, Rafe gets a single, and that is important for Storm as well. At this stage, they can't really afford Rafe to struggle to get through the gears.
Yeah, she's got a role to play here, Rafe, in terms of just supporting now and making sure that she's not absorbing too many dot balls, but keeping Wilson on strike and letting her face as many deliveries as possible.
It's just guided into the onside, which
so that's
is
68 now for Wilson, is it?
Yeah, well, that's a high score.
High score. Well, I've been watching a lot of the Olympics and the Paralympics this season, so whenever anyone's hit their highest score of the season, for me it's their season best.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah.
Very, very much in the lingo of the Olympics and the Paralympics at the moment.
That's off the outside edge from Rafe. That's gone for 1. Yeah, I had the absolute pleasure of commentating on the Olympic Games, and then jumping back to cricket was as much as I loved my cricket. It's probably my favourite sport. Had to briefly make sure I sort of didn't start talking about Greco-Roman wrestling. That's short and away for 1. Yeah, there's not really many ways that you can work references to judo, taekwondo and Greco-Roman wrestling into cricket. There's not really many things where you can start talking about takedowns or shoulder throws or that, like.
It's very niche.
Yeah, exactly. Worked away for 1 more by Rafe.
Although I'd like to hear how many times you could say Greco-Roman wrestling on.
Yes, that's very much the Peter Piper picked a pepper and all that sort of.
A lot of mouth warm-ups before that.
Exactly. 157 for 3 of 33. So this has been a good little post-drinks period for the Stars. 33 for 1 in 8 overs. It might not sound kind of remarkably, that's a huge collapse, but they were going at a tickle over 5. Since drinks, Storm have gone at just a tickle over 4. They have lost Luff. Boundaries have dried up a touch, and Rafe, who normally has scored at a very decent rate in this competition this season, is just a bit contained on 6 of 15.
Yeah, and she's not a contained player, so this could be a real battle for her here. Sitting in 2 minds as to, do I play my natural game, which is aggressive, or do I pick up ones and rotate? Well,
full toss.
An answer there.
Well, I think she'll feel a little bit filthy with herself for missing out on that. She bunts that down to long on for 1, and then walks down the pitch with that sort of dismissiveness, as if to say, I shouldn't be moving anywhere. I should have thumped that in the gap for 4.
That we should also dangerous low full toss, though.
It's the ball we were talking about. The Alex Hartley, the Fee Morris, plenty other bowlers have used it to good effect. This time that is very much not a full toss. It's nearly caught at point. It wasn't really a chance at all. Davidson Richards charging forward to try and get there and scoop the hands underneath. Ends up scooping it up very much on the bounce, but it's good inducement from Gregory, finding the outside edge with a bit of turn. Tends to get a lot more overspin and dip than necessarily movement from right to left, but definitely did there. So that one's cut away by Wilson, who will get 1. It should be said as well, whilst we were slightly jokingly discussing Greco-Roman wrestling, that Tilly Coulting-Coleman, much more importantly, completed her 10 overs, 1 for 31, bowled with the maturity of a 37-year-old rather than a 17-year-old.
Older than me. Yeah, fantastic again from Tilly. Worth noting here as well, we haven't actually seen a boundary from Storm since the 26th over.
Yep.
So pressure is mounting there.
that is what I believe, I'm reliably told they call a boundary string.
That's exactly what they call a boundary string, or at least we at the Stars do. Maybe letting you in.
I've not heard that one before, but I like it.
Well, it's the same as a dot ball string, and we talk a lot about dot ball strings in T20 cricket, and again, you know, how many boundaries you let another team score.
As that's off the outside edge for the second time in the over. Gregory finds the outside edge. This time Smith is charging away through the offside. In the end, it is dealt with by the sweeper Hill at the expense of 2.
Something definitely coming here. You can just feel that pressure mounting.
Yeah, they're not quite getting the acceleration they would have liked, Western Storm. It was very well set at drinks for a little bit of fortissimo to follow after the break, but it hasn't quite emerged like that. Stars have managed to strangle their West Country opposition a little more. Is that straight to back point, but it's the classic watch the spin, and the spin has unfortunately done for the Stars there, and it's done for Alexa Stonehouse, who's on as the 12th, not in the playing 11 today, and it runs away for 4.
Yeah, just a little slip there as well for Alexa, and she'll be disappointed that that's just spun past her.
Yeah,
spun a lot.
It did spin quite a bit. Wondering as well who she's on for, and hopefully it is just the classic comfort breaks and rotation rather than anything more serious.
She's on very Lish Cranstone, yeah.
Haven't seen anything that looks even close to an injury of note. 165 for 3 off 34, so 16 overs left. Phoebe Franklin will come back on. Run a ball from here gets 2-6-1. Elsewhere, it's a game that's, for the most part, seeming to mirror this. 153 for 4 off 33, the Sunrisers. Cordelia Griffith has 60 not out. Jodie Grucock made 36 but is gone now. Alice McLeod is out there alongside Griffith as that's boshed down the ground for 4 by Wilson. That is a fine shot, over-pitched by Franklin, medium pace and in the slot, and a player of Wilson's capability and class just isn't going to miss out on a delivery like that. Franklin's just got to pull her length back a little after that loosener. So that is just guided into the offside, well judged, quick single, always one there. Nice shot from Wilson, just stopping the ball almost near enough dead, and that is what gave her the chance to get back for 1, well in front of that sweeper, of that fielder in the ring I should say, beg your pardon. As the wind and the cold whips up and Rafe gets ready to face, who's started to go through the gears here. He's shuffled on to 13 of 19. Kirsty White rejoins me. I was thinking of the point to mention that it's pretty brave to be in shorts, and respect for lasting 34.3 overs, but there was a point where I think to use a phrase we've used in a different context today, my co-commentator decided I'm sick of this.
Well, yeah, I think I got a few looks when I arrived in shorts today.
As Rave cuts that away, might get 4 for this. It's an outfield that is good value, certainly does. Didn't try and hit the ball hard at all. And Franklin has got something to think about here. Has gone for 9 off 4 at the start of this spell.
Yeah, started with a bit more width than I think we'd like to see here, particularly when we talk about that boundary percentage. But again, I think it's a good decision here. I like that we've brought Phoebe Franklin into the attack. She's really good to have in your armoury at this stage of games. Tightening that line up much better, that delivery onto middle and off, just poked out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, she went for 21 off her first 3 bowling from that far end with the new ball right at the start. Now it's back for her second spell. We still haven't seen Alice Davison-Richards or Paige Schofield, potential options. As that has just kicked up a little bit. It's a neat take from Chatley up to the stumps.
Yeah, great hands there.
Wilson almost nicking that through to the keeper. It goes for 10 that over. 175 for 3 of 35. So 15 overs left. Run a ball from here would bring you to 265, which is in and around where things have been tracking for a little while. And I mentioned elsewhere, just to give you a little more detail, Sunrise is 159 for 5. Josie Groves, talented young leggy, has picked up a couple of wickets. Catherine Bryce, Kirsty Gordon have one each. Cordelia Griffith is the key wicket. She's on 63 of 67. Sunrise is coming into today third. Blaze in fifth. Stars 3 points behind the Sunrises, 4 points ahead of Blaze. As Gregory continues. And down the ground comes Rafe, meets it on the half volley and absolutely smashes it. First 6 of the game. That is a real statement of intent from Natasha Rafe at her brilliant best. It gives Gregory something to think about. That is a fine, fine shot.
We've seen a few of those so far this game, but that is by far the shot of the day. That's beautiful.
Par 5, 450 yards, marched up to the tee box, stuck the ball with the wind, good point, and absolutely belted that.
And she's raced now to 24 from 23, having a bit of a hesitant start. I think she's really kind of ascertained what her role could be here, and is going to take it to the bowlers.
They say good players go twice. What does Rafe do? Well, this time it's a better ball, and she plays it really nicely, working her way through point for 1. There's a phrase that, from my own personal experience in extremely low level of club cricket, is purely used to induce people to do stupid things they otherwise should not. But we're at a much more serious level here, of course. You're right about the wind as well. The wind is really whipping up, and that has carried that. It was a great shot anyway, but it's carried it, what you didn't quite see off that replay, a long way over the rope. This is the end to target. This time Wilson's going to sweep. Wilson's going to pick up at least one. It will be just one. That shot the other way round, you are very much in danger of that ball effectively, the wind being that powerful that it gets blown into play and stays in.
Yeah, although, I mean,
although the way she timed it, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, she hit it with some gusto. There was no doubt that was 6. It's the minute it struck the bat.
She played the percentages as well. Won't get one that time. Gregory will just be looking to quietly get out of this over. When you see even a spinner as experienced as her, when you see your first ball disappear, there is a bit of you that thinks about how you're going to fight your way through the next 5. That again is right on the button from Gregory.
Interestingly, both batters are looking to play with the spin where possible. Those shots that have come over the top have gone with the spin, so up and over extra cover, always looking to hit that cover boundary, not really looking to threaten anything leg side, and Gregory bowls straight.
Shorter and smashed away by Rafe, this time for 4 through cow corner, punishing a rare bad ball from Danny Gregory, just a little too short. So the over ends up going for 12, earmarked by boundaries either side for Rafe, who's really kicking along nicely as this pair start to really put a bit of accelerando in the innings.
Yeah, I think we're on for something here if these two can keep going.
14 overs left from
Stephen
here.
Franklin at the city end, number 27, Callie Moore.
Yeah, I like this change here. Callie Moore back into the attack. She's been consistent. And she's a very consistent bowler. And I think she's a good match-up here for Wilson, so it'll be good to see what happens here.
Stepping across Wilson has been a real theme of the day from her, and a misjudgment out there means it goes for 4. It would have been a difficult stop even if Chloe Hill had managed to track the ball on the line she'd have wanted, but Hill ends up just misjudging it by a few yards and then can't quite get back in the right spot. The replay only shows you the last part of that, but she initially went left rather than right.
That's intelligent batting there from Wilson too. She knows that Moore is turning the ball, therefore she's going to bring that leg side into play, and she's stepped right outside the line. Got right outside off stump, down early and swept hard. And that ball always spinning away from Hill.
It's a really impressive player, spin, Fran Wilson.
Moore is looking to turn it here, so she's naturally not going to bowl as straight. But with that comes width. And if she misjudges her length, then that will be punished, as Wilson has evidenced. Both batters batting with a little bit more intent here, and I'm wondering how well they can control their intent. Is Wraith going to get giddy?
Yeah,
Or
on the
is she
high
gonna
of those
play-
boundaries off Gregory.
Is she going to play hard and fast, or is she going to just punish and just go through the gears, which she looks to have done?
Yeah, it started very
that's
slowly,
well.
and this time it's just pushing at what is an excellent ball from Moore. It will go to the boundary, and it is given as buys. So it is one that has
Partnership for Western
come back
Province
and spun and
Football.
got past Chatley. It brings up the 50 partnership in very good time of 45 balls. So 9
that
off the
run
over
rate.
already.
That run rate, when Wraith came to the crease and for a couple of overs had dropped down to 5.74, is now back up at dropped down to 4.74, is now back up to 5.35. Wilson just driving out really nicely to long on, long off. Feel quite conflicted here. Wilson's batting so nicely. I'd love to see her score 100.
But then,
But the trousers
of
I'm
course.
wearing would suggest I wouldn't like her to.
yes, exactly. So that's smashed up. Well, Wilson may well be gone. And that is the big wicket of Fran Wilson. Caught Schofield off Kalia Moore, who gets reward for having the courage to give it some real flight.
Oh gosh.
And Wilson was trying to go a little bit squarer than that, really. He was trying to hit the vacant gap at Cow Corner, and instead has spooned it up and is caught on the long on rope after an excellent hand of 81 off 92, having come to the crease with the score just 8 for 2. A great knock from the World Cup winner in England International comes to an end.
And a really good catch from Paige Schofield. This wind, just to give you some idea, is really swirling around. So Paige has done really well to hold on to that. She's got set and held her ground nicely, made sure she knew where the rope was. I feel awful. That was the biggest commentator's curse that could possibly come from that. So, the stars are welcome, but also apologies, Fran.
Is that
She
why?
was
Is that
back
why you
delightfully.
have been sent in our direction?
Well, potentially it
Just to
is.
consistently put the mockers on
Yeah,
in
yeah.
any possible way. If so, that is very much a tick in the book. Kirsty White alongside yours truly, Michael McCann. Wilson gone for 81 off 92. That is a great hand. More than 2 hours at the crease. Very healthy strike rate of 89. Just 7 fours. A real lesson for youngsters out there watching, that you can score at a very good rate without needing to hit a high percentage of your runs in boundaries. Boundary percentage across that innings for Wilson hovering at about 35%, which by modern standards many would say is low, but I don't even need to check a dot ball percentage to tell you that that will be very low as well. Excellent rotation. Niamh Holland comes out to join Natasha Wraith. Holland is at the non-strikers because the wicket fell off the last ball of the previous over. And Smith is now going to have a go bowling from our end of the ground, the Crystal Palace end, named after the football team that train behind us. And Smith none for 15 off 2. She was bowling from the City end earlier on. Starts being guided away through the mid-off region. Emma Jones, the young exciting all-rounder, is on for someone.
I believe it's Ailish Cranstone.
Yeah, hopefully nothing too serious. Cranston's been off for a little while here, but yeah, Stonehouse was on briefly earlier on. Jones, of course, very handy to have on as a 12. An excellent fielder, as good as anyone around.
Yeah, she certainly is.
Holland now is rocking back, picking out the gap at deep cover. They want to. It would have been a terrible idea, quite frankly, and rightly so. They turn it down.
Yeah, that's a nice first ball to get. Just a little bit of width outside off, covers out. Number 1.
get to the non-strikers.
The non-strikers
Look.
end. Yeah, so trying to just find her length here. That's nicer. That's better.
Fuller driven by Rafe for 1. He's a
200
best.
up for Western
Should be
Storm
said as
in the
well as the
first
200
weight
comes up for
program.
Western Storm. A best in this competition this season for Fran Wilson. 550s, but that is her most impressive knock of the lot, and it means that upon completion of it, this is Smith once more, just finding the middle of Holland's bat.
Just taking the pace off a little bit there as well, just seeing if she can tempt her to just see if she can drive it down the ground.
Wilson finishes the innings just 4 short of Eve Jones of Sparks in terms of being top run scorer in the entire competition, because that's driven straight to Jones at cover. Wilson's now 2nd and Luff is now 3rd, which points a lot to their consistent excellence. Bryony Smith, who's bowling now, is Star's highest contributor. That's a little bit quicker and flatter, but shorter, and that can be punished by Holland. Big chase needed by deep square leg coming around, who can't quite keep it in play. It would have been an excellent stop. So what had been quite a tight over is slightly spoiled by the boundary off the last.
Yeah,
Goes
that's
for
a shame.
7.
Yeah, that's a shame. That had been a tight over, and she'll be disappointed that that's how it's finished. But Holland, a similar player to Wraith. She won't shy away from playing her shots. Wraith now settled, 32 from 31.
Holland has 140 runs at an average of 15 with a best of 29 in this competition this season, at a reasonable strike rate of 62 per 100 balls. Wraith this time won't get one here.
Yeah, Holland's got a good opportunity here. She's got 12 overs. We've seen a 100-run partnership, 100 plus. I'm not quite sure exactly what it was, and a 50-run partnership. So those are the kind of method markers you look for as a batting team. How do we score runs and build partnerships and set an innings up? So this partnership here will be really important now to Western Storm, and to see if they can get themselves upwards of 250.
Partnership of 135 for the 3rd wicket, which definitely qualified for our definition of the day of being sick of it, if you were coming from a fielding team's perspective. And then a 2nd wicket partnership worth 54 that came in pretty good time as well, before Wilson got out not too long ago. More this time is driven straight to Jones. Plenty of bowling options here for how Smith is going to get through the last 11, as she always does, on always ridiculous luxury. Franklin's got 6 left, McDonald Gay has 3. I would expect she'll bowl out. Gregory's got a couple. Moore's got 3 more after this. He's bowled really tidily.
Moore has bowled really tidily, and I think that the wicket that she got of Wilson was well deserved. She's bowled extremely well so far. I'd like to see her pick up a couple more here, but
touch over pitch, but it's driven again straight at Jones. Holland a little frustrated to not find the gap either side.
Let's see if Moore can get out of the over here.
A little shorter. That'll be just 1 through a deep backward point position, enthusiastically zinged in by Gregory. Just 2 off the over. At this stage of the innings, that is a great effort. 206 for 4 off 39. Big wicket is fallen elsewhere. Cordelia Griffith out for 65. Sunrisers 177 for 6. And now reliant on the lower middle order with Flo Miller and Eva Gray out there to see what they can help work their way to. Eva Gray, who is known for her excellence on the field, but has slightly gone viral off the field for a clip in the last week of telling the tail enders about preparing for winning the 100 final by going to see Magic Mike the night before. Smith, who's driven down to long on for 1.
Yeah, a very good friend of mine, Eva Gray. Very good friend of mine. Excellent cricket player.
Knows how to prepare for a big final.
Knows how to prepare for a big final, and she's been in a few as well, so I'm not sure she's done that one before. But I think it will be potentially a regular occurrence.
So that's short, pulled away. Could be a 1 bounce 4. It will go for a 1 bounce 4. Rafe is really putting on the afterburners here, starting to really kick through the gears. It feels weird to think she was on 6 off 15. Bang. Yeah, I mean, and it leads me to ask, what is the most unorthodox pre-match preparation you've ever engaged in?
Ooh.
Here's Smith.
That's well bowled.
Well, Rafe has sort of played that well. It looks odd, but she knew that there was nobody in catching Scray on the offside, on the leg side, so just nudges it in that region for 1.
Yeah, well, nothing like that I can say. And I think before the game went professional, I think pre-match prep was not what
it is these days.
Yes, I wouldn't say strict, but it's certainly not what it is. But definitely been to a few concerts here and there, Beyonce to name one. But no, certainly not Magic Mike. I think the question I want to ask Eva is, should Sunrisers get through to the final of the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, would it be Magic Mike again?
Yeah, is that part of the routine?
Or is it just a show?
That's short and away through Jones. Well, towards Jones. Well stopped in the end. Just 1. Yeah, is it just the presence of going to the theatre? Does it need to be a particular type of theatre?
Well, I have seen the film Magic Mike.
Is Smith?
It's racy, and therefore maybe
1.
it's just that kind of the energy that it brings that just gets you a little bit more up for something.
And then you carry that into the next
That's
day.
it, yeah, that's it.
7 off the over, 213 for 4, 10 overs left here.
If I'm Storm here, I think as a batter sitting in the hutch, particularly if I'm Amanda Jade Wellington, I'm wanting 280.
Yeah, so I have to say I'm a touch surprised that Wellington didn't walk out 6 here. When you look at, you've got someone who's got the highest strike rate in the competition, scoring at 136 per 100 balls, average in the high 20s. That's across a decent sample size. I would have thought that when that wicket fell with 13 overs to go, platform well laid, that's when you say to your finisher, get out there. Because if you face half the deliveries left, that's 40 balls. That's a long time to make an impact. Well, that's looped up, but no hint of even an appeal. Moore is rightly staying on from this end. It's bowled brilliantly across 7 and a bit overs so far.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, because batting-wise to come, we have Wellington, Griffiths, Jones, Skelton, Anderson. So not a huge amount of batting left.
Yeah, she's the big threat.
She is the big threat. So I'd say the main worry then here for Western Storm is, how much responsibility do we want to leave Wellington with?
Yeah.
Do we want her to have a licence to come out?
Oh, well, that's gone through Chatley and through Holland. Won't quite be 4 byes this time. Davison Richards does the fielding. I'll get back for 2.
This wicket just not dying, but keeping low.
Don't think I saw a signal there. I think that was actually
maybe it was an inside edge. Okay.
Might have been. Yeah, I've given us 2 runs. Should say we are, in our defence, we are at deep third here, so we're low, so it's not necessarily the easiest to pick up at exactly what's happened with a delivery like that. So it's straight at cover.
Yeah, and I think, what does Holland do here? How does she play? Because 10 overs Wellington could be really dangerous with.
Yeah.
But there's an element of risk with the way that she plays. And do they risk saying to Holland, go and score as many runs as you can in as few balls as possible, and Wellington will come and do the rest?
Yeah.
So they've got an opportunity to get to 300 here, but they've also got an opportunity to be all out for 240.
Yes.
Par.
Yeah.
So it's the game's on a knife edge here in terms of how many runs they accumulate. Swept.
That's swept hard by
Nicely.
Ray. Needs a bit of a chase from long on coming around. Schofield keep it to 1. Yeah, I guess I was just a touch surprised, because to me 41 overs gone, 219 for 4. Luff and Wilson had built the foundations and the right to maybe have the luxury to send her up the order.
Yeah, yeah.
Assuming, and this is me being very cheeky and very silly, that Wello didn't say that she fancied a nap in the dressing room, having reportedly got off a plane to be at 6:30 this morning, flown into London and pretty much grabbed the kit and headed straight to the ground. I'm sure some of her teammates have helped bring it up, some of it up for her from the West Country. Obviously has been playing in the 100 as well. Smith, who this time is pulled away by Rafe, who will get 4 perfectly in the gap between deep mid-wicket and long on. And Rafe, almost in the blink of an eye from a slow start to this innings, is now just one mighty blow from a half-century.
Yeah, she's going really nicely here. She's picked that gap. Admittedly, not a great ball from Smith, but she's still got the work to do. And so often we see batters hit fielders. She's pierced the gap really well.
Forgive us if it sounds like there's a little bit of crashing and bashing around in the background. It's because the wind, just to illustrate you how powerful it is, a wind that if Rafe hits down the ground here, she will be hitting with, is doing our marquee here at Beckenham the odd bit of it's questioning its structural integrity, I think would be the polite way of putting it. But thankfully the construction seems to be holding so far, as Rafe nudges one to go to 46. And Rafe has passed 400 runs in the comp this season as well. That's a real mark of sustained excellence. Full toss, horrid delivery and out. Caught by Jones, sliced by Holland, who is gone for 11 off 14. Just as we were discussing earlier on in the piece, the filthy full toss can sometimes be a highly effective wicket-taking delivery, and it has brought the Stars skipper Bryony Smith her first, 224 for 5.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Holland. She's done the right thing. She's stepped across and she's targeting that pocket between long on and deep mid-wicket. And in fairness, Bryony Smith has been dragging her length quite a lot, so she probably wasn't expecting the low full toss and has got onto that a little bit early and ended up just chipping it to extra cover, who's sat nice and tight. So Holland departs, and we see
Next in for Western Storm, number 38, Katie Jones.
We see no Wello. Okay.
Maybe she is having a nap.
Maybe. If she is, you have no doubt, given the sensation that is her YouTube channel, we'll know in 24 hours of her match day vlogs.
Yeah, and she has just come from the 100, so maybe there's just a few too many overs left for her, too many balls. She might be thinking, I only need 10 balls.
Yep. We'll see. I mean, regardless, you really can bet your bottom dollar you'll see 10 overs of the highest quality leg spin when she's got the ball in her hand, and she'll fancy this Beckenham pitch for that. Jones into the side today, will take the gloves later on. For now is facing up, he's just pushing away.
Yes, 2 keepers at the crease.
He's only played a couple of innings in this competition this season, scoring just 7 runs across the 2. He's making room here, but can only find Jones, who took that relatively simple catch, the sub.
5 from the over with a wicket from Smith, 1 for 35 from her 5 overs.
Jones just 18, played for Southern Brave in 100 as well as Storm, but this is her first Storm game since playing against the Blaze in the first week of May at Nottingham a long time ago. So this is her first game of 100 or women's regional cricket since that. More continuing what's been a really tidy spell. There's just 2 overs left. This time that'll be 1. You wondered, does Rafe change the way she's playing based on what's going on at the other end? My instinct would be no. She's going along so nicely, doesn't really need to change a lot from her point of view.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued with who will walk out next, because it does have potential to influence the way Rafe plays. Because if Wellow's not walking out to bat next, does she play with that extra bit of risk?
That's
a pie.
I'd say, well, yeah. As was said next to me, I think it will be a no ball. It is indeed eventually given as a no ball, and it's 6 as well. It is one that required the tennis racket approach.
That was a big swat, wasn't it?
And it was an emphatic cross-court forehand.
No ball means that the
that
next
went
delivery
for a
is
rare thing you see at Beckenham, which is a 6 on those big square boundaries. But it needs a delivery like that often for those big square boundaries to be accessible in terms of actually hitting a maximum. This time goes on the reverse, Jones, and won't get anything for that.
Yeah, just overbalances slightly and misses out on that opportunity there. Prior to that 6 no ball, I was about to say Moore will be really happy, and I'm sure she still will be, with the way that she's bowled today. She's been on the fringes. Oh,
That's gone through. That will be 1.
she's been on the fringes of the team this year.
Leg by.
She's not had the opportunities that potentially she would have liked. I think she played a couple of games in the 100, not as many, so hasn't had that much cricket over the last 6 weeks, but she's bowling really nicely here.
Won't get anything for that one. Fielded by Smith. Yeah, this has played more often in the 50 over stuff than the T20s. So that's hit hard. Big chase needed by Long On, who won't have a chance of getting there. And it brings up Natasha Rafe's 50. A really fine knock. The quickest of the 350s we've seen today by some distance, building on the platform set by the likes of Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson. Natasha Rafe gets to 51 off just 45 balls with 5 4s and a 6. It's a second 50 in the competition this season, and it's a knock that has really helped keep the tempo up for Western Storm after a slight post-drinks lull. Ball coming right arm around now. It's just chipped in the direction of Long On for 1.
Yeah, I like the way Wraith's gone about her innings here. I mean, the first 16 deliveries, we weren't quite sure what we were going to get, and it didn't look entirely clear what her role was, but she settled and has really accelerated since then. And it just goes to show, 1, how fast the outfield is here, and 2, how much you can capitalise on width when it's on offer. And she has done that. She's played without risk. She hits the ball hard. She hits the ball really hard. So if she breaks that infield, she's getting 4, and she's done that really nicely.
Scoreboard just catching up. Forgive us for that, but there's people working very hard in the background to do so, so hopefully it'll be
Returning
back fully up to date with you soon. Anna McDonagh is back, and I would expect will bowl out from this end of the ground. Does tend to at this stage of things. From the Crystal Palace end, she's got 3 left. That's into the pads, and you get that great classic moment. And Alice Davison Richards is all too happy to provide the comedy of it, of the big appeal from point, where nobody else is faintly interested. Seven overs left, so run a ball from here would get 280, but my hunch is Western Storm would say no deal if you offered that to them at this point. They might be eyeing off a little bit more. I'll get 1 this time, kind of muscled in between mid-wicket and long on for 1.
Phoebe Franklin just fizzing that in from the boundary. She doesn't hold back.
Yeah, she might be a little frustrated with her day with the ball. Just 4 overs, number 31. Smith is having a chat with McDonald-Gay. I would expect we'll bowl 3, so that leaves 4 to find. Moore has just 1 over left. You would back that she'll probably bowl out, so then 3 have got to be found from somewhere else. Just worked away by Jones for 1. That's 240, that's 1 milestone ticked off.
Yeah, I think think it'll be key here for, well, two options really. The scalp of Wraith will be important, or getting her off strike, so I think McDonald-Gay will be happy with the single here and to bowl the remainder of the over at Jones.
So that's down the ground from Wraith for 1. Yeah, I was trying to glance across to have a look at who might be padded up and ready to come in for Storm. Sometimes teams will tend to sit out on the benches in front of the boundary that now is more deep mid-wicket, but there is absolutely nobody out there, which is always a really good barometer I've found at this ground at how cold it is.
The star substitutes are in all coats and looking absolutely frozen.
Everybody who can be is in the pavilion undercover, including no Storm incoming batters. Quite content to hide away, and I don't blame them at all. We've thankfully got this marquee that provides a certain level of shielding, but even so, it is cold.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Blustery wind around, but thankfully the rain we were concerned about has not yet come close to materialising, as McDonald-Gay again just loses a line just on the pads. Was trying to get out the over there.
Yeah, just falling over a little bit in her actions, pushing it slightly down the leg side.
It's interesting you mentioned that with the action. So a couple of bowling coaches have mentioned that to me about McDonald-Gay, that just sometimes loses that alignment. That can be something that young bowlers have to think about a lot. There's a lot of raw ingredients to work with that are quite exciting, but again she has strayed onto the pads and Wraith has taken advantage, just clipping that, didn't try and hit it too hard, just worked with the pace that was already on the ball. A bit of a classical shot from Wraith in an innings that's contained a lot of the power that you see in the modern game. She's knitting the two of them very well together, and that means that what had been quite tight over concedes a boundary off the last 8 off it.
Yeah, and we mentioned that we've got Calliamore has 1 over left, so I'm really curious as to how Bryony manages these final 5 overs. I agree, I think you're right, I do think McDonald-Gay will probably bowl out, but does Smith go spin and finish with spin, or does she throw the ball to Phoebe Franklin?
Moore with 1 for 46 off 9, starts her final one with one that's reverse swept by Jones. Just manages to get a touch past Courtine Coleman, and they are going to take it on for the second, which they'll get through. Slightly errant throw from Courtine Coleman, but to be honest, even if the throw had been good, they were coming back for 2 and getting there.
I haven't seen much of Katie Jones bat. She doesn't strike me as the kind of player who's going to really punish you with boundaries, she says.
Pulls that away, but it is out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Yeah, got that freebie. The tennis racket ball that put away for 6 through mid-wicket, but that is a delivery that you're going to see extremely rarely.
So I see her just really trying to get Wraith on strike as much as she can. Therefore, Stars need to be alert in the ring in terms of making sure they're not giving away those freebies.
Makes
Width
room
on
this
offer
time.
there. It's not great.
Sounded good off the bat from Wraith. It was half stopped, but not decisively so.
Yeah, and cover was up, and the previous deliveries at the end of the last over, Moore had brought cover up and come around the wicket, but she stayed over with cover up there and offered width, and all Wraith needed to do there was break through the ring, and she does that to great effect.
Wraith this time goes down the ground, meets it, hits it hard and straight back over the bowler's head. Very rarely fielders there, and indeed there isn't today. A second 6 of the innings for Natasha Wraith. The wind has slightly changed direction, but regardless, this has got nothing to do with the breeze. That is 6 pretty much in any ground on any day. It is reasonably long enough straight boundary.
Yeah,
Beckenham
really
gets
nice.
Over it by a couple of yards.
She struck that so cleanly. She stood.
And she's gone again here, but she's gone. She's out. She's caught a cow by McDonald-Gay. Well, my goodness me, was that important for the Stars. Wraith is out for 68 off 52, just as we were waxing lyrical about how brilliantly she's played.
No.
An eventful innings comes to a close, caught by McDonald-Gay off the the bowling of Moore, who deservedly gets another prize scalp.
Yes, no, there was no commentator's curse from me that time. But what I was previously about to say, that shot that she struck straight down the ground, just was a demonstration of how much power she had. She didn't meet the ball, she just picked it out the hand and swung through the line, and didn't quite get the elevation on that kind of slog sweep out through mid-wicket there. The wind is actually travelling across in that direction, I think, just from judging on the direction the leaves are blowing on the trees. Had she got a little bit more under that would have cruised, I would imagine, over the boundary and just floated over, but straight into the hands of McDonald Gay, who makes no mistake in holding on.
So it is now up to the lower middle order to see what they can do. And
still no Wellington.
Yes, exactly. I don't know whether this is coming to one of those things, the kind of things that bizarrely start trending on social media, but sort of like Wello watch, nap watch. I mean, that could also be dangerous, because as Griffiths gets a very inviting full toss first ball and smashes it out to square leg for 1. So 14 off the over and a wicket. A very eventful one to finish for Moore, who has her economy rate slightly dented by that. 60 for 2 off her 10. A decent set of figures, but a set of figures that actually probably don't quite fully reflect how well she bowled. It might well be worrying signs for the Stars, because if Amanda Jade Wellington's been on a flight and has not slept much, then even if she doesn't bat, it might be that she's banking 3-4 hours of useful time of kip in the dressing room, which might bring an even better 10 overs later on.
What a luxury, could you imagine?
Oh, exactly, the life. I do remember having a chat with Sophie Luff about this when we were commentating on the Charlotte Edwards Cup final days for the ECB stream. She was just saying she travels here, there and everywhere, and you can see it on all her vlogs across YouTube, across Instagram, across her TikToks. And but as a captain, you wouldn't even think to say a thing to her about it, because when she's here, my goodness me, does she perform. This is Smith. This is timed away nicely down to Schofield at long on. But Sophie Luff was sort of joking about the fact there's times where it's almost a dizzying schedule of travelling between different various cricketing commitments, such that you see a post bowl and go, oh, she's there.
Yeah.
But when you need her, my goodness me, is she brilliant. So that's thumped away.
That's really nicely picked up from Phoebe Franklin on the boundary. Really awkward bounce in front of her, just 2, and then a half volley into her hands, and she releases that so quickly that the batters don't even have time to
and that's the big boundary. That's the one where you probably would be wanting to at this stage, or to at least show a real sign of intent of pushing to.
Yeah, Phoebe Franklin is an outstanding fielder. She comes in, picks up again, sends the ball in.
That's one more. Yeah,
she's a great throw there, but
there's a run out of hers that lives rent-free in my head as one of, if not the best piece of outfielding cricket I've seen all summer. A direct hit run out for a second here in game earlier on in the campaign. So that's a little too full. Smashed out. Could be a catching chance for Franklin, who takes it with ease and precision.
She must know we're talking about her. She's really taken it on there, hasn't she?
264 for 7. So 3 very tidy pieces of fielding in a row from Phoebe Franklin, and that is a second wicket in as many overs. Bryony Smith also gets her second. Katie Jones is out for a run of ball 11.
Yeah, hitting into the wind there a little bit, Katie Jones. Not quite got the power of Nat Wraith, so it just kind of sits and holds in the air, and gathered nicely by Phoebe Franklin, who's fielded her 3rd in consecutive balls.
Well, we have a sight of a lesser spotted Australian leg spinning all-rounder.
For Western Storm, number 10, Amanda Jade Wellington.
It is Amanda Jade Wellington. If you are unfamiliar, it's a bit of one of those cricketers that's sort of an effervescent force of nature in a dressing room. It's been capped by Australia in all 3 formats, and has really, particularly in recent years, worked very hard on making herself a capable finisher in the T20 context, and indeed in the 50 over context as well, and is quite a threat. I am going to be intrigued to put in what one particular cricketing site would call a polite inquiry as to why we've only seen her at 9.
Yes.
But out she comes.
Right.
She has a strike rate of 136 in this competition this season and a very healthy average of 29. She's facing Smith. And having said all of that, is just poking away out towards long on, but nowhere near long on, in that direction, and Smith is just hustling across, and there's a little bit of a I look at you, look at me, and turns into a dot ball eventually. Wellington decides not to run that. That's short.
That was almost the Joe Root bouncer.
Away for one. Yes, it was. I'm not sure necessarily whether Smith meant it or it was just the quicker and flatter one that came out a bit shorter than intended. It's a good overall toll. 4 singles and a wicket for Stars. I'll be very happy with that. 265 for 7 with 4 overs left in the contest. And whilst the 2 games were tracking in slightly similar ways for a while, that divergence has gone in recent times. Sunrisers 213 for 6, so a little worse off than Storm. But great credit to the lower middle order, who after a mini collapse have rebuilt quite well. They lost 4 for 26 in the middle of the piece, Sunrisers, and they were in a bit of danger when Cordelia Griffith went, but Flo Miller has 22 off 26, and Eva Gray has 28 off 37. So they've got 5 overs left. Would probably be eyeing something like 250. You would imagine at Derby in what is 3rd versus 5th. Sunrisers 3rd, plays 5th. It is Phoebe Franklin who's on and starts with a slow ball. Jade Wellington just drops her bat on and guides out to mid-off. No run. Smith theatrically thinks to throw, mimicking the vibe from the previous over between those two.
Yeah, Franklin will look to go to lots of her change-ups here, and we've just pumped her tyres quite a bit at the end of the last over, so...
nearly getting Jade Wellington caught there, almost nicking off, and then just throwing a slight head up to the heavens in frustration that she couldn't guide that away for runs.
Yeah, this is Phoebe Franklin's bread and butter, really. Change-ups at the end of the innings. She can be particularly difficult to play, and that pace off can be really hard to get away. Good hand there from Tilly Courtine-Coleman, because that was definitely going through for 4. Jones just picks up and tidies up after her, and they go through for 2. But yeah, the hardest part of the back end of the innings is when your seamers and your medium pacers come in and start to bowl those change-ups, really targeting the stump and take everything off the ball. So generating power is a real challenge.
It's again another slow ball from Franklin. Make it that pretty much every ball in this over has been, and this is something you see a lot from her at this stage of the innings. And it's produced a good over so far here that will leave Amanda Jade Wellington a bit frustrated. ... 2. Stepping away this time, Wellington, and flicking it straight to square leg, who drops it. And it goes for 4. Well, Hill just came in a little too much. The wind out there is a bit of a nightmare in truth for a catch like this. And it seemed like it might just be that breeze that has helped do for Chloe Hill there. First boundary for Amanda J. Wellington comes in fortuitous circumstances.
Yeah, and she didn't hit that with great power. So that really has just kept going with the wind and gone, and actually... Yeah, I mean, I think Hill will be disappointed she's not taken that. It was in the hands. It's just, I think, got a bit more height, and she goes again.
And this time it's taken.
This time.
Well, Chloe Hill will feel like the most relieved person, not just in Beckenham, but in the entire county, and has a big smile that reflects that. Doesn't want to get even the tiniest smidgen of congratulations from teammates, but she'll have to reluctantly accept it. And the dangerous Amanda J. Wellington is now eventually, at the second time of asking, out for 7 off 8.
Yeah, and a good bit of pressure built there. Wasn't a great delivery. But fielders were in the right place and have taken the catches, and that's important. It just seemed as though you could probably produce that just through building those dots with Wellington. So good outcome all round. McDonald Gay looks like she's coming back into the attack. 48 from the Crystal Palace end.
Replacing Bryony Smith at the Beckenham end.
Yeah, and all of a sudden,
39,
Storm are
Lana
in danger of not
McDonald-Gay.
using the allocation, which should have got long odds on that about half an hour ago.
Yeah, 271 for 8 from 47. Very good total, I'd say right above par here. Storm seem quite happy on the benches in and around the pavilion.
Nerdled.
Taken off
One.
quickly looking for 2, but won't get that with Callium or sending that in from the boundary.
Skelton, when she has batted, scored at quite a rate in this competition this season. She actually is behind only Amanda J. Wellington for strike rate for Storm. If you take out Danny Gibson and Heather Knight, who only play very occasionally with their England commitments, has 51 runs at an average of 17. Has played a few handy little cameos. Won't get off the mark there. Just 16 balls left in the piece. Well, a boundary flurry here could in theory take Storm to 300, but that feels like it would take something a little bit extraordinary from here. Sun
Just peeking through some very dark clouds.
It's very welcome, because it's been very absent. That's straight to Davison Richards at point, and even at this stage of the innings, there's just no point running that. It's simply a guaranteed run out. Particularly no point running it when just 2 wickets would mean not using the 50 overs up. Oh, playing a miss.
Very well bowled.
Really nice from McDonald-Gay, right on the button, and Skelton is getting that absolute cricketing classic with her partner coming down to her to offer some words of advice, or sometimes, as is the case, just offer a bit of silliness to try and relax her. This time is turning it away and is getting off the mark from her 4th ball faced. McDonald-Gay will be very content with this over so far. Just 1 ball left to complete it.
Yeah, really good over here from McDonald-Gay.
One of the things that really marks her out is rare you get a bowler who's that young, who's that competent and capable at bowling so well at the death. Finishes, as if to prove my point, with a nicely disguised slower ball that brings a quick single. There was a direct hit, but truth
She really
was,
meant that. Tilly Coleman threw that with vigour. She really wanted to hit those stumps, and that she did.
Very much sort of reflects her intensely competitive nature. You've got to be to carry yourself in the way she does as a 17-year-old in this stage. You can see, just having watched a lot of her this season, is not in any way intimidated by a stage like that. Only 3 off the over for McDonald-Gay, who is positively a pensioner compared to Courtine Coleman at 20 rather than having just turned 17. 2 overs left, 274 for 8. And Smith is going to bowl the last over from that far in the city end.
Yeah, and just going back to that point you made about McDonald-Gay being so competent and confident in these death overs at such a young age, I think it's testament to the bowling coaches that work with our players as well. They spend a lot of time over the winter executing these skills in different phases and different scenarios, being challenged constantly. That the clarity that they have when they are standing at the top of their mark. Oh, the umpire's just been bopped on the head. Oh, just got a little bit in the way there, and it's okay. But there's nothing they are unsure of when it comes to them standing at the top of their mark.
That is all the work, the training reps that goes on in so many different ways as Smith goes right arm around. It's something I've often seen her do when looking to contain at the back end of a piece, and that will be 1 more, which again at this stage singles are generally seen as a win for the fielding team. Just 10 balls left now. That's a short and not particularly great delivery from Smith. They are going to run one to Hill, and they will get there.
Smith just looked like she forgot to let go of that ball.
Yeah, it got a little stuck in the hand. Has been a bit of a theme of her spell today. When she's tried to bowl quicker and flatter, it's gone shorter than she would have liked. Time is giving it some real flight across Skelton.
Lovely delivery at any stage of the game, that.
Yep. Just 8 balls left. Pushes that one in. That's the first one I can remember today. It's quicker and push through. Ludder's been on the length she'd have wanted it to be. Smith's last ball of the day, which I'll certainly hope it is. And it's just chipped out into the onside for 1. So Granny Smith will finish with figures of 43 for 2 of 7. She has, as she always does, a veritable smorgasbord of options for the final over, but you would imagine almost certainly it will be Rhiannon McDonald-Gay to finish things off. And Storm, you would say, would be marginally the happier, really, with these runs on the board?
I'd be very happy with 278 when we were 8 for 2.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. Even more so when you put that in.
Yeah, and they've batted really, really well. They've built partnerships. They've not taken risks. And Stars haven't bowled poorly either. It's definitely not a reflection of poor bowling. It is an absolute belter of a wicket. And they've batted and showed their experience and depth.
Skelton facing the first ball of the last over and managing to smash it into her own foot, which can be painful at times.
So that's 4 dots now from the last.
Yep. Smith's last over was all in singles as well.
So three singles the first 3 balls and then dots to follow. So this is where you'd want your batters. I would rather be all out for 278 than those last however many balls
being dots.
Be dots. Yeah.
So that's a quickly scampered single, so definitely you get 279, but your point is of course entirely understandable. No point dying wondering at this stage.
Absolutely, yeah. I think intent is everything here, so no one would scold them for trying to get their hands through the ball here.
Just 4 balls left. What can Griffiths do with it facing talented young all-rounder McDonald-Gay? Pulls it, a very lovely slow ball, and why goodness me, I don't think Griffiths picked that. That is exactly what we were just discussing in terms of what Rhiannon McDonald-Gay offers. Part of that epic England under-19 World Cup campaign a little while back, and just growing in stature the more and more she plays at this level. So that's
really nicely picked up.
Flipped away by Griffiths.
Really well fielded.
Good cricket all round. More with the initial stop. Held in by Franklin. Batters scamper back for 2. Wasn't a bad ball either. And
I picked it up nicely.
I say that about McDonald-Gay. It is worth reiterating. She is comfortably the top wicket taker in this entire competition. She is having quite the 50 over campaign. She has 21 wickets. That is 3 more than anyone else. That being Hannah Jones of Thunder, who's got 18. As McDonald-Gay is again picking up a dot here. His final over's gone for just 3, and there's 1 ball left of it. You can't really ask for a lot more than that at this stage.
That's perfect. So that's 6 runs from the last 12 balls. Really, you'd want those figures to be the other way round.
Elsewhere, Sunrise is 235 for 8 with 2 overs left. Here, last ball of the first half of the contest. McDonald-Gay with it.
Well bowled.
And they're going to try and scamper one. McDonald-Gay will do the sensible thing, won't try and affect the run out, we'll just say 1's 1. We'll be done with it there. Just 4 runs off the final over, brilliantly closed out by the 20-year-old. And that means that it will be 283 to win for the South East Stars, and a win that would guarantee that they stay in the top 4 coming into their last 2 games of the season, which are both away. Storm post 282 for
All-out
8,
batters
built by
Tom
excellent
Felton
half centuries from
with
Fran
4,
Wilson and Sophie Luff,
and
who
Alex
rebuilt from the wreckage of 8 for 2,
with 10.
and then Nat Rave capitalising on that platform later on. Your thoughts, Kirsty White, alongside?
Yeah, I think if I'm Emma Corney and Sophia Smale, I think I'll be having a little bit of a sulk in the change rooms, because it
30
definitely is the
minutes
wicket that if you
between
can get yourself in, the runs will come. And that's been demonstrated really nicely by Luff, Wilson and Wraith. So I think Western Storm have batted
final bowling
really
figures
nicely. They've
for
batted with
South East
intent, they've been
Stars.
really clear. As I said earlier, I don't think it's a reflection of poor bowling. 282 again at Beckenham is a good score. I think they'll feel that they can probably defend it, but I think Stars again will feel they can chase it. So I think it's going to be an excellent second half to watch and stay tuned, see what happens.
Well, it was a belter of the first game between these two at Taunton this season. Storm won it by just 8 runs, decided on Duckworth Lewis. We hope to see another close game here today, but thankfully, looking at the sky, I don't think any DLS will be involved. Go have a little break, a little nip nap, a little sandwich, whatever is your inclination. We'll see you back here on the stream in roughly 20 minutes or so for the run chase. 283 to win.
83 for victory.
so little like division or boundary in the way the ground is.
Please welcome back our umpires, Anthony Harris and Julia Jarvis. The Western Storm fielding side led by captain Sophie Luff, and with the side requiring 283 runs for victory at 5.66 runs per over. South East Stars opening batters number 4 Bryony Smith and number 33 Chloe Hill.
A very warm welcome back to Beckenham for the run chase. Yeah, I mean, my sunriser Kirsty White has jumped the gun before I was about to complete some kind of sarcastic end to that one, because Kirsty has gone from being kind of dressed the way certain Amanda J. Wellington was when tasting success in the Caribbean so recently on the circuit before flying in for this one. Very much turning up for the ground sort of in the shorts, having seen the 21 degrees forecast, and now has used the 20-minute changeover to come alongside me, more resembling a linebacker from the NFL, with just as many layers as can possibly be slapped on, and sort of seemingly gone to the Stars dugout and nicked all of the 12th, yep, there we go, all of the 12th and 13th assistant squad players things. So if you do see some Stars players during this innings sort of just in the background of our cameras walking around the boundary freezing and frostbitten and picking up hypothermia, then I'm not saying you know who's to blame, but I would know who the chief suspect is. Here's the first ball of the run chase, 283 to win, and it is short and pulled away for a single by Bryony Smith, who's going to be extremely key in the piece here. Meanwhile, alongside her, the person who has the unenviable task of trying to impersonate Sophia Dunkley is Chloe Hill, who is playing in this game much like she did on Monday as a specialist batter. She made 18 off 49 in that one, just got a little bit stuck, albeit it wasn't easy because she lost a couple of partners early doors at the other end. Ellie Anderson with the ball in her hand. That's short back of a length and driven by Hill confidently enough out to mid-off for no run on Michael McCann, and it is Kirsty White, once of Hampshire, now of Surrey, and of, as you can do in women's cricket, picked up various different shirts and various different guises for counties and regions with somewhat ease because of the changing nature of things, which of course we'll see next season as well when 8 regions become 8 counties. A very good afternoon to you once more.
Good afternoon. Not a warm one, maybe a tepid one.
Yeah.
I will say I have no excuse. I've been playing cricket here for years.
Yep.
And what the weather says and what it feels like are 2 totally different things. So I don't have anyone to blame but myself.
All trying to get off the mark. Into the pads though. And no, I'm pretty certain indeed is signalled as such by umpire Anthony Harris, signals his leg by. Yeah, it's a ground that's very exposed and open to the elements. I know what you're thinking at home, what cricket ground isn't, but this one particularly so.
It has its own microclimate here, and it's I went to university in Portsmouth, and that in itself has its own microclimate and really reminds me of it, but yeah, cold.
Anderson is just turned away through square leg. So far, field of a deep third and a square leg as the 2 out is what's being employed here by Anderson. Worth updating you with the other game, which is Sunrisers in 3rd against the Blaze in 5th. In the end, the Sunrisers were bowled out for 245 with 2 balls left of the 50. Cordelia Griffith top scoring was 65. Eva Gray made a very handy 37. Jodie Grucott with 36. It's flying cover drive, but Straight to extra cover, good tumbling stop. Couple of wickets for the ever competitive play skipper Kirsty Gordon. 4 for 41 for Catherine Bryce. He's just doing what has become just so expected for such as her high standards, and a couple of wickets for the talented young leggy Josie Groves. Short Hill gets her hands through it. Get one out to deep square leg. They'll take a second, and they'll take a second relatively comfortably.
Yeah, nice early signs here for Chloe Hill. She looks confident, which is good. Good start to the over there. She drove nicely, all but for nothing. It's looking a little bit low. Not coming through as much as it was perhaps for Stars, but maybe that's just Ellie Anderson just warming up into her over. So it'll be a good thing to keep an eye on here. One thing that we did notice against the Thunder on Monday was that the second innings, the track did deteriorate, and we are playing on the same wicket again.
Well,
so it is worth keeping an eye on that and how this wicket will play.
Number 60,
Sophia Smale coming in from the Crystal Palace end to open.
Yeah, Anderson and Smell, two of the most exciting cricketers coming through the English system, particularly in the West Country. I know that Smell is very much on the so-called England radar, and chatted to a few people. He's known for being ultra competitive. There's a little story Lauren Winfield Hill was saying on the Winston Cricket podcast a little while back that illustrated that. He was Smell for a left arm spin. It's a touch over pitch, and he's driven hard. It's a good half stop in the covers to give Amanda J. Wellington even a chance of the chase, but it still goes for 4. First boundary of the chase, and it's a good put away from Smith. It is the kind of delivery that you'd expect her to score runs off, and she doesn't miss out.
Yeah, she's timed that beautifully. First ball of the innings as well. Nice half volley. And she's hit it so hard that even the strong hand at extra cover couldn't stop that.
That's a better length, so just pushed out to extra cover. The last thing Amanda J. Wellington needed after 4 hours of sleep and an overnight flight from the Caribbean was having to chase that one right the way to the rope for no reward. That again is in a similar sort of region, similar kind of shot from Smith. Again cleanly stopped at cover. Ground this time, well fielded by Smell off her own bowling. Has 11 wickets in this competition this season. Only Wellington has bowled more overs for Storm, which demonstrates the faith skipper Sophie Luff has in her. Turned away into the onside, no run. 11 wickets at 38 with a reasonable economy rate of 5.15. Smith will get 1 to long on this time. 5 off the second over, just like it was off the first. 10 for none off 2. Lauren Winfield Hill was talking about, Smell was just basically saying that there was a game where essentially the game was gone. Like Winfield Hill was batting to a very low total, like there was no real prospect of victory, and often those games can become a little bit going through the motions. And instead, she had Sophia Smell barking at her about her strike rate, and she'd never played against her before. At the time, I believe she was 17 off the top of my head, and Winfield Hill's reaction was something along the lines of, "Who is this?" I'm Lauren Winfield Hill. I've, not in an egotistical way, but I've had the career that I've had, and all format, very impressive England international. I'm cruising my way to a target. Sanderson starts at second, and the game is, Wasp is at 99%, and I've got this youngster consistently, properly yapping at me about not scoring quickly enough. And she actually sort of remembered that, ironically in quite a positive way, in terms of that is someone who is out there to be competitive to the last and is not scared of a big stage even as a teenager. Oh, playing a miss from Smith. Well bowled from Anderson. That's a great channel.
Yeah, she is. She's very competitive, and it wouldn't take much for you to pick up on that just from watching her celebrations and her wicket celebrations. But you like that. It's fire, isn't it? Particularly.
Did you see her reaction when she walked off after being run out?
Yeah, she's not one for hiding her emotions. Certainly
Thankfully,
not.
we weren't lip readers. I'm not sure exactly what was being said.
No, but we're also not silly.
Anderson again in a good area, out to cover. Yeah, it was. I mean, all sort of, also slight silliness aside, really impressive young cricketer, and was very unlucky. Slipped mid-pitch. That's just horrible. Probably does make it back without that slip. That was what had left Storm in a bit of trouble at 8 for 2. Oh, again for the second time in an over, Smith is beaten. The other one with a more conservative player missed. This with a full-blooded, expansive drive. Good signs here for Anderson.
Yeah, and I can imagine Smale's mindset now will be, I'm going to make up for that with the ball. Give me the ball. She'll want that ball, and she'll be desperate to take wickets and not redeem herself, because, you know, these things happen, but have an impact on the game.
That's guided a short third, so Anderson just 1 dot from getting out of the over with a maiden. Just to remind you, Storm all but out of contention. 3 wins and 8 losses. They sit bottom, 7 points adrift of Thunder and Sparks. Need a real miracle to qualify from here. South East Stars in 4th, the final semi-final spot. Oh, and again, for the 3rd time in the over, Anderson gets the better of Smith outside that off peg.
That's
10 without loss.
Sorry,
No.
that's the first ball that's come through with a little bit more bounce, actually. They've been keeping quite low. But I was just noting Anderson's field here, because an orthodox field during the 50 over game with a seamer up front, you'd be looking at having one back behind the bat, so either third man out and square leg out. But interestingly, Anderson actually has cover and square leg out, so looking at potentially bowling a little bit back of the length and recognising that it's not carrying through that much.
Smell again from our end, the Crystal Palace end. Just nudged away by Hill for 1 out to deep mid-wicket. And that's a throw that is absolute nightmare for someone like Katie Jones. Not what you want to be having to deal with.
Yeah, full frontal slide there, actually, straight up the wicket. Fortunately not up the middle of the wicket, but
just what you
despairing.
Just what you want to have to do in the 4th over of 50 overs of glove work.
On a dry August wicket.
Exactly. Gives that one plenty of flight, Smell. Driven by Smith for 1 to long on. So operating with a long on and a deep mid-wicket for Smith, and then a deep mid-wicket and deep square leg for Hill.
Yeah, so the plan here is going to be to bowl straight. There's no one behind the bat with the spin on the offside.
Smell again bowling to that plan. Hill just nudges it away for 1. Real opportunity for her up at the top of the order today, and she'll be all the more focusing on what she's got to do with the bat, given that for the 2nd time in a week, of course, she's playing as a specialist bat, having played as a keeper bat for most of the season. Smith is driving, not quite with as much timing as she might have liked, just dropped her bat on it, but such was the straightness of the drive, it allowed her to get 1.
Yeah, I noticed a couple of deliveries now. Amanda Jade Wellington hasn't moved as nicely as I potentially, but I mean, she's had a long flight.
It Smell. Clever shot by Hill, good rotation.
But that
I do feel like we have spent a disproportionate amount today discussing the various states of
Yeah, but I mean, as a bowler, I think
The
she
50,
would have been
the 50
disappointed.
versions of Amanda.
Yeah, I would have been disappointed that maybe she hadn't gone to ground to stop that ball there.
Oh, that short, it's gone. It's kept low, and Smith is out. Well, Smith kind of can't believe it. She'd gone back to pull it. We have seen some variable bounce on this track, and Sophia Smelt has picked up the important early scalp of the home captain, Bryony Smith, gone for just 9, 15 for 1
Bryony
off 4.
was bowled by Sophia Smelt for 9.
Yeah, so looking to pull this, and it has just,
The incoming batter
kept
for
really
South
low
East
on
Stars,
her.
number 7,
And I
Paige
think,
Schofield.
yeah, she's just got through the shot a little bit too early and expected that bounce to come through more at hip height,
Oh,
but
yeah.
actually it stayed really around the knee roll.
And there's the reaction that we were talking about in terms of the passionate Sophia Smell. That was a jump and a landing that any girl band or boy band on tour could be proud of. And why not enjoy the moment?
Yeah.
Here we go, Smell setting off in slow motion.
Yeah, that's going to be disappointing for Bryony Smith. I think she was probably eyeing a good total here after seeing what Luff and Wilson and Wraith have done here. But early doors in your innings, you'd want to see that coming through at a bit of a nicer height. But Paige Schofield comes to the crease. It's good to see her back and at full fitness following that slightly unfortunate strike on the wrist on Monday.
Yeah, and that is also worryingly for Stars comfortably their highest run scorer in the competition this season, back in the hutch. Hill facing up to Anderson, and Anderson is finding the outside edge. And they'll scamper back for 2. That's good
Very well
running.
run. Yeah, that's a big part of the Stars batting, is our running, and something that we work really, really hard on, and looking to turn 1s into 2s, put the fielders under pressure. Comfortable 2 in the end. Really well run, good awareness from both. Paige turning quickly and getting out up the other end, and Hill coming back quickly.
2 as comfortable as this wind is uncomfortable. Won't get anything for that one. Just played out to mid-on.
Yeah, Anderson taking a little bit more of a fourth stump line here. Seeing if she can get something from the deck, I think, and having some good success in beating the outside edge a few times with Bryony Smith.
Down the ground, that was a shot that sounded really nice off the bat. It's deflected off Smell's hands, and Wellington has to go around and do the fielding at the expense of 1. Throws, and I think it more inadvertently than anything else hits the stumps at the striker's end. Schofield taking guard. Paige Schofield, who has shown a real ability when she's in to score at an excellent tempo. Only Eilish Cranston has a higher strike rate for the Stars this season in this competition. She's got just a tickle over 200 runs, with an average of 29. She was particularly devastating in the T20s, the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And this time is just having a look at one. On Monday, batted at 10. It was a bit of a write-off of an innings. Came out when very heavily injured and made just 1 off 2. But now back to 100%. Stars will be hoping for a big score from her here.
Yeah, I think she'll be wanting that for herself as well.
She has 350s in this competition so far this season. It's another nice flowing extra cover drive, but straight at the fielder. Anderson's quietly bowled a really good spell here. Had beaten the bat of Smith 3 times in 3 different ways in her last over, and has conceded 7 with just 1 ball to complete with her 3rd.
Yeah, and she's just brought 3rd up and sent cover out. So she's just trying to protect her over now. So she's trying to bowl full. She wants batters to drive, but she's also trying to protect her over here.
Straight to mid-off. So Schofield still kept on naught with those 3 dots. 18 for 1 of 5. Might be a big total on the board, but it's worth remembering in terms of comparisons that Storm were 33 for 2 off 9. Lost those 2 early ones, but then magnificent rebuild from Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson.
Yeah, current run rate 3.6 and over, with the required being 5.89, and that won't really be something that we're thinking about at the moment, and that the Stars are thinking about in terms of making sure they're on the run rate, particularly in the power play where bad balls can go punished very quickly. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring in the power play for the first 10 overs, so looking to capitalise on any width that's on offer here.
Smell continuing. Left alone. We'll be fascinated to see how this Storm attack operates today. They got slightly pasted. Sparks put 297 for 3 on them on Monday, but that attack was a very different one to the one you're seeing right now. Low full toss away past the skipper Luff. Chase needed from deep mid wicket, and it's done to very good effect. There was just the briefest of moments where Chloe Skelton didn't know where the ball was. Managed to get up and zing it in for 2.
Yeah, she's done well. There's this outfield is very, very quick, and the ball is on you before you realise it, so she's done well to prevent the boundary there.
It's just pushed away. Comes wide of the crease this time. Big appeals and not given. Hill survives.
Straying ever so slightly across the line there, plants the front foot and then tries to play around that front pad, so just falling forward a little bit. Might have been a lucky escape there.
No full toss this time. Met by the bottom of Hill's bat and gets it away with good timing through mid-on for 4. So Chloe Hill starting to settle into her rhythm with a boundary.
Yeah, that was a really classy shot actually. She's come down, she's not tried to do too much of it. She's just met it, guided it past mid-on, and the outfield's done the rest.
Yeah, her first boundary, you're right, just watching it on that replay, it was a really nice shot. The fielding from a gentleman behind the boundary, not quite so good. And Stars starting to rebuild a little after that loss of Smith.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries here, and what Smale's done following the first boundary is then just dragged her length back, and Hilly's just said thank you very much, I'll send that behind square for 4. So yeah, good over for Stars. 10 from it, go 18 from 16.
Comfortably the most productive over of the innings thus far. Anderson to continue. It's been a nice spell from her. I know there's quite a few people in cricket around the West Country who are quite excited about her future, and justifiably so. Showing it again here. That time just blocked back by Schofield.
Yeah, in that first over I said that the ball wasn't really coming through very nicely, but it seems that she's hit a bit of a rhythm now, and actually it's getting a good bit of purchase off the surface. Not a lot of movement in the air. But this is going to be a good opportunity for Anderson to keep her team in it here.
Just flicked away. Classical cricket shot from Schofield. It was a leg stump, half volley from Anderson, but my goodness me, was it put away with ease.
That's absolutely fantastic from Schofield, and it's all the key there is in her head position. She's kept so still, and she's basically played that right under her eyes and just guided that round the corner. That's a really, really good shot there from Schofield, from not particularly bad delivery.
As soon as that beats the fielder at short fine leg, it's only going to be 4. Anderson this time going back of a length outside off, readjusting, worked down to 3rd. for 1. Can be tricky when you're a player like Anderson, not involved in the 100, so your season ends up dipping into blocks. I know quite a few in a boat like her have been dipping back into club cricket, both on the women's and sometimes on the men's side as well. She played on Monday at Taunton against Sparks, but that was her first game since playing in Heyhoe 2.0, as you might call it, in mid-July. So that's out to mid-off, no run. So that game on Monday for Anderson, young seamer, was her first game at this level in 6 weeks or so. Now into Heyhoe 3.0, the last 4 rounds of competition. Tricky about how you manage yourself through periods like that this season, particularly when you're a young player. Nice looking straight drive. It will get past Anderson and it will go for 4.
Really nice shot again from Hill. She's keeping that top elbow really high and just letting the ball do the work. All she's got to do is just guide it straight past the bowler. It's just a punch really, nothing more.
I say, famous last words, this is as good as I've seen her look in a Stars innings this season. And here we go. Here on 22. And again, it's straight driving nicely. This time fielded by Anderson off bowling. That's just brilliant. That's what we want to see. 9 off the over, 37 for 1. She turns to her captain Sophie Luff at mid-on and does a fist pump delight of yes, I stopped that one.
Got it.
Clearly feeling like she maybe should have stopped the one before that hurt her own bowling figures by failing to do so.
Yeah, and just speaking about that phase in the 100, Ellie Anderson obviously wasn't involved in there. It's a really tricky phase for players that aren't involved, because there isn't, like the men's game, there isn't those county fixtures or regional fixtures still going on. There are a few second 11 fixtures, but as a bowler, particularly a pace bowler, it's all about keeping those workloads up and bowling competitively against batters. So how much of that she was exposed to during that kind of 6 week block, really, 5-6 week block, would be really key.
Just guided back. We were talking a bit earlier about how intimidating it can be with a spinner in a ring field. This ring of 5 for Storm are really noticeably walking in. I mean, you smell again. Oh, swipe and a miss.
Yeah, and you do become very quickly aware of any dot balls, and in that field they won't be shy of letting you know as well. So you do begin to feel the pressure build quite quickly.
Miscued, and Smell almost managed to get there for a caught and bowled, and given her height and those sort of go-go gadget hands, if anyone could get there to have a go at it, it would be her, but it was just about out of reach. Schofield just taking a moment to recompose herself. Short back of her, guided away, trying to get it through the covers. It's come off cover's knee, which is never a nice place to field a ball. And then Griffith does the last bit of the fielding.
Yeah, I can't imagine Smell would have been too happy they took a run off of that delivery, but it wasn't the best ball. Probably should have got a run for it anyway, if not 4, but I think as it went to the fielder, she probably would have wanted that fielder to stop it, so I wouldn't be avoiding eye contact at this point.
Yeah, she definitely is one of those bowlers that has the kind of Catherine Brunt, Catherine Sivert-Brunt, of course, now vibe about her. Flicked away through square leg. I'm reliably told that if you drop a catch on her, it's just like, you just don't say it. You just avoid eye contact, avoid conversation for until you really have to.
Yeah, look away. Look at the ground.
Oh, that's beautiful from Smell.
That's a very good delivery. Just took a little bit off pace off of that as well, and it just gripped in the track and beat the outside edge. Nice.
One of those that almost ends up being too good to find the edge. 38 for 1 off 8, the kind of delivery that one batter at the non-striker's end thinks, thank goodness I didn't have to face that, and the one who has faced it thinks, I don't know how I'm still here, but I am. Happy days.
Good over that from Smale as well, just one from it.
And Anderson gets ready for more. I mentioned earlier the changing composition of this attack. The two quickest bowlers aren't playing today for Storm, but Ellie Anderson's doing a good job. This time she's being hit down the ground though by Schofield, having slightly overpitched, and she's very good in that straight feed, Paige Schofield. It's probably her strongest hitting area, and she demonstrates why once more. Yeah,
straight down the ground's been really effective for Stars so far, and again, a lot of her Ellie Anderson's game plan will be wanting them to drive, but she's not getting much from the deck in terms of seam or any swing in the air. So it is free pickings really for the batters. She may have to think about changing her plan here.
Anderson again goes full. This time Schofield was just trying to guide it behind square on the offside. Instead it went more towards point. Fielded by Skelton. These two going along very healthily. It's been a solid rebuild since the loss of Bryony Smith for Stars. Oh, swipe and a miss from Schofield. Missed it. It came back, almost took the inside edge, which could have presented chance, albeit it probably would have been a difficult one to Katie Jones.
Yeah, Paige just indicating at the track that, that's done something a little bit different that I haven't seen yet. It's a bit further back of her length. I'm not sure it was quite there to drive. She might have been a bit lucky not to have just tickled the outside edge there.
Definitely seemed to come back a little though, against the angle of the slope, which might have been what surprised Schofield. Full. Just worked away for one. Elsewhere, plays a 32 without loss after 6. That's a decent start to their run chase. Not surprising, given they've got a pretty decent pair of openers, and I say that in the most understated way possible. Sarah Bryce has 16 not out. Tammy Beaumont has 11, and there's just the slight danger of the prospect of Bryce squared with Catherine with her pads on as well. So that is quite a top order for Sunrisers to try and fight their way through at Derby. Straight to cover, just to remind you, they're above the required run rate there because they need 2-4-6 to win. So well placed. Blazer in 5th, Sunrisers in 3rd. Stars sandwiched between the two of them. There's 2 rounds of fixtures after today. Short and not quick enough to really trouble a player of Hill's quality, who can very easily work it out to the sweeper on the pull shot. 44 for 1 off at 9, 6 off it. So it's just 2 rounds of fixtures after today. There's 1 game going on tomorrow, Thunder versus Diamonds at Southport, and then 4 games next Wednesday. Diamonds face Vipers in what right now is a top 2 clash. Sunrisers play Western Storm, of course you're watching right now. Central Sparks face the South East Stars, who make the trip to the Midlands. And Thunder play Blaze, between 2 teams right now who are on the outskirts of top 4 hunt. Smells that once again. It's being just guided away cleverly by Hill, just using the pace, and it's a big old chase for deep square coming around. Corney will keep it to a couple.
Yeah, nicely worked that from Chloe Hill. Not quite sure how it's not gone for 4 when you've seen what has gone for 4 today. So yeah, she must have just got the slightest tickle on it. But yeah, really well worked. Very good awareness. There's no one behind square.
Goes back this time and won't get anything for that. Last round of fixtures for this competition predominantly comes on next Saturday, the 7th of September. Blaze do play Sparks at Chesterfield the day before, and then there's 3 more next Saturday to round things off. Down the ground, well fielded by Smell. Diamonds face South East Stars at Chester Street, so a big trip north for the Stars. Western Storm play Thunder at Taunton, and Vipers play Sunrisers at Southampton, which looks like a game that could have plenty on it. Straight at point, Smell building her dots nicely here. And then that takes us to semi-finals, which are on 14th of September. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. 1 and 2 are at home. And then finals day at Leicester on Saturday the 21st. Oh, that was almost chipped straight to extra cover, I thought for a second, but in fact it was beautifully placed in the gap by Hill, who latches onto something a little full and wide, and the Stars get to 50, and Chloe Hill has done the bulk of the heavy lifting, which, given that this is a rare opportunity for her up the order, is an excellent confidence boosting start.
Yeah, please forgive my groans when I thought that was going to be called extra cover. She's threaded the needle nicely there.
It's nice to know I wasn't the only one as well. So that's to extra cover. I was worried I might have to check my prescription for a second. 50 for 1 off 10, so are slightly ahead of where Storm were at this point, and have lost a wicket fewer. But I always think you have to be a little careful with comparisons like that, because teams don't tend to score the total that they've accumulated in the exact same way. Some teams have periods of particularly quick or slow scoring at different times.
At the same stage.
Yeah, I think for me, the team that wins this game will be the team that has the strongest partnerships. Western Storm certainly had some strong partnerships, so watch this space. I think that's where the game will be won and lost today. I don't think it's going to be about how quickly we get to totals. It will definitely be who's there the longest with who, and how repeatable can we make those partnerships. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a game poised on that.
It's a different looking Storm attack today, because there's no Izzy Wong and there's no Lauren Filer. Wong of course borrowed from Sparks, and that is 2 of the quickest bowlers in the country out of it. Manjit Dave Wellington back in, gun leg spinner, different threat, and then Katie Jones has come in and taken the gloves. So there is 1 fewer bowling option than what Sophie Luff had on Monday against the Central Sparks. Not that that necessarily did them too much good, because Sparks still piled up 297, and I'm sure she will be delighted to have a player of Wellington's quality back in the ranks. For now, Luff is shuffling her pack to Griffiths, who's starting with one that cuts back a little.
Yeah, Griffiths is definitely a bowler that you have to get used to facing, because she's slightly unorthodox in her action. Not your standard seam bowler that bowls with a regulation action, so she's got a bit of a deceiving action that you just need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I make it she's bowling off the wrong foot.
Yeah, so she doesn't have a big front foot stride, and yeah, it does look like she bowls off of the back foot. Yeah, it's therefore her release point is quite different, and so you do need to watch where the ball comes out of the hand.
It's a bit of a shuffle, more so than a lot of bowlers have that jump to get side on. There's no real discernible jump at all. And that means that it seems to come out slightly slower than you might expect.
Yeah, but also from a slightly higher release point than you would expect, because she's still quite upright in that release.
She has 8 wickets at average of 40, an economy rate of 6.1 in this competition so far across the campaign. Short and pulled away by Schofield, who will get 6.
That's a bomb.
She didn't even seem to hit it that hard, and that is the biggest compliment that I can pay to the shot. She just rocked back and helped it round the corner. That is where all the work on not just timing but in the gym makes such a difference, because it ends up sailing over the rope, and the wind has slightly carried it, but even without that it probably would have gone. First 6 of the reply.
Yeah, Paige Schofield is oozing with power. That's the only way you can describe her.
It's that time just blocking into the offside. Griffiths understandably goes fuller. She's on to 17 at not far off a runner ball. It'll be all too rare that we're nearly chasing down that list day record score. It was built off the back of Sophia Dunkley getting not just 100 but a big 100. Probably need someone to do something close to that here. Sounded good off the bat from Schofield, but picks out backward point.
Yeah, that was nicely fielded at backward point.
It's a very neat tumbling stop. 56 for 1 off 11, so that big 6, the only score off the over. And it looks like it now will be a certain Amanda Jade Wellington. I've been wondering the point at which Captain Sophie Luff would play the AJW card. Wellington to bowl from this end. Interesting to see that Storm clearly seem to have a perception that they want spin bowling from the Crystal Palace end of the ground and seam on from the Beckenham end, because Stars, who of course play here very regularly as their home patch, are not anywhere near as decisive about ends in that way. You see plenty of spin operate from that City end too.
Yeah, Danny Gregory will always bowl her leg spin from this end. Tilly obviously bowled from the other end, left arm orthodox. So
he needs Amanda Jade Wellington, who starts ironically with a filthy long hop, which she gets away with. It's hit straight to mid wicket, and then has a big laugh about something that can be along the lines of with her skipper Sophie Luffy fielded of how on earth have I got away with that, because you can expect a lot more deliveries exactly like that from Amanda Jade Wellington, and indeed such is her excellence that that ball that she bowled first up may well end up being the worst ball of the entire spell. All format Australian international, and she just being guided behind square, through third for 1 by Hill, who's taken the intelligent decision that the best way to play her is from the non-striker's end, particularly on a pitch like this, which had the pleasure of having a little chat to Amanda herself in the mid-innings interval, and the exact phrase was that she was licking her lips to have a bowl on this with 280 odd on the board. That's short, that's pulled away out to deep square. Schofield will get 1. Feels like she's been around for a very, very long time. I was quite surprised to check and be reminded she's still just 27 years old, which for a leg spinner is basically sort of an embryo state.
yeah.
So you can imagine if she wants to, she's got many, many years ahead. So that's again guided wide of the slip fielder. Hill once more for the second time in the over will get similar scoring shot, and I think Wellington might have just been making a signal there about doing something about that next time Hill's on strike. For now, a long on has gone out for Schofield. That's not surprising. Schofield does like to hit down the ground to good effect. Plenty of flight on that one, push back. Wellington has just got pretty much straight off the plane. End of her first over, it concedes 3, 59 for 1 off 12 from being in the Women's CPL final at Taruba, which was just a couple of days ago, where the Royals won by 4 wickets. She took a very tidy number 13 off 3 overs and got the DNB, so teammates finished things off. Had a good celebration, I'm reliably told, as you should, and then got herself on a flight last night, which thankfully for her landed on time at Gatwick at 6:30. Managed to clear everything, handily close to here, and as she was very keen to point out to me, arrived here at 8:45 and beat the team coach. You can't really ask for much more than that. And they'd managed to get 4 hours of sleep on the plane over. Very much sort of running on vibes and a dream, albeit the weather's a little bit more dreamy, I'm reliably told, out there than here. Griffiths starting her second, and it's Boulder. That's come back. And Hill, who had looked so good for her 31, has to go. That's a really nice delivery from Griffiths. Little bit of a nip backer, and it's 59 for 2.
Yeah, it just looked to me like Hilly was just trying to be a little bit too neat with that and just guide it instead of just getting in behind and
Chloe Hill was bowled by Alex Griffiths for
hitting it back to the
31.
bowler's end. But yeah, I can't even see, did that nip back or has she played it on?
May have done. There's certainly a big gap between
Next
bat
in
and
for South East
pad.
Stars, number 24, Alex Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, it's definitely done a bit off the seam, hasn't it?
Good signs for Griffith.
Yeah, hasn't gone forward, hasn't come back, so she's kind of got stuck on the crease and been left to try and get herself out of a situation with her hands and hasn't been able to, which is a shame. She was going really nicely. She was looking very good for her 31.
Now, if these two get in, it really will be a treat to watch, and we wait to see what this great unpredictable game will bring us next. Alice Davidson-Richards takes guard. Immediately, Captain Luff is organising and changing the field appropriately. That's going to bring about a switch to a 5-4 with significant protection behind square on both sides. A deep third, a deep square leg, a deep backward square leg.
Yeah,
and covers come up. Diar's first ball has her just finding mid-off gently.
Maybe just a sigh of relief. I know she's not got off the mark, but it is that first ball that she has survived off the back of that first ball departure on Monday, so she'll not be 100% relieved, but there will be a little bit of comfort in that.
Yeah, chopped on off Kate Cross to one that was quick, but also nipped back just a touch. Chopped onto her leg stump.
That's lovely.
Yeah, that's a full float. Davidson-Richards, but it's tapped Skelton. Well, that is an unenforced error. Front foot, no ball. Well, that, when you've got a golden duck on a Monday, is quite a handy thing to have. Free hit for ADR to have a go at. What can ADR do with a free hit? She's
lovely.
Crashing it down the ground, and she will get one. It was kicked away by Wellington. He's quick to have a good chuckle about it. I think there was one regardless, so yeah, it didn't really cost them anything.
Quite looked like 4 from here, straight off the bat. Must have just been a little bit closer to Wellington than the others had been. Sounded lovely off the bat.
Good early signs for ADR. These two both scored half centuries as Stars fell to a narrow defeat against Storm in early May at Taunton. Stars need big contributions, you think of both in the chase here. And Schofield with an absolutely picture perfect postcard extra cover drive for 4. It doesn't get much better than that. It was a touch wide, it was a touch full, but it was escorted away. That is delightful.
It was almost a touch of Danny Wyatt in the wrists there.
Breaking the wrist on contact.
Broke through. Actually beat extra cover on their left, which is not an easy job to do actually.
And that is another front foot no ball. That'll be one out in the deep. They take a second on the misfield, and they get there. Jones appealing. Understandably, she can't see that Schofield was behind her and was well in.
That's really well run. Really, really well run. Excellent awareness.
So it's another free hit, and this is the kind of over that has a danger of becoming quite costly for Storm. The over has already gone for 9 with 2 balls left of it.
same batter on strike, so they can't change the field. Wondering where Schofield's thinking of hitting this. I'm thinking she might be targeting long on.
I was just about to say my instinct will be straight somewhere.
Yeah.
Goes through a wide long on area for 4, so Schofield takes full advantage of the free hit. It's in the slot and it gets pumped away for another boundary. This over's cost 13 with 1 to go.
Yeah, clears that front foot nicely, gives hands room to swing through. Doesn't make a fully clean connection, but as has been the case today, if you beat the infield, you're getting full value for your runs.
So 1 ball left. Griffiths will be, after quite a tidy first over, oddly, having taken a wicket from the first ball of this one, just grateful for it to end. And ends it with a dot ball, 72 for 2 off 13. And such is the nature of what tends to happen if Paige Schofield is out there any period of time when you're batting. They are almost exactly up with the required run rate now, Stars.
Gosh, yes, just seen that.
Difference that 1 big over makes as well.
Yeah, and Paige does that with her innings. She can start, to all intents and purposes, quite slowly, but she builds that, and before you know it, she is racing away. So promising signs at the moment.
Worth saying as well, it was a nice knock that from Chloe Hill. It didn't go on quite as long as she'd have wanted, but she looked very fluent for a 31 of 34. That's her season's best. This is Wellington back for a second, guided with soft hands out to the slip. Now this really is the kind of contest that gets you licking your lips. Amanda J. Wellington versus Alice Davidson-Richards, the kind of player that does like to be naturally positive and aggressive.
I wondered as soon
And
as
goes
I
on the
saw that.
paddle. Oh wow! And that, well, might have snuck through.
Must have
Well,
been a
Storm
little
were
inside
hoping
edge.
it did.
Yeah, and there's a big vacant gap at short fine leg, so I wondered how quickly we'd see that shot.
Wellington this time, and Davidson-Richards goes on the paddle. Wellington, there really is a lot of kidology going on here, and Wellington could clearly preempt the movement, hence really almost slightly comically holding that back as the lollipop ball. Very cleverly done. Now goes quicker and flatter, and ADR just picks out deep cover. Wellington, who has 12 wickets in this competition this season, an average a tickle under 30 and a Conwy rate just over 4, which is very good, particularly when you factor in that a lot of Storm's games have been played on some relatively flat tracks. Gives that one plenty of flight, and Schofield was just reaching for it.
Kept low but very slow, and she took a little bit off it as well. I think the danger for me with ADR playing that little paddle is if she does miss it, it's getting done round the legs.
This time Schofield goes deep in her crease, hits that hard out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Skelton does the fielding, and that is the end of the over. Just 2 runs off it, 74 for 2 off 14. She really is a bowler of that higher quality that I think if you said to Stars she's going to go wicketless, but you may score ballpark 35, 40. They would say we'll tear your limbs off, your kidneys,
absolutely.
your appendix. We're ripping everything out of you to settle for that.
Yeah, and I think that's something that these two in the middle need to be aware of as well, is that actually we've just got to.
You don't need to score at you don't need to score at 5.6 and over specifically off Amanda J. Wellington. You need to score at 5.6 and over across the piece.
Which the over previously made that quite nicely available to do, because obviously Griffiths had a very expensive over the over before. Change in bowling now. I think it's Chloe Skelton. Is that?
Luff shuffling her pack. Skelton starts with one that's just a touch short. Schofield rocks back deep in her crease. Gets it out to deep mid-wicket for 1.
coffee
The
delivery
new
coming
bowler
in
for
hot.
this over at the City End. This is number 20.
This is
Chloe
this is
Stone.
how you do commentary properly. You get people running all sorts of errands for you just to make your life as simple as possible.
100%.
I rate it. Skelton just settling into her work. And again, that's a little bit short, but St Richards can only pick out Smale, who's hovering at mid-on.
It's not just anyone delivering coffee as well, it's Tash Farron, so...
I did think as well, I was just about to say when I saw this little head poke round our commentary box, as that's out through deep backward point for one, I was like, I recognise that head. It's not normally sort of appearing out the corner of a marquee. Does it not seem quite cool to have someone fetching your coffee who's got a hamstring injury?
Well, it's part of the rehab process.
Got to get the steps in eventually, I guess. It's part of the recovery. So that's play and a miss. For those unfamiliar, Tash Farron, unfortunately, out nursing a hamstring that kept her out of the 100 as well. It's been a real loss for Stars as an all-rounder. It's out through cover, no run. End of the over.
Look at this.
76 for 2 off 15. I would say gently to Kirsty White alongside, but it's not quite the end of the over, it's the penultimate ball. It's the final ball of the over is thumped away through mid-wicket for 4. Great shot from Schofield. This is an absolute clinic in how to play spin, how to pick up length early. Rocks back very deep in her crease. The contact point would have been behind that white line, which is always a sign of a good back foot shot against a spinner. The over goes for 6. It's 80 for 2 off 15. And most importantly, Kirsty White next to me has coffee.
Oh, one of many more that I need to have, I think, to keep me warm today.
Is it any good?
Oh, it's delightful. An oat milk flat white for me will keep you in my good books for
I was
a
also
long
about
time.
to gently add that the phrase "look at this" on a we are a televisual product, but not one that has any cameras in the commentary box. Is an interesting choice of phrase. Is Amanda J. Wellington starting a third over, and again Davidson Richards is trying that paddle. This is going to be a fascinating battle.
Yeah, it is, and this is it's keen to note here that this is one of ADR's strengths. It is one of her go-tos.
This time goes back, plays confidently, punching out to deep cover for 1. It's just one of those battles that I think anyone that knows the women's cricket, whether you're watching in the ground or at home, will be delighted to see that the fixture is turned in such a way that we get to see a decent bit of it. That's one from Wellington that seems to just push through as a little seamer.
Wellington's having the time of her life. Look at that smile.
Yeah, she is just one of those. She's in the
Beaming.
ADR bracket. That's just the vibes all the time. Even with 4 hours sleep and being slightly chilly Beckenham. That's guided back. It's a moment where just having a chat, and he said, "You gonna be all right?" Oh yeah, mate. Absolutely loves it. Schofield facing now, and he's finally did cover for 1. Did politely inquire about batting at 9, and I was politely told with a straight bat that was a decision of the coaches, not her, which is of course their liberty. I'd say it was quite surprising to both of us in the box, and a few people, dare I say, were watching as well. He said maybe they wanted to give me a little rest, which I guess is fair enough on one level. Davidson Richards is just blocking that one back. End of the over. 82 for 2 off 16. If you are marginally unfamiliar with cricketer that we're waxing lyrical about there in Amanda J. Wellington, this is someone that has already played for Australia in all 3 formats, 14 women's ODIs, 8 T20Is, and a women's test, albeit that test came back in 2017. The last ODI was in 2022, and our last T20I was 2018. You can sort of file her a little bit under the Erin Burns type of thing. Player that Skelton bowls a second. if she was any other nationality, would have frankly stacked up international caps. But by the virtue of being Australian, has played a fair few times for her country, but nowhere near as many as she might elsewhere. Schofield sounds good off the bat. Again, is in ominous form here, but only finds Griffiths at extra cover.
Yeah, who'd be Australian, hey?
Someone's already getting ready for the women's Ashes. As that's almost nicked on its way through by Schofield.
No, too many spiders in Australia. Too many snakes.
Skelton rocks back, and it's nicely played by Schofield. Think of two, they're not going to take it.
Storm sound like they're enjoying themselves in the field. You can just hear a little bit of chitter-chatter in and around the ring. They're having fun. I think they're really happy. It sounds like they've got their tails up.
The other thing they have is, of course, Skelton again, just finding the inside edge. They're not a team burdened by any sense of expectation. They know they're pretty much out of the hunt. They've got 3 games left of their season. Might as well go and enjoy and see what happens.
Yeah, and sometimes teams play their best in those situations. The shackles are off, and yeah, they're free.
Some slightly tentative appeals from Skelton. End of the over, another good over, just one off it. So these two in tandem bowling nicely. 83 for 2 off 17. Required run rate is not yet threatening. They had a tickle above a runner ball, but it's just a bit of pressure building.
Yeah, and these two won't be feeling any pressure here. They will just be riding the storm.
Deliberate.
That was good, wasn't it?
Deliberate? Yep, you meant it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, on purpose. Yeah, that was good one. That. I'm quite impressed with myself.
Here's Wellington.
Bowls
one that looks like a full toss, but it actually dipped a lot and ends up dribbling away. It doesn't quite go for 4. Well tapped back in play by Griffiths, and they get 2. It's a little bit messy from Storm with a slightly errant throw that Jones can't quite gather, but it doesn't cost them anymore.
That looked like a full toss down the leg side that was missed. I don't know if it's clipped the keeper on the way through, but has ended up down at
given
third.
us runs though.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. We're both equally confused in different ways. It's Wellington. That's a lovely looking straight drive, and that will go for 4. Well, that for my money might be the shot of the day from Schofield. Indeed, from any batter that we've seen. That is absolutely beautiful. Just leant on it.
She's barely touched it. That's outrageous. That is nothing more than just a push back towards the bowler that has gone for 4. And that's how hard she hits the ball, but also how well she times the ball.
Yep. Absolutely. And a little bit of footwork to turn it into a half volley, because it absolutely wasn't one in a conventional stance. This time Schofield's going back, picking out Wellington, picking out deep cover off Wellington.
This is something that Stars have worked on a tremendous amount over the winter, is playing spin. A lot of teams now will bowl a lot of spin in the middle overs, and it's where teams become unstuck.
So that's nicely by Davidson Richards, who manages to get it in the gap between a short mid-wicket and a mid-on for 4. So this is good counter-punching from the Stars. Amanda J. Wellington might be an elite spinner, but just like any spinner, if you can get them away for a couple of boundaries, that always shifts the momentum.
Yeah, a little bit of a hoik, but a little bit of a pressure reliever for ADR. There she goes.
Davidson Richards is paddling, and for the first time in 4 attempts, she is making contact. She isn't getting 4, but she'll get 2. Yeah, I was trying to quite find the way to describe that one, but bit of a hoik, yeah, does the job.
A controlled hoik. I
didn't want to. I mean, as your teammate, you can kind of just lean in on that a bit more. I was trying to. It's going to end up with a word like muscled, which is often one that denotes power over timing.
Yeah, by no means was it pretty, but it was effective.
This over, all of a sudden, has gone for 13 with 1 ball left of it. And that's come right up the toe end of ADR's bat. She'll get 1. that is an excellent over, particularly coming off Amanda J. Wellington of all bowlers. And none for 21 off 4, 97 for 2 off 18. And it is the kind of over, because it's not just scoring 14, but in the way that they have, that gives Sophie Luff, the Storm captain, a little bit of a dilemma. You've got 6 overs left of your trump card. You've just seen both batters play her and look reasonably comfortable. Is that a point where you think, actually, let's just put this on hold and come back to it?
Yeah, it is an interesting dilemma, because she's so dangerous. Wellington is so dangerous. So how do you manage that?
Skelton to continue. She's bowled pretty well. Rocking back and finding deep cover for 1. Elsewhere, Sarah Bryce is a Brycing, as are both of them. Bryce squared is at it. They are 85 for 1 off 15. Sarah has 41 off 45. Catherine is Sarah's out, should say, 41 off 45. Schofield again is finding that gap at cover. Just been LBW to Maddie Villiers, who's got herself some well-deserved England recognition after a very good summer with bat and ball for the Sunrisers. Tammy Beaumont has 25 not out. Catherine Price has just got to the wicket on 6. So that's 1 more. So Blazer well ahead in that one. 85 for 1 off 15, chasing 246 to win. As Stars bring up their 100 in good time. The required run rate well under control at 5.8. Won't get 1 that time.
Yeah, just sitting around that run rate now as well, and I think Wellington is going to be key. She's the most likely to take a wicket here. And she's probably the most likely to break this partnership. But how many overs are you willing to expose her to this? Because as soon as you take a few more wickets,
yep, that's the potential to run through a team.
That's it. That's it.
Schofield gets 1, 4 singles off the 19th, 101 for 2 off 19. So that worm tells you something. Both teams had lost 2 wickets at this stage. Stars marginally in front. That probably reflects the fact that right now they are the team of the 2 that the pendulum just sits slightly towards. It is very much that kind of point in a game of cricket where, for someone that doesn't know the sport, is relatively new to it, just said to their mate, "Oh, you're almost 3/4 of the way through now. Who's winning?" It's kind of like, well, yeah, I can't really tell you that.
Yeah.
A change of bowling at the Beckenham end, replacing Amanda Jade Wellington, number 27.
As we had thought might be the case, it is going to be a change of bowling. So Amanda J. Wellington, for now, has been taken out of the attack. You can understand why. The last over she bowled had gone for 14. The first 3 had gone for just 7. And it wasn't just going for 14, it was that both batters hit her for boundaries and looked somewhat settled against her, which has concerned skipper Luff. So instead she's going to turn to Neve Holland.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Wellington was doing while she was turning it a lot, I think she may have been turning it too much.
Yep.
And it was making it quite, I say easy.
Simple, dead easy. Holland with a little whippy medium paces. He's pushed away slightly off the inside edge of Scholefield's bat for 1.
But the batters knew that the likelihood of them being bowled was quite low, so they could actually just get onto the back foot and just push it out into the cover boundary. And if she overpitched, then they were going to take advantage down the ground. So once you have that kind of mindset, playing spin's quite easy, especially when you're watching.
Yeah, nobody makes a mistake in the commentary box. It's fantastic. And again, just accumulation. First instinct for Davidson Richards here. She's not going to naturally score slowly. It's almost impossible for her, but right now she's just quite content to predominantly get Schofield facing as many balls as possible. And that makes a lot of sense, really. short and straight to cover. Not quite straight to. A few yards in the diving stop needed.
Alex Griffiths has been absolutely exceptional at extra cover today. She's been throwing herself all
Yeah,
over the
you're right.
place, and I think she's probably saved in excess of 20 runs so far. She's been superb.
She's actually got her hands on her knees though, because she has been a bit of a ball magnet as well. That's worked away by Schofield down to Smell at deep third. There's almost been a slight inverse of a particular passage of play for a long while, where Chloe Hill was having to do a heck of a lot of work out at deep cover for Stars.
Yeah, and
did it quietly, very effectively.
Yeah, and it's August on these hard wickets, and she's throwing herself all over them. So I would imagine her knees are shredded, her hips and back probably ache.
Turn around the corner by ADR for 1. This partnership is building nicely. I don't need to glance at a DLS calculator to know that that would have Stars in front right now by a little way.
Yeah, and we were talking about partnerships earlier. First innings filled with them.
And this will add to this particular stand, which is approaching 50, 3 short of that.
Yeah, Chloe Hill and Paige Schofield held a 44-run partnership before Hill fell, and this currently is worth, I believe, 46. And we spoke about partnerships winning the game, as they so often do, but particularly today, I think that is going to be the difference between the two teams. So 47 the partnership at the moment between Schofield and ADR, and they'll be wanting to push on and continue to build on that.
106 for 2. Wide run rate comfortably under a runner ball. Stars will feel like they have this chase under control. It's a game they can ill afford to lose in pursuit of a top 4 spot. And again, it's been the pattern of recent times. Just worked for a single. There's no real need for Stars to do anything more dramatic at this point. And again, accumulation the primary aim. Schofield 1 short of what would be a well-deserved 50. And we'll have to wait for such a milestone.
I thought you almost just willed that straight through.
Oh, swipe and a miss outside off. The build up to the moment and the anticlimax reminds me of one of my favourite bits of cricket commentary, which was it took a team like sort of 10 balls to score the final winning run.
Oh.
They lost 2 wickets in that time. This is Skelton to Schofield, he's on 49. And he's gone! Chopped on! Skelton gets the wicket, 108 for 3, and Paige Schofield, who's looked so good, so comfortable, so impressive for her 49, has to gone for 49 off 54, chopping on. Bowled by Skelton.
That's tough. That's
Paige
really
Schofield
tough. She's
was
rocked back
bowled
here.
by Chloe Skelton for
That's
49.
really turned.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's got a little bit of an under edge on that as well to take it on.
Oh yeah, definite chop on.
Definite chop on.
Yeah,
Yeah. But a fair bit of turn and bounce nonetheless. Really great innings from Paige. Disappointing for her not to reach that milestone and continue on, but
Next in for South East Stars, number 20.
a ball that
Kira
shouldn't have
Shapley.
generated a wicket but has broken a 49-run partnership between Schofield and Richardson.
It's,
Richards, sorry.
It's an impressive hand, but a hand that is complete. Worm reflects Stars being just ahead of things at that stage, and that wicket pretty much brings things back neck and neck, and outwalks someone who, I must say, I think has a reasonable case to feel quite confident as she walks to the crease. One of the few players who would have taken a bit of confidence from Monday when Stars lost against Thunder. Kira Chatley came in for her first Stars appearance of the season, and at number 4, with chaos around her, made 54 off 74 before eventually becoming one of Kate Cross's 6 victims as Thunder surged towards victory. Chatley will look to, you would think, as this partnership develops, be the one that is the more solid anchor, and Davidson Richards would be the more naturally aggressive of the two, particularly given that Davidson Richards has been out there a little while already.
Yeah, I'd agree, and I think, you know, Kira's had a long period out of the game and is coming back and back into the side now, so she won't see any shame in taking a few overs to get herself in and just playing that supporting actress role.
So that's starts solidly enough, finding the middle of the bat. Yeah, it was a very regular feature last season at the top of the order and with the gloves for Stars, and then Chloe Hill until Monday had beaten Stars' keeper bat for the entire campaign when Chatley came in and took the gloves and made that half century. Successful over for Skelton, 108 for 3 off 21.
Yeah, Kira unfortunately had an injury in her foot that kept her on the sidelines for a while until she was fit and made it through to the 100, but unfortunately, because she hadn't had the games under her belt, didn't play during the 100, which is a shame for her, and she's worked really hard on her game. So yeah, good to see her back in the shirt and back playing for the Stars. She's a great member of the team. I don't really know how to describe her, to be honest.
Holland continuing. Just walked away for 1. That brings Chatley onto strike, still yet to score. Yeah, you would have got very long odds if someone had told you last winter that her first game of representative or 100 cricket would be deep in late August here against Thunder on the bank holiday August Monday.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of that injury. It was really a long burner for her, so
into the pads, but going well down leg.
yeah, long rehab journey for her, and she hasn't had, to my knowledge, any injuries that have kept her out of the game, so frustrating for her as well.
Tough life of a professional athlete. Can sometimes feel like you're a bit invisible when you're injured.
It's very isolating, yeah, especially when you see the team doing everything that they're doing.
Chatley's driving nicely enough, but
Griffiths being a wall again.
Yeah, well stopped in the covers. And there is, of course, better support around that than there ever has been, and that's fantastic to see. And there's far more of an open conversation about athletes' mental health than a generation ago. But it's still tough being injured. Short, convincing pull shot from Chatley. Picks up deep square leg. 1 to the total.
Yeah, and the resources that we have at Stars are fantastic, and the medical care and everything that comes with that. But nothing can stop you feeling isolated when you're operating with those restrictions.
Low full toss. Worked away to deep backward square. Yeah, it's just, I mean, so many athletes talked about this, of course. You know, you feel surplus to requirements because you can't help out on the field, and then when those successes or failures are had out on the field, you don't feel immediately part of that because you're not present in that way. That's just guided away.
Yeah, and cricket's a game of kind of extreme highs and lows, and you either win or you lose, and with that comes the extreme high or the extreme low. And I was listening to an interview that I think was it Emma Hayes, the former Chelsea manager, made a really good observation about the best players in the game and in sport are the ones that perceive wins and losses in the same way, so they don't thrive on them and have that extreme high from that win, and they don't have the extreme low from the loss, but when you're in that phase of being injured, you kind of crave that, you need that, and though you get those highs from hitting those markers with the rehab and progressing on from being able to run for the first time or being able to do something without a restriction.
Skelton back, hunting more wickets. Davidson Richards chassing nicely down the pitch, but getting no reward.
But also, when the team's winning and you're not playing, that can be really hard too, because you feel quite conflicted.
Slow, lolloping full toss from Skelton, and Davidson Richards is not falling for that trap with Smale at long on. Just works it down there for 1. Oh, is that a caught ball? Not quite. Not quite, but it wasn't far off for Skelton diving forward. It wasn't a drop chance either.
Just a little bump in front of the hands, wasn't there? Hearts in mouths for a moment, but as soon as that went into the hands.
Goes on the reverse this time. Umpire unmoved.
Oof.
Chatley just trying to work it behind square into that sort of almost the area where you might have a slip normally, hoping for 1 or 2. She's very good at working through in those areas. I know she's talked about the fact that playing spin, particularly left arm spin, has been a massive work on for her in recent times in training. That's a wide. Historically has often been quite a traditional opener that likes pace on, and then is looking to expand herself to being more versatile. Straight and extra cover.
Yeah, she's definitely expanded her repertoire in terms of what she's able to offer with the bat.
Oh, push back. Well, that was nearly caught bowled. Was very early on that. Didn't pick Skelton's almost slower one, if you will, at all. 1 for 15 off 5 from Skelton. Just 2 overs to go till drinks. 113 for 3. Little bit of pressure building here. The required run rate's creeped up to 6.3. It's not by any means at the point that demands a response, but it is of note nevertheless. Elsewhere, plays a 121 for 1 after 20 overs. Tammy Beaumont is on 49 not out. Catherine Bryce has eased her way on to 18 and above a run a ball. So you would increasingly say that Blaze look in a very good position to win that game. And if they got 4 points, that would take them level with Stars. 5 would take them a point above. That's of course also depending on what Stars do here. It's Holland. Davidson Richards picks out short mid-wicket. Of course, Stars are 3 points behind Sunrisers. So it would mean if Blaze were to win that game and Stars were to win this game, Stars would go up above Sunrisers into 3rd. Oh, is that gone? Yeah, it is. It's snuck through. Alice Davidson Richards is out, having got a start and looked so solid for her 19. 113 for 4, so 2 quick wickets. Schofield bowled by Skelton, and now Alice Davidson Richards cleaned up by Holland, and Stormer up and about.
Yeah, it seemed that kept a little bit low there. Yeah, it has kept low, but she's played across the line. I think she was just trying to nudge it and drop it into that leg side and pick up 1 and maybe take the strike from the end of the over. But the
there's a visible thump of hand on bat as well from Davidson Richards, which just there, and that to me looks like the reaction of a player who doesn't think that's the pitch so much as that they made a misjudgment.
Yeah.
Without meaning to get too into reading in the tea leaves.
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. She's definitely tried to just play that across the line instead of coming down on a straight bat and either taking 1 to mid off and just hurrying through, or just respecting the fact that it wasn't a bad ball and showing it.
have to say now, it is asking a lot of the middle and lower order here. There's plenty of batting talent left for the Stars, but there is still, going back to something we mentioned earlier, 6 overs of a certain Amanda Jade Wellington to come back in on a spinning track at some point. The required run rate is up above a run a ball. So we're back to live action, and that's come off something on the way through, and it will be 4 leg byes, signalled by umpire Julia Jarvis to start off Phoebe Franklin's knock.
Not runs off the bat, but it is the first boundary in around 5 overs, so that will be welcomed by Stars. Just drifting ever so slightly down onto that leg side.
Also of note that with the dismissal of Davidson Richards, that now means that all but one of Stars' top 6 run scorers are gone. So that's into the pads. Is that out? No. Going down leg, I would imagine, is what has saved Phoebe Franklin there. Only player who's left of their 6 top run scorers in this season is a pocket rocket, the fast scoring Ailish Cranstone, who is the kind of player that can come out and change the complexion of this one. Stars will hope that by the time she walks to the wicket there's a little bit more of a foundation laid. Franklin this time is guiding that away with a square drive. That is a delightful shot, as good as any that we've seen all day. Rocked back and with a straight bat and a minimum of risk or fuss, just works it away through point for 4. My.
Yeah, that was lovely. She's just let her hands guide that through backward point and carved it, really.
It wasn't even a particularly bad ball.
No.
Franklin won't get anything for that. 121 for 4 off 24. So just to take you through that top 6 I mentioned, well, Bryony Smith is Stars' top run scorer in this format this season. Of course, she was out for 9. Second highest was Alice Davison Richards, who just gone for 19. Third was Sophia Dunkley, of course not playing today. Fourth, Tash Farron, again that hamstring injury keeping her out. Ailish Cranstone 5th, and then Paige Schofield is the other one to have just over 200 runs, and she's gone as well. Schofield and ADR were looking really nice together, and it really is that classic cricketing cliche of add a couple of wickets to the score. Skelton continuing, giving that one plenty of flight.
Yeah, Skelton bowling a similar line here to Callie Moore. She knows it's turning, so she's just offering that little bit of width and hoping for a bit of turn and bounce.
Chatley just working that, still on 1 off 11. Pressure starting to build. Just going back in her crease. Just 3 balls left until the drinks break. Skelton has bowled a really impressive spell here. He's kept things very tight, and for all our chat about Amanda Jade Wellington, it is Skelton who's been the most economical storm bowler.
Yeah, just 15 runs from her 5.
Charlie guiding that nice flowing drive, waited for it well but gets no reward for it.
Yeah, a little tentative still in her shots here. You can see she's just lacking a bit of confidence. I think she just needs to relax and play her shots.
Those short sweeps, that's it. A good option from Chatley. Again, waited for it well, which is always a good sign of a player who's carrying on from a previous innings like that 54 that she had on Monday. Last ball before drinks. Franklin taking off stump guard for the off spinner, as a lot of elite players look to do. Quicker and flatter, and that kept low and nearly snuck through, but Franklin jams her back down on it, and we reach drinks. 122 for 4 off 25.
Yeah, that last delivery just keeping very low there. Not dissimilar to that delivery that caught Bryony Smith off guard and went under the bat.
25 overs bowled, South East Stars 122 for 4, requiring a further 161 runs at 6.44 runs per over. At the same stage of their innings, Western Storm were 124 for 2.
So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty tough chase.
Time now for the players and umpires to take drinks.
Franklin has been on 4. This, what are you saying in the drinks break if you're Johan at this point?
I think this is going to be a really key partnership here, and I think both players know it. Strong batters left in the hutch still to come in, but it is a lot rests on this partnership, I feel, here, and Chatley and Franklin need to be able to just dig in and absorb some pressure, but also be mindful of run rate. If you have spin on at one end, and they're getting through their overs quite quickly, they don't want to be in a position where 10 overs fly by and they're really kind of chasing their tails. So both batters have got the ability here to go on and set the game up and put Stars into a position to win, but it does hang in the balance a little bit here.
So one thing I was going to ask, actually, is not relevant to this match situation, but this might be the last time the Stars play at Beckenham, depending on whether or not there's a home semi-final here. Does it sort of feel like an end of an era a bit, almost?
Yeah, we've made this our home, actually, Stars, and it definitely will be sad. And after the game, we're going to be having we've invited friends and family to come back and have a couple of drinks and everything like that. And it's been great. So it definitely does feel like the end of an era. There's a lot, obviously, still to do in terms of the competition. So we can't mourn just yet. But no, you are right. It definitely does feel like we're coming to the end of an era, a really special one in terms of what we've achieved as a team, but also what the game has produced and achieved so far.
And I suppose it's a question of looking forward now to effectively a Surrey side next year. How is everybody gearing up for that?
I think, to be honest, I don't think it's anything anyone's really thought too much about. It's the nature of the game at the moment. Is we've got a job to do here, and that's something that we pick up and talk about at the end of the season, and when we're looking to start the new kind of indoor block and that pre-season block. So yeah, it's not really, I can't say anyone's really spoken too much about what it looks like or what it will feel like.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting setup. We just seeing Mike rushing back from the drinks break facility, so I should make way for him, and he will take you through to the end here. So just to reiterate, 122 for 4 after 25 overs. I'll hand you back to Mike.
Thank you very much, Fred. Giving me the opportunity just to most importantly, get another layer on. Which is fantastic, honestly. More importantly, 6.44 an over needed. I think right now you would rather be Storm, but Stars are absolutely more than in with a shout. This is still a track that for the most part is pretty decent to bat on. The outfield is reasonably good value as well.
Yeah, value for runs in the outfield.
Holland to bowl the first ball after the resumption. Just dribbles away off something from Chatley.
She's got a very upright seam position as that ball kind of flights through the air, and a little bit of a wobble in the air actually. We haven't seen a lot of swing. That's just doing a little bit in the air, a bit of drift with the breeze.
And again finding the pads, drifting down leg, but Chatley is in danger of getting a little stuck here. 2 off 16, and that can play on your mind. It's very easy to just say play every ball as it comes, but even at an elite level, players are humans rather than robots, and when you've just got out there, the required run rate is just starting to tick up a little. It's not easy. As this time Chatley's pulling away nice and convincingly. First boundary, she'll feel all the better for that. Short ball, and that is powered away with good timing as well.
Yeah, that's a gift, and that's exactly what Kira Chatley would have wanted in this situation. She's very much a confidence player, and as soon as she starts to accumulate, she becomes and kind of transforms. So that would have been a real release for her. I think Holland will be a bit disappointed in herself there, because Chatley was 2 from 16.
Shorter, slower outside off. Work down to Smell. Deep third for 1 as the wind whips up once more. It's been as windy a day as I can remember this summer without any rain at any point. Normally in England, often the wind tends to be the precursor to it's starting to at least shower. Thankfully we haven't had that at any point. That's worked away for another one, down to deep, fine leg. Elsewhere, half century for Tammy Beaumont. Blaze have reached drinks 145 for 1. They need another 101 off the last 25. Catherine Bryce is 32. So it seems very likely they're going to beat the Sunrisers. Up to extra cover, no run. Bar an incredible collapse. You might even say end of the over, 128 for 4, 6 off the first over after drinks. If you're being cheeky, you might say the Blaze could have a stab at chasing that inside 40 overs for the bonus point. So for that, they would need 101 off the last 15 overs, effectively. They need to go at just a tickle under 7s. But of course, even a victory in 50 overs gets them 4 points, but that extra 1 could be oh so handy. Just to remind you how squeezed it is, particularly in that middle. Sparks have 21, albeit they've played a game more. Thunder have 21, Blaze have 23, Stars have 27, Sunrisers have 30. That's 7th through 3rd, only 2 go through from that. Skelton once more to bowl the first over from the City end post drink. Starts right on the button. It's been a great spell from her. I'd be very surprised if she doesn't just bowl 10 straight through. Franklin drives well, but again stopped to extra cover. That looked painful. I think that's taken a bounce off one of the other practice wickets and has sconned Griffiths in quite an unpleasant way. She's sort of smiling, but in that way that players do whilst you can see they're in a lot of pain. And she's got her hands on her knees. She's in some discomfort. That's out to mid-on. She's also kind of visibly limping. I mean, it does seem to be that classic, yeah, no, yeah, I'm all right. No, but come on, like, seriously, you're going to make this much worse. I would hope, as brilliant a fielder as she's been, it might be time to go see the physio. Goes back. And this is not a deep point for 1, but again, you can't quite see out of shot that she's in all kinds of discomfort at extra cover.
Yeah, she really has put her body on the line today, and she has been absolutely outstanding, but potentially at the cost of a limb.
Sweeping this time, Chatley, but sweeping straight at square leg.
That square leg position is inside the ring and right in front of square leg as well, so not an orthodox square leg position. It's quite an interesting spot she finds herself in there, but effective nonetheless.
Slog swept by Chatley. Didn't quite get all of it, but committed to the shot really well, and as a result is rewarded with a couple. It's the kind of shot that if a player doesn't quite think they're there and they try and pull out of, they often tend to get caught, but by fully committing to this stroke, she's still was rewarded. 131 for 4 off 27, 3 off that over. Skelton has just 3 overs left, and while Amanda J. Wellington still has 6 overs in the bank, right now it has been Skelton who's been the best spin threat, arguably, for Storm.
Yeah, she's been exceptional. Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah.
More than
it's
exceptional.
Very high standards.
She'll do. No, she's been exceptional.
Chloe Skelton, 7 overs, 1 for 19. She'll do.
She'll do, yeah. And this is a good move here as well, because the pressure has just started to build on Stars a little bit. So actually bringing Wellington into the mix will just really add to that pressure.
Yeah, she's that very busy, chirpy, extroverted character. She's not really a sledger by any accounts, but she's someone that just brings that persona to the way in which she plays, and that almost vibrancy, that frequency has an effect on an opposition. No matter how much you might try and be in your own bubble, you can't help but know that she's there.
Yeah, it's definitely like an aura, isn't it?
Yes.
She just carries it around with her.
6 overs left of Amanda J. Wellington, who's back for a second spell and starts with a teasing one that is a little too full and wide though, and Franklin takes the gift and absolutely thrashes that away. Well, that is out towards the long square boundary at deep cover, and it's almost gone for 6.
She's absolutely mullered that, and rightly so. It was there, she's floated it up, and Phoebe Franklin said, I'm not going to take a look at one, I'm gonna send it, and she has. But she's so strong through that area. She's very, very strong through that area.
Yeah, and there is definitely an aspect of watching an Australian leg spinner with a bit of an aura. It makes you think of a certain SK Warren, and it's about playing ball, not playing the bowler who's bowling it. That ball is driven nicely to mid-off.
Yeah, definitely. And Phoebe is similar to Paige in the element that she hits the ball very hard.
That's out to deep cover for 1 for Franklin. You will see this as a great opportunity to stand up and be counted. This season, often when she's come in this competition, it's been in the lower middle order, that kind of position where you've either got to hit out from ball 1 or you're batting first, or you're actually in quite a thankless situation batting second. He has 124 runs at an average of 15.5. Plenty of flight on that one from Wellington. Chatley just picks out the deep cover sweeper. So already taken 6 off 4 in this over off Wellington, who, far be it from us to recommend what else you should be watching on YouTube apart from this stream, but it's got her own YouTube channel that is well worth a look.
Did she ask you to plug that when you were chatting in the break?
Do you know, I thought you might say that. No, genuinely. It's something I've watched a few times, and I'm actually, as someone that's been lucky enough to commentate on women's sport for 6-7 years, I'm quite surprised a few more athletes don't do a bit more of it. It's into the pads, end of the over, 6 off it, 137 for 4 off 28. When you see, particularly you look at the Lionesses, but the kind of phenomenon that Mary Earps in particular has built on, say, TikTok. But so she's been doing these match day vlogs, Amanda J. Wellington, for a long time, and what I think is quite particularly impressive, and she confirmed it when we were chatting, but she said this to people replying in the YouTube comments, she edits it, does it all herself, and it's not your classic, here's me staring at a camera for a minute or two. It's a proper half an hour that gives you everything inside out, and playing in all these different franchise competitions. Really interesting, sort of different angle look behind the scenes. Scout continues what's been an excellent spell, but she's paddled away. Big chase needed by the captain, Sophie Luff. Instead, it will eventually be fielded down there by a great mate, Fran Wilson, who batted so well earlier on with similarly well-placed shots like that. 2 more.
Yeah, Sophie Luff just fielding as a captain unconventionally from square leg.
Yeah, she does that quite often. Is in the action there, the Western Storm skipper.
There aren't many captains that would and can captain from square leg, but she's so experienced that she doesn't need to see the angles.
That's it. A little shorter, dribbles away off the pad, no run. Yeah, she's she joked to me when commentating on the Charlotte Hills Cup finals day together that it's just her trying to hide herself. I think that was just a little bit of false modesty.
But you have to have an incredible amount of trust in your bowlers.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
well, to execute their plans and know exactly what they're going to do ball by ball.
Worked away by Chatley. Interestingly, a short mid-wicket's just gone in across from extra cover, so it's a 5-4 onside field with just a deep cover out on the offside. Maybe trying to invent Chatley to try and do something different. Chatley goes on the reverse. That's a very clever shot. There's nobody behind square on the offside, and Chatley will get 4. Really clever, intelligent batting, manipulation of the field. Says, over to you, Skelton. What do you want to do?
Yeah, really nicely played. Head right in line with the ball, and she's played against the spin, and it's continued then to spin away from the field and making chase. I was just wondering whether she would capitalise on those gaps. So there is no one really behind square either side. Now would be the time to get out of the over. I would have thought she might have put someone behind there before.
Field hasn't changed. Chatley now finds cover. No run. End of the over. 6 off it. 143 for 4 off 29 then. Acquired rate up to 6.67, and the worm pretty much has got both sides on the same kind of score at this point. Remember that this was, of course, when Rafe in particular for Western Storm carried things really nicely, made 68 off 52. Stars probably need someone to play a similar kind of hand here.
Yeah, and I think that's what they probably would have spoken a little bit about at drinks, and as a team these are some of the things that we set our standards to be, and I'm sure Johan he wouldn't be upset if we got out trying with intent, but if you're not trying to play the shots and be brave, as we like to say, then
what's the point? Here's Amanda J. Wellington. And speaking of being brave, Franklin has just boshed one of the best leg spinners around. Back over her head for 6 through mid-off. That is a great shot. And that is the kind of shot that says, over to you, Ozzy, what you got?
Yeah, I think this is a really good matchup for Phoebe. I think she'll actually really like facing Amanda Jade Wellington because she does offer that little bit of width because of the turn, so she can play with it where she's so powerful. She's very strong straight and down the ground, so which is how you'd want to play a leg spinner. So interesting to see what the next move is here.
So I was just waiting for this camera shot, just as Kirsty White was giving you all of the brilliant technical breakdown of why this might suit Phoebe Franklin. The village cricketer sat next to her was just thinking of the fact that he'd seen the ball go deep into a hedge and who was going to go off and get that. You can see Smale using all of her 6 foot plus interest and VAT frame to get into the hedge and manage to pluck it out. That's a good bit of work. And meanwhile, as that's been going on, Captain Luff has just had a big old chat with Amanda J. Wellington about what they're going to do here, because Phoebe Franklin has thumped her for 4 through extra cover and for 6 through mid-off. She's far too experienced to be particularly bothered about being hit for a couple of boundaries like that. What she's more working out is what she's going to do, and she's put a mid-off out and a deep cover now. And Franklin this time is just nerdling away. That one definitely came back. Wellington's now bringing that mid-off, that long off into mid-off with Chatley on strike instead. 150 is up. Just starting to get a sense we could have a ripper of a game on our hands here. Like, that pendulum is properly in the middle, oscillating around. Plenty of flight on that one from Wellington. Gets the outside edge of Chatley's bat. Runs away towards the boundary, and it does go for 4. Well, sometimes it's better to have luck on your side more than anything else. Wellington throws a cheeky grin up to the skies as if to say, what can I do? And Chatley picks up a fortuitous boundary.
Yeah, and what I was going to say was the previous over, Phoebe Franklin hit Wellington for 4 from the first delivery, and that just really takes the pressure off for the rest of the over. So to start with a 6, a 1 and a 4 really just means you can
don't have to take undue risks.
do that.
And
Exactly.
This has worked her way through third, and this will be one more. So this over's gone for 12 or 4. And for all the very understandable chat about the bowler of Wellington's excellence, right now, famous last words, watch her end up with figures of 5 for 48 from here, but Stars have played her well. That's short and cut away, but in front of square from Franklin. It was almost a bit of a hockey shot, that, in just the weighting and the way it was played. Almost like a cross-court slap on a hockey pitch.
Well, Phoebe Franklin's a very good hockey player.
Some sources had told me.
Yeah, and so the fact that you've likened that to a hockey slap.
It does seem easier in women's cricket to keep up with the players that have not got a hockey background. There's a lot of crocky going on around the place.
Yeah.
Well, Wellington's got something to think about here. It's gone for 16 off the over. And that's hit hard down the ground. And that's going to be 4 more as well. Wow. So Amanda J. Wellington's over is taken for 20. That is quite a bit of work in combination between Chatley and Franklin, who have put on 50 in 40 balls. And that is the kind of over that will just drag back that required run rate that has started to head towards 7. And it's also the kind of over that makes Sophie Luff, the visiting skipper, think, have I got to actually take Amanda J. Wellington off, which would seem almost unthinkable as a move, but after an over like that, it's got to be high on the consideration list, you'd imagine.
Yeah, and I really love that attitude from Phoebe to say you've put mid off out, you've got long off out, and I'm still going to beat her, and that is how she plays. And she could have quite easily just absorbed that pressure and gone for 1, but that's just not how Phoebe plays. She's an aggressive batter, and she's here to stay. I think she's definitely set her intent. So this could be really, really interesting here.
Yeah, what the replay didn't quite show you of that final delivery is she's only actually hit that at most 10 yards to the right of long off. She's just hit it that hard that Smell didn't really have a chance. Anderson's going to come back. It's been probably for me the pick potentially of the seam bowlers for Storm. Certainly was very good in her first spell. 5 overs, 1 made in 22 without loss, and starts the second spell right in the button. Chatley was trying to jump away, make room and guide that through down to deep third for 1.
She looked like she just lost her run up a little bit towards the popping crease there, but continued to bowl through.
Required run rate, thanks to that big over, is now just a tickle over a run a ball. Short, Chatley gets it away for 1. Would you give Wellington another over here? Decisions.
Yeah, it is a big decision, because that was an expensive over. Part of the thinking might be Wellington says, come on, keep trying. I want you to keep trying, because I will get you. And I believe that's probably what her mindset is.
Not to mid off, no run.
So I can imagine Wellington's probably said to Luffy, no, keep me on. But yeah, there's a decision to be made there, isn't there?
Sounds to me like you're firmly taking a seat on the fence.
Yeah, absolutely. Who'd be a captain? Not me.
Best thing about being in the commentary box. You don't need to make any decisions.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
no.
That's out. That is out. My goodness gracious me. Where do you start with that? Franklin is gone for 26. Anderson is sort of chuckling in bemusement. A slower ball that came out completely wrong, short and horrid, and Franklin, having hit Amanda J. Wellington at the other end all over the place, will be absolutely filthy to have got out like this. She ended up early on it and spooned it straight to Sophie Luff. the visiting captain, and everyone just has a wry smile on their face from a Storm perspective of not being able to believe that they've taken a wicket with that. And Franklin, who looked frankly brilliant for her 26, almost all in boundaries, has to go.
Being dismissed for 26.
That's devastating.
Next in for South
That's
East
a real
Stars,
shame,
number
that. I think
29, Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
yeah, I think Phoebe will be pretty upset with herself. You'd forgive her the shot selection, but I think she'll probably go away and reflect and think, I could have got myself out of that. But some of the wickets that have fallen today have just been as a result of that variable bounce, and this is the second game on this wicket, so it is going to be a little bit mischievous, and has been.
Yeah, it also seemed to be, as well as the bounce, just the simple fact that slow ball got stuck in her hand, so it came out far slower than most of what Anderson's bowled all day anyway, before it even come into contact with the surface.
Yeah, had that not been a slower ball, I think it probably would have. She would have got away with it, even with the bounce.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay facing up and flicking away nicely to get immediately off the mark. We're keen to show why she's in contention for an England debut, part of that England squad heading to Ireland for 3 ODIs and 2 T20Is across the water, alongside her teammates Bryony Smith and also Paige Schofield. Short and pulled away, nicely struck by Chatley, right in the gap for 4. 2 sweepers out there, couldn't have picked the middle of them any better if she'd have tried.
Yeah, she's got on top of that really quickly, pulled off the front foot, nice high hands, excellent connection, and splits the 2 fielders really well.
So an eventful over. Looks like a little bit of running repairs to the surface being done. 6 off it, a wicket, 169 for 5 off 31. Required run rate still a relatively modest run a ball. Sense an increasingly nervous Kirsty White alongside me when I mentioned that there was every chance this went right to the wire. There was a big nervous smile and a jangle of the empty coffee cup, as if to say, I could really do with Tash Farrant for another coffee here.
No, I think, yeah, this is, the game's poised still. We have a lot of depth, but Storm are playing really, really well.
Smale is back on, 1 for 27 from her 5, and it's a little bit of a one-time England under-19s match-up here. Both these two were a big part of that side once upon a time not too long ago.
McDonald-Gay's moved her feet really nicely, really quickly there.
Made 13 on Monday against Thunder. McDonald-Gay is Chatley this time. Can only pick out point. A tricky thing for RMG is the fact that she barely got a bat in the 100. Driving confidently but straight to Wellington at mid-off. Right away to point. That's a great save. Not just stopping it, but stopping it with 2 hands cleanly and getting the throw in from Fran Wilson. Quietly effective. Goes on the reverse, and Wilson will have to get her boots on for a big chase here. It's away for 2.
Yeah, I think that's a good option still for Smale. There's no one really behind the bat. There is a 45, but they're very wide on the leg side, and no one behind the bat on the off side. Expansive flowing drive from Chatley. We'll pick
up 1. Good quick release, ensures no prospect of a second. Wicket elsewhere, Tammy Beaumont LBW to Eva Gray for 59. Someone next to me who's a good friend of Eva's particularly delighted of that. Of all the scalps you can get in women's domestic regional cricket, there's a few more wickets you'd want than that. So Beaumont gone, Catherine Bryce has 40 not out, and Marie Kelly has just got there on 4. Blazer 162 for 2 off 31. So it's difficult to see them not winning that game. They only need 4 and over with 19 overs left and 8 wickets in hand, but it is difficult to also see them winning now in the time that would get them the bonus point.
Particularly pleasing to see the LBW after a conversation on the phone yesterday.
Here's Anderson. No full toss, and is well stopped by Wellington away to her left.
He just slaps that down, says no, thou shalt not pass.
Well, that to me is the stop of the fielder, where the motivation to get the stop in is that you don't have to go and fetch it or dive.
Yeah, I read exactly that.
Just in the stylistic of the way in which it was executed. Oh, that's one that Anderson's got all wrong, and it will be a no ball on high.
Yeah, she's going to her change-ups here, Anderson. She's not quite nailed them yet.
Come on then, you're going to have to tell us what was the master plan.
No, I had a quick conversation with Eva yesterday on the phone. They were going out
Little
for a
nip back
team.
her, hit the front dog.
Well, no,
Following
she'd
a
mentioned
no ball,
Tammy
the
had
next
been
delivery will be a
made
full
herself
hit.
available for this for the Blaze game, and the conversation was just hit the front pad,
Hit the front pad.
and it looks like that's what.
Is that your way as an elite professional athlete of saying I'm not going to divulge? Yeah, there's a silent nod from Kirsty Wright. Understandably so. That's smashed away out to deep mid wicket, and that has gone for 4. It's managed to just trickle under Smell, who throws back in with a visible disgust that it has ended up going to the boundary. Bit of a mow from Chatley, but a very effective mow.
I think you can when it's a free hit.
Yes, of course, yes.
I think
Thank you for someone keeping
technique goes out the window, and
Yeah.
the mow.
Yeah, could have mowed the lawn with that. Now, you'd expect Chatley to be a touch more restrained. Oh, that's almost skipped through from Anderson. There's some faint appeals, but you always know an appeal isn't very convincing when the fielders themselves are sort of looking at an umpire and saying something. It was a good ball.
Come on, give me something.
Not quite how it works.
Yeah, it wasn't the front pad that I'll have you know that was struck. But it definitely was LBW.
Yeah, but from a quick bit of commentary box, DRS looks pretty fairly out. So that's short, pulled away, and that's gone right in between deep square leg and deep backward square leg like a rocket. That's been a real noticeable hallmark of this Chatley innings. If you bowl short as a bouncer, it or something in that kind of belly button type of region, you've got to be getting shoulder height to cause her any kind of problem, and Anderson has got to reset.
It looks just as windy at Barbados as it is here, actually.
I think you're only allowed to call it that, statistically speaking, on about 4 days of the year. Here's Anderson.
I can't say I've ever been to Derby when it's been sunny.
Yeah, well, that's the point, right? It's got to be. It gets that nickname when it's sort of 25 degrees or above, and it's actually sunny. No, no clouds.
Yeah, I don't think it's. Yeah, I think it's questionable. 4 days.
Right, Chatley has taken plenty off this over already. Does she want even more? You bet she does. She's cutting really nicely. This is going to take some stopping. It won't be stopped. Big over. Another big over that can just tilt the chase back towards the Stars. That Wellington one had gone for 20. Then there was that wicket, and now Chatley manages to get a good piece of Anderson. So that will force a bowling change.
Yeah, a bit of width on offer there, and Chatley makes sure she stays in the shot, gets on top of the bounce, and sends it for 4, and the visiting, well, I'm not sure if they're the visiting spectators, but the spectators certainly enjoyed signalling for.
I was going to say, with that level of enthusiastic signalling for 4 given the match situation, I would put my bet on Brother. They've not travelled from the west.
Well, the cut shot may be their favourite shot, and they might have just enjoyed it.
Smell facing up, very open stance from McDonald Gay, who is just flicking away for 1.
Chart for buzzers.
1 is for now all that will be. I mentioned her lack of chances to bat in the 100. It goes DNB, 0-3, 4 DNBs in a row, 0. It's not an easy competition to be a lower order bat in. Smell coming a bit wider at the crease. That's a clever single. Just nurdled out into the covers, fielded by Alex Griffiths, the tough young Welshie who has managed to run off that injury that looked quite bad earlier on without needing any kind of treatment whatsoever. Oh, that popped a bit, and that was played well by McDonald Gay with soft hands just to guide it into the gap for 1. And then it's almost a bit of an unfortunate mishap as Wellington throws the ball to Griffiths. He wasn't looking. Not what you need when you've already got hit once and are trying to shake off 1 injury.
Yeah, not ideal.
Slightly overpitched, well driven, and well fielded by Wellington, who for a moment didn't know where the ball had gone. She is one of those kind of cricketers that is a laugh a minute, even when she has had just 4 hours of sleep, having flown over from the Caribbean with a winner's medal. Smell again. This will be 1 more. The wind playing havoc with our marquee and our view once more.
Yeah. Very much need to draw back the curtains, Joseph, in the Technicolor Dreamcoat style.
Yeah, although this is Smell again. Straight to cover from my memory. That's set in marginally sunnier climes. 193 for 5 off 34. 90 to win off 96. We're into that runs and balls type of a part of the game where the scoreboard changes and you know it's all getting down to the sharp end of things. Stars ahead of where Storm were at this stage, but it's still pretty nip and tuck.
Yeah, this is going to be a really important block here, particularly getting into that final 10 overs. If Kira Tatley and Rihanna McDonald-Gay can maintain this partnership to the 45th over, I'd back Stars to win here, but it is very much hangs in the balance.
Well, someone is going to have to channel what I believe the millennials call their main character era here. And I can tell you what, if Kira Tatley were to score something close to a ton and take it home, that truly would be it, having had so long out, so long having to wait patiently to get back in this Stars side. For now, McDonald Gay is facing Skelton.
Yeah, just the 2 overs left from Skelton. So they hopefully have had a conversation about, they've just got 2 left, so let's not take too many risks. She's bowled really well, let's just bear that in mind and get through.
Just jabbed away into the covers for 1. Although if there's anything 10 years of professional sports commentary has told me, it's that such conversations like that we've seen between Luff and Skelton, we spend plenty of time over-analysing the commentary backs, what they're saying, and a good 80% of the time it's just someone being silly to try and relax somebody. Skelton this time has been pulled by Chatley. It's been a real feature of this innings how comfortable she is with that shot and picking that shorter length, both against spin and seam. It's 1 more.
Yeah, and don't underestimate the importance of being silly, just to relax
Absolutely.
someone.
That'll be 1 more. So often, of course, is directly correlated with when people perform at their best. So yours truly goes to have another little fight with a marquee. Just pulling back the curtain so that we can give you commentary where we can see.
Yes, it's certainly not as glamorous as some people might think.
Plenty of teasing flight, but met by a lovely looking drive from Chatley. They come back for a well-judged 2. Always 2 out to that long boundary. It takes a huge bounce off the practice pitch. But there's backing up in place. It costs nothing extra. 5 off the over. 198 for 5 off 35. Chatley is in and well set. And this partnership has been dominated by her. Donald Gate very content to play second fiddle in the orchestra.
Yeah, nice partnership building here again. Just to keep banging the drum about partnerships, but they are really, really crucial in a run
Returning at
chase
the
like
Beckenham
this.
end in place of Sophia Smell, number 27, Neve Holland.
Neve Holland is back on. 1 for 18 from 4 in her first spell. Got Alice Davison-Richards, which is always a big scout when you're playing the Stars, out bowled. We'll be fascinated to see how Luff juggles her bowlers. Still 4 overs of Wellington up her sleeve, and she has been very comfortable bowling her at the death in the past, which when you've got a leg spinner of that quality, you absolutely are happy to bowl them anyway, really.
Yeah, you literally just read my mind there. I was just trying to think to myself, if I am Sophie Luff, who are bowling my death overs? Am I holding Wellington back and hoping that she can pick up a couple of wickets towards the back end, or do I want her to break this partnership for me?
The one thing that comes to mind is that from memory it was particularly Alice Davison-Richards and Phoebe Franklin that looked the most comfortable against Wellington. Chatley did score some runs off her but didn't face her a huge amount. Short, hit hard by McDonald Gay and hit for 4. That is a way to get your first boundary. That's a confidence booster if ever I've seen one. And that brings the 200 up in style.
Yeah, really nicely muscled actually from McDonald Gay, but she's put it into a pocket. She knows if she just gets it through that gap, she gets 4.
Holland punished for dropping short. Oh, off the outside edge. And
oh, that's really well
wow.
fielded.
That's
really,
a stop
really well
and a half
fielded.
from Smell. No right to keep that in.
Yeah.
That is outrageously good. Using all her height and her frame, but this wasn't just about either of those two things. It was the dive and the timing. Whoa!
I was just about
That's
to say
exceptional.
that I think she needs to bring third up, or fine up actually, or third, and put mid-wicket out. Had she listened to me, that would have gone for 4.
won't get anything to show for that. Smell is visibly limping in a deep third. We were talking before about the fact this outfield is not the most enjoyable to dive on at this time of year.
Yeah,
and I think
it
that
is.
again demonstrates.
Yes, it's absolutely rapid, but it is solid under the top layer of grass.
Chatley pulls away. Won't get to her 50 there. Fielded by Skelton. Chatley has 48. Will keep the strike, which Stars will be content with. She is the in batter here. 204 for 5 or 36. Looks like we've got ourselves in for a real humdinger here. And the other thing that's worth mentioning, slightly surprises me she's going to come in at 8, but Eilish Cranston is still yet to come in, and she has been excellent for Stars in 50 over cricket this season, playing innings at times like this in the contest, coming in, injecting energy. Diminutive left-hander, hits the ball into very awkward pockets of the ground, scores in quite an unorthodox way.
Yeah, she spent a period of time off the field. I'm hoping she's okay and hasn't picked up any
That's a good
little
point,
injury
actually.
also, because I probably would have expected her to come out before
RMG.
RMG.
Yeah.
She is padded up, and it looks like she will likely come in next if needed.
That's out to mid-off for no run. Yeah, it would be a real shame in a proper nip and tuck game like this if someone with those qualities wasn't able to come out and show them. Short pulled away, and that's thumped. Might have gone for 6. Well, it's a one bounce forward just inside the rope, it looks like, instead. And Kira Chatley goes to 50. Back-to-back 50s for Chatley, having waited a long time to make her first Stars appearance of the season. My goodness me, is she making an impact. 54 on Monday. She's now 52 unbeaten off 53, with that 50 brought up with her 8th 4 of the piece.
Yeah, that was a really nicely timed shot, right into the gap. Hit powerfully, and there was no way that deep mid-wicket was going to stop that.
Chatley this time is just scooping, paddling round the corner for 1. She's on to 53. Maybe, just maybe, this is the day that she nails down in the calendar and says, yeah, I am the hero, the heroine of this piece. Oh, well bowled by Skelton.
Oh.
My goodness me! I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of people with any kind of Stars associations who, if the next 2 balls are wicketless, are going to be breathing a big sigh of relief. This has been a great spell. Oh, and that one's kept low. McDonald Gate doesn't get anything on it. Has a look across to Chatley and says something along the lines of, well, I don't know what I can do with that. Back of a length, just steered away through the covers for 1. End of a great spell from Chloe Skelton. 1 for 36 off her 10 from that City end for the 23-year-old, who has really helped to put the squeeze on.
Yeah, that's a really, really good spell from Chloe Skelton. Probably deserved more than one wicket. I'm glad she doesn't have more than one.
Chloe Skelton finishes with 10 overs.
But no, she's really bowled
1 for 36.
really well. She's held up that end and bowled clear plans. And has barely been punished. I mean, that boundary off the last over, I don't know how many boundaries have been scored off of her bowling, but I don't think there were many.
10 overs, no maidens, 36 for 1. Final analysis for Skelton then, who in a bowling capacity is part of the piece. Holland getting ready to bowl her 6th. So there's no need for Luff to necessarily bowl anybody that she doesn't prefer to, because she's operating between 6 frontline bowlers to get through her 50. The question is more who she'll use and when. There's 13 overs left. Wellington will surely bowl 4, so you've got to find another 9 between everybody else. And that's where she'll have to use all of her instincts as a captain, including, of course, when to use those 4 from Wellington. And that is straight to the aforementioned Luff for no run. Elsewhere, Laser closing in on victory. They're 197 for 3 now, off 36 overs. So they need just 51 off the last 14. Expect them to knock that off. Again, that's another dot here. And shot caller, Catherine Bryce is in the runs again. 70 not out off 83. Well, the Prendergast is with her at the other end after Marie Kelly fell cheaply. 2nd wicket for Eva Gray. And Blaze won't quite, it looks like, get the bonus point, but they'll pick up a very welcome 4.
Cool.
That's it hard. That's 4.
perfectly between cover and extra cover.
That's
You
the
sensed
50
that
partnership,
something
the South
had
East
to
Stars
give
6
there,
wickets.
just a couple of dots starting to build on McDonald Gate. And the
Just
youngster,
sat back and punched.
yeah. 50 partnership off 42 balls, were reliably informed by Alex to our left in the marquee.
That's a really powerful shot, and the gap between mid-off and extra cover is not a gaping one, so she's had to hit it hard to beat them, and that really is a top quality shot.
Yeah, Sophie Luff with the big shades on, having a little chat with Holland. I do wonder on a day like this whether those are the light enhancers rather than your actual sunglasses, because sunglasses on a day like this seem like a very expensive fashion accessory.
Yeah, I find it hard with sunglasses because once I've got them on, I find it hard to take them off, because you then have to just readjust to the light,
Yes.
and everything feels really bright even when on a day like today it isn't. So sometimes you just have to commit to the lens and go with it.
Yeah, it's generally in almost all conditions, seen with the sunnies on. It's just having a detailed chat with Holland. Just from the signs, it's around mid-off and third. Yep, it is. So mid-off is going to go out to a long off, and deep third of Smell is going to come up.
It's interesting to note here as well, still they have a mid-wicket in short, and the fine leg is very, very wide with steep square leg in front.
Short and wide outside off. McDonald Gay can get her hands through that, and it's 4 more. It's not the best delivery, but great credit to the youngster who's punished it well. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, really nice. This time just the other side of extra cover. Gets on top of the bounce because it was still rising, and keeps on top of it and just drills it to the left of what has been an absolutely fantastic fielding performance of Alex Griffiths, but even she couldn't stop that today.
Now all the pressure's on Holland. This is short again, and McDonald Gay might feel a bit frustrated because she's hammered that straight at Wellington at mid-off, which brings me nicely on what I was going to say. There's the two batters signal between them that was a slow ball of some concoction. I wonder whether it is Wellington time again. If they don't break this partnership, we'll definitely lose. Stars going nicely. They'll get one more here at least. It beats the dive of point. Going to come back for 2, and they'll get 2 with relative comfort. 10 off the over, 220 for 5 with 12 left. Acquired run rate has just dipped down now all of a sudden to below 5.
Yeah, 10 ball buffer here, so 63, so 9 ball buffers, that's just ticked over. 63 to run from to win from 72 balls. So it's tips just slightly in Stars' favour. I was just wondering with Niamh Holland there what line she was trying to bowl. I was just looking at the field and wondering, she can't bowl too straight because she doesn't have a deep mid-wicket out. Square leg was out and in front, and fine leg was quite wide. But when she strayed into that fifth stump line, she was punished for the offside, so I'm not entirely sure what the plan was.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, for me it felt like a mix and match field, which can sometimes be in danger of doing not really either thing.
Yeah, and like you said, here comes Wellington, but from the other end.
Yeah, Wellington's going to change ends from an end that Kalia Moore historically has often had a lot of success from. And I have to say, I was actually a touch surprised that Wellington initially had opted to bowl into the wind. But now he's bowling with the breeze, albeit the breeze has settled down a lot since what we've seen earlier on in the game. Sure to cut away, and that has managed to beat the dive of point, and that will be 4 more.
Again, another boundary of the first ball of Wellington's over.
Absolutely, it sets the tone. Wellington back on for a third spell. A second spell that ended with last over going for 20, understandably given her wicket-taking prowess. Captain Luff has turned to her once more. Chatley's played that expertly. This time Chatley goes on the scoop, and there's nobody down here. There's a big chase for deep backward square coming around.
And that will be 2 more. Well, cricket is a funny old game. 48 hours ago, you're in the basking heat of the Caribbean, winning the women's CPL and playing a significant contributory role right throughout the tournament, including in the final. And then 2 days later, you're at Beckenham. It's absolutely freezing, and you're under pressure to try and take some key wickets for your side. That's straight to point. They are going to run a single though, and they are going to get through. So
Well, if I had been in the Caribbean 2 days ago, I don't think I'd be worried about the fact that I was in the cold here now, because I had been in the Caribbean. So
you just
whilst
go
you
for
make
the
a
full
valid point, I don't feel sorry for her at all. Poor Amanda Jade Wellington, eh?
Someone next to me going for the just live in the past option. That's short, just guided away through out to deep cover for 1. So this over's gone for 8 or 4. I wonder whether you're at the point where if you skip a Luff, you can't really take her off again. I'd have thought. You surely just got to keep her on and back her. That's straight to point. Won't get anything for that.
And I think she will. I think she will probably keep her on and back her, just because of the nature of what she does with the ball.
It can all change so quickly. 8 off this over though. 8 off this over and almost a wicket. Well, it's deliveries like that are why she's such a threat. End of the over, 228 for 5. Exactly 5 and over needed from the last 11.
I actually missed that live and saw it on the stream and thought that it had just gone through and castled the stumps, but it hadn't, thank goodness.
You can forgive Kirsty right next to me for being ever so slightly biased, given that she is literally in the home dressing room. I think it's pretty difficult to pluck someone out from that at short notice and say, hey, do you fancy doing some commentary being entirely neutral? Well, yeah, good luck with that.
Well, it is funny you say that. My other half, when I was driving in today, I said, you got any tips for me? What do you think? Has never done any comms before. Try not to be too biased, point number 1. Cricket's the winner was point number 2. So even if the opposition bowl a good ball or play some nice shots, cricket's the winner. Just remember that.
Yeah.
And the third point, which I'm not quite sure what that looks like in this, was you do you.
Start of it, you over there. Nice looking drive down to long on for 1 from the bowling of Holland.
So yes, first bit of advice has gone out the window.
Right?
Well, yeah, I think
Don't
so.
take it too seriously.
Just be yourself.
Nobody's listening.
Yeah, just be yourself, but maybe just be mindful of the language that you use potentially.
Here goes Holland, who's being pulled away by Chatley. King 1. I say nobody's listening. I'm being extremely sarcastic. Of course. Just trying to put our new co-commentator at ease a little. Yeah, do you know what you saying? That thing about the swearing reminds me of that joke people make with dating. It's like, be yourself, but not too much. Not too much.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
Dial it down.
Yeah, exactly. You
Don't show your hand too soon.
Yeah, something like that. So that's just dribbled off the bat. McDonald Gay and a direct hit. That was gone. That was absolutely gone from Luff, and she knows it. And it wasn't too far off. And McDonald Gay is sort of turning in that slightly humorous, but slightly like, thank goodness me I've survived, but also please don't do that again kind of vibes to Chatley.
Yeah, and McDonald Gay is rapid. She is fast, so yeah.
That tells you all about the judgment of the run,
yeah. Exactly that.
This is away for more runs. As we mentioned before, that square leg is sort of just behind, is the only protection in that area. Right now, quite comfortable accumulation.
Yeah, and worth noting here that Chatley was 2 from 16 and is now 62 from 62, and she is that kind of player that as she begins to accumulate runs will catch up with her run rate. And it's been she's batted so nicely.
Off the pads, that'll be 1 more. Jones does the fielding, charging around. But it is at that point, cricket's quite a cruel game, and there's we've seen this kind of game plenty of times before. Two set batters get out, it can all suddenly change and end so fast. Chatley will be desperate for this to be 87 red inker win. Leave it to someone else. Worked straight to point. So the over goes for 5. 233 for 5. 10 overs left. 50 to win off the last 10.
And with 10 overs of their 50 remaining, South East Stars are 233 for 5, requiring 50 runs for victory at 5 runs per over.
Reminder
At the
that
same stage, Western Storm was
Blaze looking likely to win
214 for
against Sunrisers. Winning here would give Stars the opportunity to leapfrog Sunrisers in the table, move up into 3rd. Depending on how you look at the table, you can either say Stars are trying to secure a top 4 spot and make sure they stay in it, or they're still hanging on to the coattails of 2nd and pursuing a home semi-final. It sort of depends which side of that particular ledger you look to take. Right in the mix.
Sophia Smale.
Yeah, I think a home semi-final would be lovely, but actually semi-final full stop is going to be the goal at the moment.
50 to win off 10. 14 more runs, and it is the highest 6th wicket partnership in Stars history, as that one from Smell keeps a little low. Interesting that Wellington's come off again.
Yes.
I can't say I'd have done that myself, but I can understand also why.
Yeah, and taking Wellington off and bringing Smale on isn't a bad option.
Not at all. Smell is just clipped away through the offside. I think you'd have got long odds from even the most optimistic Stars supporter on Amanda Jade Wellington's figures after 7 overs being 7 none, 55 none. That's stuff of dreams for the home side.
Yeah.
Talk about neutralising a threat. That's maybe just kept a touch slow. Chatley won't get a run for it, but we all know the hardest runs to score in a run chase, well, not just the winning runs, but the ones where it gets a little closer.
Yeah, that's
Goes
really
on the-
nicely played. Just a
goes-
reverse paddle.
Very clever shot from Chatley. It's the second time she's done that in this innings, but it's only done at specific moments to manipulate the field in the way she wants, and gets full reward for doing so.
Yeah, she's read that delivery really nicely. She's noted that it's pitching outside off stump and turning away from her, so there's no risk of her being bowled, and that brings that shot nicely into play there for her and gets full value for it. Just has to guide it past the keeper.
Quad run rate very much in control at the moment. Stars have the upper hand. Smell comes wider on the crease. And nicely struck by Chatley. Oh, is that out? Not quite. Even from our angle, very much not side on.
Yeah, RMG head down and drove to the finish line there, and she really put the burners on to get there, but did it comfortably.
Very much channeled her inner Olympian.
I think she probably could be one, to be honest. She's that much of an athlete.
Oh, that's a full toss, and it's almost spooned straight to mid-off, and then McDonald Gay is charging through to the bowler's end, and everyone's hand on hip. Smale is frustrated that she didn't take a wicket with a full toss. McDonald Gay is frustrated that she didn't smash the thing for 4, and various Storm fielders are frustrated that they somehow didn't take a wicket from it being spooned into vacant space. 43 to win off the last 54.
And meanwhile, in the comms hut, I'm relieved that it didn't turn into a wicket.
I think you nearly completed I watched you complete a mental cartwheel in real time, living every moment. We really should have a little, and I know you've got them anyway, one of those GPS trackers just linked up and connected with you, but maybe just a graphic in the corner of the screen with your heart rate, just to add to the... for a lot of the day it would have been very, very stable, but then the last half an hour there's definitely been some visible fluctuations I've seen to my left.
Yeah, we're not sitting comfortably at our resting heart rate. We'll just leave it at that.
There's 9 overs left. Required run rate is just a tickle under 5. If this pair keep batting the way they will, they'll see it home together, but run chasers are so often not like that. This is Griffiths. Comes in a bit. And another direct hit shy, but RMG would have made it home. So what event would you have her in? Are we talking 100-metre dash? Do you think that's the best Rihanna McDonald-Gay event?
I don't know. She's far. I mean, she's a high level hockey player. I think she was England under-19 hockey.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Oh,
so
sorry.
She's got a set of lungs on her, that's for sure. But she's also rapid. I think she. Don't quote me on this, but 2K time trial. I think she's probably up there with some of the fastest. Yo-Yo would definitely be up there.
Any niche Olympians you reckon in the Stars squad? Anyone who's kind of got a road discipline that you think they could probably go and do that?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, Danny Gregory's vertical jump, so I think she could potentially be a high jumper, long jumper, very powerful.
Just searching for the breakthrough, but he's smashed through extra cover for 4 by Chatley. That is a great shot. That is a shot of a batter in full flow.
Yeah, lovely drive. Just let her hands do the work. Straight through extra cover. A little bit uppish, but safely in the gap, and four runs for Kira Chatley.
Well, all the momentum is going one way at the moment.
I think it might be an interesting decision here, bringing Griffiths back on. Her first 2 overs were quite expensive.
Went for 19 off her opening couple. Right, straight to the visiting captain Luff.
I like that Luff is keeping that mid-wicket in play and saying, we're not just going to give you one in here, we're going to be aggressive. So there's not going to be easy runs on offer, and that just keeps that person in front of the bat, just so that you're aware, just over your left shoulder there is a fielder, just putting a bit of pressure on you.
Slow ball absolutely smashed away through the onside, and it does just about go for 4. Big chase round there, but couldn't quite keep it in play. It is a record 6th wicket partnership in the Stars era. What a stand it's been between Chatley and McDonald-Gay. Beats the efforts of Dunkley and Cranstone against the Diamonds in that high-scoring thriller earlier on this year. That's the latest runs. Nothing Skelton could really do about it. I mean, she got something on it on the bounce, but you can't really do much in control there. You're moving so quickly. That's missed time down the ground. Taken by Wellington on the bounce at mid-off. Even a direct hit Chatley had just about made her ground.
Yeah, 86 runs the partnership at the moment, and just going back to that shot,
Southeast Stars 250
Chatley's just out
after
over
42
mid-wicket
overs.
on a pitch in May. That might have bounced and just sat nicely up into the fielder's hands, but that has bounced, gone on and up and over her head with a little parry over the bar in goalkeeper's terms. So yeah, on another day and in different conditions, that might not have been for.
Difference late summer makes. Just tilting the scales in favour of the batter. Elsewhere, speaking of scales tilting in favour of batters, plays rapidly closing in on victory. They need just 24 to win off their last 9 overs. Catherine Bryce 77 not out. Probably doesn't quite have enough runs left in the chase to ton up. Ella Claridge has 16 not out at the other end after Maddie Villiers got all the Prendergast out cheaply. So you think Blaze would be taking 4 points from that to move on to 27. Sunrisers none, so they'll stay on 30, and South East Stars can go above Sunrisers with victory here. Chatley facing Smell, getting one at least out into the onside. They turned down the second, and it's probably a wise decision.
Yeah, Rihanna McDonald-Gay just really running that first one hard and looking for that too. They want to get this game put to bed as quickly as possible and not into those final overs.
It does feel like in the blink of an eye it's gone from seeming like a run chase that was going to be really nip and tuck. The Stars are in control right now. It is theirs to lose, there's no doubt about that. Straight to short third. We were talking before about that runs and balls differential. Well, it's a gaping gap now at 14.
Yeah, and that will be one that we want to keep extending.
Smale managing to beat McDonald Gay just at the moment. As thanks to Hypercourse, sort of the Banksy of women's cricket. They don't reveal their identity, but everyone knows that what they provide is of high value. It's Kira Chatley's list A highest score. So that's out to mid-off for 1, beating the 71 she made against Sunrisers at Beckenham last season. Thanks again to Hypercourse for their excellent work.
So a personal best.
Certainly is. She will hope a few more chapters to be written in it yet across the back end of this piece. Donald Gay can only find Smell, who is building some dots here.
Yeah, tidy over here from Smale. Just really targeting those stumps, just darting them in a little bit on the angle.
Worked away, will get one this time to point, who provides a good quick release, but even then there was always going to be one there against Emma Corney. Nothing she could really do. 252 for 5, so 31 to win off the last 7 at around 4.5 and over. Charlie and McDonald Gay will back themselves to see this one home, and that worm confirms they're certainly well above where they need and want to be.
Yeah, quick drink been run out. Well deserved, I'd say. This partnership of 80.
Came together at 164, yeah. Bit of quick maths. I make it 88.
88.
Yeah. How they would love to walk off the field as winners, these two. And you can see at the bottom of the screen there, Amanda J. Wellington's having a
returning at the
little
Beckenham end
natter
and replacing Alex Griffiths, number 27, Neve Holland.
with Neve Holland. I'm not surprised there's been another bowling change there. Griffiths went for 19 off her first 2, albeit she did pick up that wicket of Hill, and then having come back there had gone for 10.
Yeah, this will be where Sophie Luff will really be missing Izzy Wong and Lauren Filer here. These would be her bowlers that she turned to for those death overs. So having to put a little bit of responsibility onto some of the bowlers that wouldn't necessarily be bowling at this stage of the game, and ask them to do a job here.
Need wickets more than anything to drag themselves back into the contest storm. Holland struck firmly, but straight at Wellington at mid-off.
Same field again, the one we spoke about before, with that very wide, fine leg. I'd probably actually say it's a deep backward square and a very straight mid-wicket out on the boundary. It's quite hard to see from these angles here, so apologies if I'm wrong.
Field changing now. It's more of a
Deep extra cover.
yeah. Deep covers come in with a 5-4. It's down leg. That's a fantastic bit of wicket keeper from Jones, who makes that look very simple when it absolutely wasn't. And that's a wide.
Yeah, really nice take from Katie Jones down the leg side, because it was almost an attempted Yorker as well, so she's had to keep her hands low and move across onto that leg side to gather that ball, which is a very, very difficult take.
It's down to Rafe at long on. Right now, if there are nerves out there from Chatley and McDonald Gay, they're certainly not really showing it. Going along in a very nice composed fashion.
Yeah, they just meet and have a little chat.
Elsewhere, it's pretty much all over. Plays, can safely say, are about to beat the Sunrisers. Catherine Bryce 83 not out, Heather Claridge 33 not out. They're about to win with roughly 6 and a bit overs to spare. 2 wickets fit Eva Gray and Maddie Villiers in vain. Sure,
Oh,
not the
gosh.
best delivery from Holland. I think she was trying a slow ball, it came out all wrong. That hits deep cover for 1.
I have to say, I think changing the competition from an eliminator to 2 semi-finals and a final has had a big impact on the way the teams have gone about playing. They've been very much tactically aware of what's at stake, and it's kept it alive.
Interesting in this in this. I mean, obviously there's a literal sense of 3 rather than 4, but how do you think it's changed it tactically?
I think there's been that going into the competition, particularly its back end of the competition. I think, bar 2 teams, all of them, every team it's in their own hands. So
That could have been a caught and bowl chance. Umpire, it wasn't quite. Umpire Julie Jarvis gets herself out of the way, and actually it's a nice sprawling stop in front of us from Natasha Rafe.
So yeah, going back to that, well, I think it's most of the teams, all bar 2 teams, are pretty much in contention still. So it's been a game of team selection and wanting to put your strongest team out.
Yeah.
Who have we got? Who are we facing? How are we best set to do that? And I think in previous years, it had been a clear front runner.
Yeah.
And when there's a clear front runner, you kind of are then just fighting for second and third. And if you're not in and around that area, then teams will play there. Might rotate their squads a little bit more than you've seen this year. So you've seen a lot more of strongest teams being fielded, particularly this back end, instead of a bit of rotation. And look at the scores that have been coming out of that this half. You know, you've had lots of 250 plus scores being posted. There's a real hunger to get into that top 4.
Yeah, there's a hypercore stat for everything, but there's one that's a graph in terms of average runs scored first, batting first in this competition, and it sort of really spikes the last 3-4 years as the T20 era, the power hitting era, comes into 50 over cricket as well as T20. Okay, pushing away. Job's still not done here, but these two are doing everything that a Star supporter would want them to do. Okay, just drops her bat on that one. Reasonably confident in saying that Rhiannon McDonagh doesn't have a list A half century. I think if she walked off this field 44 not out though, that would count for much more in her mind. Back to Smell again.
She's certainly more than capable of a list A half century, that's certain.
Yeah, not easy, I guess. You're the young and in the team and you're often batting 8 or 9. Whereas this situation, she's had the time and the chance to make a big impact, and she certainly is. This time she goes on the reverse, ends up sort of trapping the ball. It's the kind of shot you might see in a bit of garden cricket when you're trying to avoid one hand, one bounce. She's having a good chuckle about it. Just trap the ball underneath the bat in the ground. That's shorter, keeps it a touch low, but McDonagh, like any batter who's been out there a while, is comfortable enough to get it away for 1. Just 1 ball left of Smale's spell.
Yeah, good over this from Smale. Like just pegging those dots back a little bit. So 24 required from 31. There was about a 13 ball buffer beforehand, so they are just clinging some dots back, and then certainly not giving up. They feel very much in this. You get the sense they're still very much in this game.
Oh, Chatley's early on that one. Missed by Smell, and a slap of her own hand in frustration.
Sophia Smale, 10 overs,
That ending her spell.
1 for 45.
1 for 45 off her 10. A very decent effort for Sophia Smell, but there's the card. Storm are hunting a wicket to try and open the door.
Yeah, I think a wicket at this point will be dangerous for Stars. I don't think it will be the end of the game. Certainly not the likes of Cranstone and more still to come. But it will just shake what has been pretty smooth sailing so far. Lots of work still to do.
Just to confirm, that other game is over. And it's a 6-wicket win with 6.5 overs left for Blaze. Bryce, Catherine, that is 87 not out. Bryce, Sarah, 41. Ella Claridge boshing 33 quickly at the end to see it home. Holland trying to get the breakthrough Storm really need, but isn't going to there. Could well be 4. Deep extra chasing round instead. We'll keep it to 2.
Well run.
Yeah, both knew immediately. There's 2 there. There's no need to have some detailed conversation about it. Get their head down and run, and that's something just a good players doing. Players consistently doing so at this level. There's never really a sense of a single and then a deliberation. There's a knowledge that it's 2 straight off the bat most of the time. So that's flicked away. That will definitely be 1 as picked out and sweep perfectly.
Yeah, deep pockets in this ground, so that's, if you manage to hit it into the pocket without directly picking out the fielder, you are likely to pick up 2.
One of 28 should be the Stars' game, but the beauty of sport is unpredictability. Full toss, not really fully capitalised on. 1 out to deep mid wicket. Well, that time McDonald Gay wanted 2. Chatley rightly said no, I'm not going to make that. Wouldn't have got close.
No, absolutely not. And this is Kira's longest innings for a long time, so I'm sure her legs were definitely going to be feeling ever so slightly tired.
It's that mental fatigue as well that can set in after a while at the crease. Sure, got it high on the bat, McDonald Gay, but again it's 1 more. This over is everything the Stars need.
100-run partnership for South East
the
Stars.
100-run partnership comes up. Chatley, the primary contributor in that, with 57 off 43. But McDonald Gay has played a very valuable supporting hand here. Hang on, Chatley's been distracted by something behind the bowler's arm. Well, it's a young'un in a big blue shirt who, bless him, is a little too young to fully be aware of the accidental distraction he's caused, but is now headed off out of particular view of Chatley, who's facing. He's hitting it hard back towards McDonald Gay, gets out of the way well. 1 more. (17 off 24). It's been a very mature professional run chase from Stars, particularly this pair. Shorter, hit hard, almost a catching chance at long on. Rafe, who batted so impressively earlier on, does the fielding on the bounce. Single to finish the over. 7 off it, another good over for Stars. 17 to win off the last 4.
Yeah, she struck that so nicely, and we know this outfield is rock solid. You wouldn't have been surprised if it bounced over Wraith's head, but fortunately for her, she just managed to keep it inside the rope and send it back into the bowler for 1.
Yeah, it is August, but it also hasn't exactly been the warmest of summers.
No.
I mean, I know you're going to have zero sympathy for this when I bring it up, but Amanda J. Wellington did actually bring it up to me off the bat without me mentioning it, that yeah, it's been a really bad summer here, hasn't it? And it's like, yeah, it has. It's been pretty awful. To which there is also the response of the living in the past co-commentator next to me, which is yes, but you were in the Caribbean.
City End, number 10,
yeah.
Amanda J. Wellington.
And speak of Amanda J. Wellington, and she will appear bowling, and you can understand why. So I wonder whether when Luff took her off after a third attempted spell to grab her a wicket, she thought, right, I'm going to save you 2 for the very end of the piece, in the hope that if there's anyone who can concede 55 wicketless off 7 and then come back and pull the game round, it is a bowler with that kind of X factor that Amanda J. Wellington has. It's a decent enough start, and it was almost clipped straight to point, run out chance, and yeah, Kirsty White called it perfectly. Through to McDonald Gay's end, and she managed to get through. Well, there was a little chat as well between McDonald Gay and Chatley, and it looked like Chatley kind of gave her a look as if to say, why at the danger end?
Yeah, yeah.
Get your skates on.
Gosh, that could have been the tactical bowling change of the century there.
Could have been a catch or a run out. It wasn't quite a catch, but it wasn't far off. Oh, that's beautifully bowled by Wellington. That is right in the spot.
Yeah, Kira Chatley just indicating, well, I'm not entirely sure what that signal was, but it's done something that she wasn't expecting it to do.
This time goes on the reverse and doesn't make contact.
And she'll be glad that spun, because that would have gone straight on to hit middle had it not.
Cricketer of her experience, Amanda J. Wellington, will know that 1 wicket can completely change this contest. This time Chatley comes down and is scything into the onside. It's thoroughly unconvincing, and now they are going to slightly reluctantly come back for 2. Well, all Stars will care about is what it goes in the scorebook as, no matter how convincing it might have looked.
Yeah, that spin really undid the fielder there. It kind of just spun so much that it almost stopped, and I think the fielder was expecting it to run onto her and she had to go and meet it, and Stars took advantage and came through for the second.
Cut away, and that's gone past point.
That spin again.
The classic watch the spin, and it goes for 4. That's a big moment, that's a real pressure release. Suddenly it's just 10 to win off 19.
Yeah, that's a much needed boundary there. You could just feel the tension starting to rise in Kira Chatley there, so that boundary will just act as a bit of a release, open the valve a bit.
I reckon now, this is a moment to provide a great bit of levity and humour in what is at this stage of things pretty serious game face like contest, as McDonald Gay has to ask Amanda J. Wellington to help do her shoelace up.
That is where cricket is the winner.
So he kindly obliges. That's baseball style shot down the ground. They think of running 1, they don't. End of the over, Wellington concedes 7 from it, and with 3 overs left, Stars are moving ever closer to victory, 10 to win.
Yeah, so one of the first overs that Wellington's bowled that hasn't gone for a boundary off the first ball, and it created a lot of pressure, particularly on Kira Chatley, but fortunately she managed to pierce one through that offside field and pick up a boundary. But she does carry that element of pressure where she bowls a few dots. And she can build that pressure really quickly.
A little bit of a conference going on here between Luff, Holland and Wellington. Wellington having plenty of input, as you'd expect of a senior player with her experience. Just trying to work out what they want the field to be here. To McDonald Gay, keepers come up, so Jones is up to the stumps. It's a very minor individual thing within the team thing, but one slightly feels for Chatley here that she's not going to get a ton no matter what happens really, but something highly improbable from here, and it's the kind of innings that you feel like almost deserves the landmark.
Yeah, but I think she'll be really happy with the way she's batted today.
Oh, I don't think she'd be complaining walking off 94 not out of winner.
Oh,
So that's down the ground from McDonald Gay. 4 more.
Just 6 to win now. Bosch absolutely crunched that.
Yeah, she's really just clubbed that down the ground, got that front foot out of the way, hands straight through the ball, on the ground, lovely. And it is very difficult to hit back past the bowler straight down the ground, but she's done that in just such a composed nature.
So the partnership is worth 113. Is it the partnership that carries Stars home? Might seal it in style. Has sealed it in style. A 6 down the ground from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Thank you very much. And that is that. The Stars win by 5 wickets with 16 balls to spare. McDonald-Gay brings up her first list day 50 in some style. 86 not out for Chatley. An unbroken partnership of 119 for the 6th wicket. The highest 6th wicket partnership in Stars' entire history. And Stars' 8th highest partnership of all time for any wicket. And this was the crowning glory of the piece.
Yeah, that's sensational from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. And earlier we spoke about the fact that she's never hit a list day 50, but she was certainly capable of it, and she's just gone on to demonstrate that. And what a way to go into an England series as well, off the back of that. That's going to give us some serious confidence.
She will be flying to Ireland, hoping to make her ODI and or potential England T20 debuts, feeling $1 million. It's a really important win in the wider context of the table as well. Blaze's victory takes them on to 27, but Sunrisers stay on 30 because of losing to Blaze, and South East Stars go above Sunrisers as a result onto 31 points in third, 1 point behind the Northern Diamonds, who play tomorrow against the Lancashire Thunder, and the dream of a home semi-final is very much still on. Kirsty White alongside me from the home camp. Your immediate reflections on a very impressive, very professionally completed run chase, particularly by those two of Chatley and McDonald-Gay.
Absolutely sensational. I think those two have got a lot to be proud of, and just looking at the screen now and watching the hugs come through, you can see how happy the staff and all the support staff are for those two. They work incredibly hard. We spoke a lot about how partnerships will win this, and that's exactly what has happened here. 282 when Storm came off, they thought, you know what, we can do this, we can defend that. But no, Stars have absolutely gone through, creamed that with 16 balls to spare. So yeah, I think that's just a really professional outfit, and something that off the back of the loss on Monday will be a huge confidence boost.
Having lost by 120 runs on Monday, which was a mammoth defeat, that is one hell of a bounce back. And if there's one individual battle that comes to my mind to point out, it was the way there was clearly a collective, purposeful desire to get after Amanda J. Wellington, not just see her off, but counter-attack. And that is comfortably her most difficult day in a Storm shirt this season. Wicketless off her 8 overs and has gone for 62, which is a great compliment to the batters as a collective.
Yeah, and I spoke earlier about how we've worked a lot on spin over the winter, and our game plan to spin, and you can practice it as much as you want in the nets, in controlled environments, but to go out there and put that into practice is absolutely fantastic. And they just looked so clear, so composed, unshakable really. So yeah, I think that will be a really big victory to keep taking forward into the last 2 fixtures now.
2 away games, as Kirsty White alongside me refers to. Central Sparks away next Wednesday, and then next Saturday it is the Northern Diamonds away to round off the group stage. We hope to be back here on Saturday the 14th of September, potentially for a Stars home semi-final, with the final at Derby, at Leicester I should say, on the 21st of September. But for now, from me, Michael McCann, and Kirsty White, Sammy, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Our absolute pleasure to have you back again with all the insights from inside the camp and on all things cricket. This is the end of us here today at Beckenham. Stars the winners by 5 wickets. We'll see you again very soon.